hope you know that shit. You can never trust a hoe, had to learn that quick. How many others are you sleeping with? All I know is I don't deserve this. You're a fucking bitch, hope you know that shit. You can never trust a hoe, had to learn that quick. How many others are you sleeping with? All I know is I don't deserve this. Yeah, you would die, but you're never gonna change. I gave you all my love and you gave yours to what's his name? How can someone so cold put me through so much hell? Should've listened when Granny said you was a Jezebel. I seen the tire tracks, I smelled the Stetson. Now you're with him at home, but I got the wrecked one. I wasted whiskey over you, you just wasted my time. Can't believe I had your back and then you went behind mine. You're a fucking bitch, hope you know that shit. You can never trust a hoe, had to learn that quick. How many others are you sleeping with? All I know is I don't deserve this. You're a fucking bitch, hope you know that shit. You can never trust a hoe, had to learn that quick. How many others are you sleeping with? All I know is I don't deserve this.
Cause I don't wanna know the truth, so I don't ask. I call you over, call it quits, cause it won't last. All those numbers in your phone that you scroll past. Don't even know you got a man, and it's so sad. Tell me why the closer that we got, the more the distance grew. You ain't want no part, and now you wonder why I'm pissed at you. Cause I was down, but now I'm no longer messing. Taught me a valuable lesson, and now I'm no longer stressing you. Cause
you're a fucking bitch, hope you know that shit. You can never trust a hoe, had to learn that quick. How many others are you sleeping with? All I know is I don't deserve this. You're a fucking bitch, hope you know that shit. You can never trust a hoe, had to learn that quick. How many others are you sleeping with? All I know is I don't deserve this.
She don't need no cape, no wings, no famous saying that everyone sings. She ain't gotta go and fight tonight to win my heart or keep me by her side. 'Cause everything about her changed me. Everything about her saved me. She's my hero, she's my front row, she's my ride or die baby when we go. She's my good time, she's my all night, she's my little piece of heaven that's by my side. Everything I need.
I woke up on the wrong side of the truck bed this morning with a bone dry bottle of Jack I was pouring. Damn, she got some nerve where she kicked me to the curb. Guess you could say I got what I deserve, 'cause I woke up on the wrong side of the truck bed this morning. Yeah. She said don't come home if you go to the bar. So I said okay baby, then got drunk out in the yard. 2 a.m. I knock up on the door. Well, she never unlocked it, guess I don't live there no more. Yeah, she meant business this time. I can't believe my bloodshot eyes. I woke up on the wrong side of the truck bed this morning with a bone dry bottle of Jack I was pouring. Damn, she got some nerve where she kicked me to the curb. Guess you could say I got what I deserve, 'cause I woke up on the wrong side of the truck bed this morning. Yeah. I used that empty bag of corn to rest my head, a camo jacket for a blanket, then passed out like I was dead. Still got one heck of a buzz. If I look like a train wreck, it's because I woke up on the wrong side of the truck bed this morning with a bone dry bottle of Jack I was pouring. Damn, she got some nerve where she kicked me to the curb. Guess you could say I got what I deserve, 'cause I woke up on the wrong side of the truck bed this morning. Yeah. I woke up on the wrong side of the truck bed this morning. Yes, I did. I can't believe I gotta be at work at 9. That fucking bird's about to catch this 45. Oh, I guess if this really is goodbye, at least I took my boots off this time. I woke up on the wrong side of the truck bed this morning with a bone dry bottle of Jack I was pouring. Now she got some nerve where she kicked me to the curb. Guess you could say I got what I deserve. I woke up on the wrong side of the truck bed this morning with a bone dry bottle of Jack I was pouring. Damn, she got some nerve where she kicked me to the curb. Guess you could say I got what I deserve.
I done seen the sky split 7 ways.
This episode is brought to you in part by Progressive Insurance. What if comparing car insurance rates was as easy as putting on your favorite podcasts? With Progressive, it is. Just visit the Progressive website to quote with all the coverages you want. You'll see Progressive's direct rate. Then their tool will provide options from other companies so you can compare. All you need to do is choose the rate and coverage you like. Quote today at Progressive.com to join the over 28 million drivers who trust Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
I like the odd game of poker, but I'm not much of a gambler. I put in as much as I can stand to lose, no more. And I make sure to stop when I'm ahead. That kind of play won't necessarily make you popular with other players, but it's a sensible approach I learned from an unlikely source. Good old Grandma. She was a hell of a maven with the cards and used to take a yearly trip to Atlantic City with her girlfriends. They'd flock into the same hotel room each time, order the same welcome drinks at the same bar, then head to the same poker table. I know it probably seems like all my grandma did was try to scare the hell out of me, but I actually grew up hearing just as many stories about her raucous AC weekends as I did her disquieting tales. And then there was this one time when those two interests of hers intersected, when horror encroached on her revelry and reminded her that demons are everywhere, even in your favorite casino. Because it was there, nestled under the neon lights, surrounded by whizzing slots, bouncing roulette balls, and excited patrons, that she first learned about the Jersey Devil. Grandma's knowledge of this behemoth was all thanks to one particular trip in the late 90s, when the reliable sameness she'd always counted on from her casino excursions caught a bad streak. First sign things weren't going Grandma's way, her friends had to cancel. The excuses ran the gamut. Grandkids, doctor's appointments, all that jazz. Nothing malicious, just life running its course. It left Grandma with a choice, though. She could stay home and pout, or she could take the trip solo. Not being much of the pouty type, you can probably guess which option Grandma chose. She went and checked into the same room, got her same drink at the same bar. But it was all feeling a little lonely, so she was antsy to get to her poker table, where she could at least talk up her favorite dealer, Frankie. He was a middle-aged charmer, and over the years she'd enjoyed their conversations as much as the cards he was laying down. Grandma was always drawn to people with an edge, and Frankie seemed to have it. He was a little different, forlorn, a loner, even though he was always surrounded by people. But when Grandma got to that poker table after finishing her solo welcome drink, she was faced with yet another change in her routine. Frankie wasn't there. He wasn't there the next day either, or the next. She was asking some of the staff about him when a smarmy-looking casino regular in dark shades sitting across from her piped up. Don't ask too many questions about Frankie. Grandma didn't like his tone, or being told what to do. She said she'd ask as many questions as she wanted. The guy leaned in and told her. Frankie wasn't just a dealer, he was a player. But not at the casino. He was too good for here. Frankie played at other tables, the unregulated kind, shall we say, run by some not-so-nice people. This guy played those same tables from time to time and had seen Frankie there. Frankie had even cleaned him out once, none of which explained why Frankie wasn't there, dealing my grandma cards like he always did. So the guy leaned in further, lowered his glasses and his voice, and told her. Frankie had a bad run that went on too long, meaning, again, don't go asking too many questions about Frankie. But Grandma was persistent. She kept pressing the guy, who shifted uncomfortably in his seat until finally he gave in. You really want to find Frankie, he said? I'd try the Pine Barrens. Poor Frankie. Because if you know anything about Jersey beyond the shore, pork rolls, and full-service gas stations, then you'll know this. What lurks in the woods of the Pine Barrens is far more terrifying than a gangster with a gun. You're listening to Run, Fool! I'm Rodney Barnes, and this is Episode 7, The Jersey Devil. Heading out of Atlantic City, the urban clutter fades away faster than you'd think. Go north on any decently trafficked two-lane highway for about half an hour and take a hard left. Suddenly, you're on one of those nothing-in-sight roads, heading into the dark heart of the Pine Barrens. I'm not trying to give out directions or anything. I just want you to understand that the Pine Barrens are both a vast wilderness and extremely close to civilization. I could also spout off a whole lot of interesting facts about its ecosystem and how it takes up more than a fifth of the state, but you can look that up yourself. All you really need to know now is that this massive tract of wilderness within spitting distance of AC provides a very specific function to those who need it. It's the perfect place to hide a body. Frankie knew all about the Pine Barrens, so when the Mercedes he was in the back seat of made a hard left off of Route 9, he started doing some quick mafia math. 1, he was in the back seat. Plus 2, he hadn't been told where they were going. Plus 3, the guys in the front, Ronnie and Vince, weren't saying a goddamn thing. That didn't add up to anything good. And now, multiply all that by the fact that they were heading into the Pineys. Yeah. Most people in that situation would be terrified, which Frankie was, don't get me wrong. But more than that, he was hurt. See, Frankie had been a loner his whole life. His parents had given him up when he was small, leaving him to bounce between foster homes till he was old enough to bounce around the country, always trying to find a place where he fit in. And when he got to Atlantic City, he finally found that place, the poker table. He'd been reading people all his life, studying faces, initially looking for any sign of compassion or tenderness. Over time, he learned to see other things as well: disappointment, doubt, deceit, which, it turns out, is a real handy skill for a game of 5-card stud. It at least made him feel like all those years of rejection and desperation weren't for nothing. Anyway, Frankie was so good at poker that eventually he was banned from all the other casinos, which is how he ended up working there. He still wanted to be around the people, the game. So that's how he spent his days, dealing cards to people like my grandma. It was in his off hours that he played at the other tables. The kind of tables presided over by the likes of Ronnie and Vince. That's a small community, one where it's easy to mistake business associates for friends. I mean, they were together 3 or 4 nights a week. They played, they drank, they ate. They even lent him money when he got in a tight spot, which was exactly an item he needed to add to his mafia math equation. Because Frankie had missed a repayment, twice. And he was realizing too late that he'd misread these guys. He thought they'd care enough about him to cut him some slack, or care about him at all. Frankie didn't have the time to sit there feeling foolish. He needed to think through his options, fast. He guessed that bargaining was already off the table by this point. He could try to fight them. Had basically no chance of winning, of course, but it was worth a shot if it came to that. Or he could make a run for it, disappear into the woods. Frankie looked to the dense forest surrounding the road and thought if it could hide corpses, maybe it could also hide the living. Maybe he could just retreat from the world and live in the Pine Barrens. Maybe that's where he belonged after all. With that, he reached for the door handle and thrust himself out, hitting the embankment and rolling down to the tree line. Above him, the car screeched to a halt. He stood up as fast as he could manage, about to make a run for it, but it was too late. Vince was on him before Frankie could find his bearings. "Throw me the tape," Vince called up to Ronnie, who was still standing by the car. "This ain't the place," Ronnie replied. "It'll do," said Vince. Frankie started to protest, till Vince pulled out the gun, put a finger to his lips and pointed down. Frankie, quiet, got on his knees and held his arms out behind him to be bound. After that, he felt the cold metal of Ronnie's gun press against the base of his skull. His dreams of fleeing, of survival, were over. Frankie closed his eyes. They say everything feels more heightened when you're about to die, and that certainly seemed to be true. Frankie could smell the mobster's salami-tainted breath. He could hear sounds of the forest around him, bird calls, rustling leaves. Most of all, he could feel his heart pounding in his chest, faster than he thought possible. Then he heard the gun cock, the trigger tip back, the bang as it went off. Frankie screamed, expecting a surge of lethal pain and his consciousness to cease. But then he realized his heart was still beating. He was alive. And the bang? It was actually more of a fizz. He looked over his shoulder. Vince was standing there, gun pointed in the air, releasing a trail of red smoke. Frankie realized it was a flare gun, and he just started laughing. The guy laughed so hard he could barely breathe. Wouldn't you? He'd just been spared. Vince and Ronnie were only teaching him a lesson. A rustle came from the darkness, from somewhere deep in the trees. But Frankie wasn't paying attention, too flushed with relief to clock the distant noise. "Message received," he said. He promised to stay away from the tables until he paid down his debts and began to stand up, when Vince's heavy hand clamped down on his shoulder. "Stay," he said, before walking away. "But you're letting me live?" Frankie asked. And Vince just laughed. Frankie was scared, but he didn't know exactly why. There was something about that laugh, though. He tried pleading with them. Maybe it wasn't too late for bargaining after all. He reminded Vince and Ronnie of the nights they'd spent together, about the times he'd slip Ronnie a chip or two at the big casino, risking his job. "I thought we were friends," he shouted. At that, Vince stopped. "Kid," he said over his shoulder, even though Frankie was far from a kid, "you ain't nothing to nobody." And then he kept on marching towards the car. And maybe the fact that Vince was so much larger than Frankie, so much stronger, was the reason he'd never so much as glanced back. Because if he had, he would have seen Frankie barreling at him, head first. The two collided hard and fell to the ground. Frankie didn't have a plan after that. He he just wanted to inflict some of the pain he was feeling. Vince climbed on him and laid a fist straight into his face. "Come on, we gotta go," Ronnie shouted. Vince ignored him. He pulled back his arm and gave Frankie another one, right in the nose. He was winding up for another when a horrific shriek pierced the air around them. "Now," Ronnie shouted, sounding panicked. "We gotta go right now." But Vince was in a blind rage. Frankie's vision was blurry. He no longer felt the punches as much as he did the weight of Vince on his chest, pinning him down, crushing him. His ribs felt like they were about to cave in when, through a concussive daze, he heard it again. The shriek, this time followed by the rustling of bushes. Closer this time. And then, suddenly, he didn't feel the weight on him anymore. "Jesus Christ," he heard Ronnie yell. Confused, Frankie sat up and wiped the blood from his eyes. He saw Ronnie jump in the car and speed off. But Vince, he'd vanished. Frankie was seemingly alone in the Pine Barrens, as the mobsters had always intended. The flare Vince shot in the air had landed not far away, burning away and casting a smoky light over the area. And that's when Frankie saw it, lying next to him. A hand. A big, meaty hand with rings on the fingers. A hand that had, just moments earlier, been a fist colliding with his skull. Yeah, it was Vince's hand, all right, but no Vince attached to it. Then it finally sunk in. The Pine Barrens wasn't a place where the mob dumped their corpses. It was where they let something else do the dirty work for them. You're probably anxious to know more about that thing in the woods, and I'll get to that, I promise. First, I gotta take you back a few years. Back to, well, I don't know when. Let's just say it was a long time ago. But not so far back that the Pine Barrens were any less vast or lonesome than they are now. Even back then, only a certain rare type of person would choose to live in a place like that. And only if they had a real good reason. The man this part of the story concerns itself with, he was that type of person. And he had a damn good reason. Because in this man's hometown, a small village on the outskirts of the Pine Barrens, each and every one of its inhabitants believed he was cursed. It was all his mother's fault. As the story goes, when she gave birth to her 13th child, she said something along the lines of, "This child will be a monster, a plague on our land." Nowadays, we probably consider that declaration a little premature. But in the strict Quaker settlements of the time, it didn't take much for people to get all riled up, to get scared. The kid was dumped at the local orphanage. He didn't have a name, but he already had a reputation, an evil one. And so No Name, as the town folks took to calling him, grew up enduring a constant barrage of terrified looks and fearful slander, all while living just a few houses down from his mom and 12 siblings. That's enough to make anyone want to peace out on humanity. And when you get to that point, where better to go than the Pine Barrens? Of course, you want to be damn sure of your decision beforehand, because pretty quickly, those woods become impossible to escape. The impenetrable bleakness sucks you in, deeper and deeper. Gradually, you become part of the forest. No Name didn't know that when he walked into the thickets, although he probably would have done exactly the same even if he did. That's how desperate he was to get away from everyone. He built a cabin with his bare hands, foraged for food, tended to his garden, and listened to the roar of the natural world around him. Frankly, it was kind of idyllic, being removed from the human world that had made him feel like nothing his whole life, for a while anyway. But over time, No Name's joy in being alone faded. Turns out that even the dejected and despised need some connection to others. And once that first whiff of loneliness caught on, well, it was like a cancer. It got harder for No Name to sleep. He'd stay up at night, staring into the woods, fantasizing that someone would emerge from the tree line, a visitor who'd want to sit and talk with him. But no one ever came. Night after night passed this way, which meant No Name really wasn't sleeping a whole lot. Instead, all of his time was spent thinking, yearning, and eventually that yearning got so bad it started to make him sick. An ache settled in his stomach, making it growl so hard that no amount of food could quell it. So now, when No Name lay awake at night, those voices he heard in the woods were joined by the low rumble of his belly. On one especially unbearable evening, he found himself on his feet, walking further through the trees than he had in years. And what would you know? The voices got louder. No Name followed them, skirting fallen trunks and hopping over streams, until he reached a campsite. It belonged to a family of 3. The parents were getting a fire going while their toddler waddled around the clearing. No Name went to call out to them, but after so long, he'd lost the ability to speak. What emerged from him wasn't a warm greeting, but instead, a wild shriek. He clamped his hands over his mouth and ducked behind a tree, embarrassed. He peeked out and saw the family gazing in his direction, and he could see the fear on their faces as they scanned the darkness for danger. For him. He recognized the same fear he'd seen on the faces of everyone in his hometown. The same face, presumably, of his mother after he was born. That feeling in his belly, that ache, surged so violently that he gasped in pain. Then he saw the father kiss his wife and child on their heads as he held them close, protecting them. The pang hit again. He heard another loud shriek. Was that him? Before he could figure it out, he was doubled over. And then, everything went black. The next thing he knew, No Name was waking up, confused as all hell but feeling great. His stomach no longer ached. He was well rested, which meant he'd actually slept, which meant it was all probably a dream. That happy family in his dream and this burst of energy in the morning, it was all a sign that he should abandon the woods, head back to his village. It was a decision he'd been wrestling with for a long time, but after just a few waking minutes, he finally felt certain. Then he rolled out of bed, and that's when he saw something really, really troubling. His sheets were soaked and bright red. His clothes were too, and his hands were sticky. A thick metallic smell hung in the air. He knew right away. It was blood, and he was absolutely drenched in it. No Name panicked, checking his body for wounds. Nothing. He had no idea where it came from, but it wasn't from his veins. His mind flashed to those last moments of his dream before he woke up. The happy family, the happiness turning to fear, the aching pain in his gut. And look, we're all thinking it. No Name was certainly thinking it. He'd brutally murdered them. It wasn't no dream. Of course, he had no one to check this with, no way to know for sure what went down that night. But if there was any doubt about that chilling conclusion, it would soon become appallingly clear. See, the fullness in No Name's stomach lasted just a few days, and when it came back, it was even stronger. So strong that No Name couldn't just sit still. He took to seeking out those voices, traveling as far as the edge of the forest to find them, if needed. On one of these walks, the flurry of voices faded away to just one sound, a loud, wretched sobbing. No Name followed these cries and came upon 2 young girls crouched in the crook of a fallen, rotting tree. They were covered in mud, their dresses torn. It was clear they were lost. One was crying so intensely, it seemed hard for her to catch a breath. The other stroked her friend's back, shushing her with comforting tones. No Name kept out of sight, listening to the girls' gut-wrenching wails, noticing the tender love they seemed to have for one another. That's when the pain in his gut flared up again. All of a sudden, No Name's body was not his own. He felt a shrill scream tear from his throat and found himself sprinting towards the girls, faster than he'd ever run. They barely had time to look up before he bit into one's arm, tearing the limb clean off. Her screams fed No Name's sadistic fury as he latched onto the other. Warm blood filled his mouth, tendons and bones snapping beneath his teeth. After their screams had been silenced, after he'd had his fill, No Name regained control of his body. He stepped back and stared at the ravaged corpses before him, tears filling his eyes then, because for the second time, the ache was gone. And he finally understood something about himself. The only way he could take part in humanity was to consume it. His mother was right. He was a monster. I'd like to say No Name fought against this realization, this instinct. But unfortunately for us all, he accepted it. And ever since that day, No Name has stalked the desolate grounds of the Pine Barrens at night, feasting on anyone he comes across. Over time, his body changed, adapting physically to match his surroundings and the animals he shared the forest with. And even though decades went by, a century even, he did not die. Well, I guess No Name had died, but in his place lived the Jersey Devil. And all this brings us back to that night in the late 90s when poor Frankie was dropped in the woods and left there. Because now, we know the source of that shriek he'd heard amongst the trees. It was the devil himself. And that cry, it meant it was feeding time. So you've met the Jersey Devil. You've met Frankie. Know this, one of them will die. Frankie was sure it would be him, because as much as he wanted to pretend the noises he'd heard were just from some animal, he couldn't, especially not when he was staring at Vince's severed hand. Behind it, he saw something move between the trees. It was fast, dashing between trunks and disappearing. That flare was still going off on the ground nearby, making it hard to see. Then the shriek cut through the night again. It made Frankie shake so hard he couldn't even run when he saw a silhouette form in the red-tinted smoke before him. It was an impossibly tall person, maybe. Then he noticed the silhouette had bat-like wings spread wide from its back and dirty, twisted claws that hung at its sides. But the worst part was its head. The deformed snout was the first part of the creature to emerge from the smoke, followed by the horns, which protruded from a warty brow. It looked almost horse-like, if not for the row of gnarled, sharp teeth jutting from dry, cracked lips. But then eyes. The eyes seemed very human. This was the Jersey Devil in all its monstrous glory. It was a sight Frankie was still marveling at when the creature moved, fast. It shot towards him with its claws reached out, aiming at our poker dealer's chest. And Frankie threw himself out of the way at the last second. The devil crashed to the ground, so did Frankie for that matter. But they were both on their feet in seconds, both running, one for his life, the other for his supper. Remember, Frankie's arms were bound behind his back, so he wasn't exactly spry, so it took just seconds for the tip of the beast's claws to scrape against his shoulder. Frankie gasped and dodged right. The devil tumbled forward a few feet before it backtracked to race after its prey, which gave Frankie just enough time to duck behind a tree. There, he leaned back against the bark, hoping like hell he hadn't been seen. Then he heard an odd sound, kind of like snorting. No, sniffing. Which was a true oh shit moment for poor old Frankie, because that meant the devil didn't need to see him. It could smell him. Frankie tried to think how to get out of his second death trap of the night. The beast was fast, sure, but it might be dumb. And if it was dumb, then Frankie had a shot. That's when another shriek came from the atrocity that hunted him, which could only mean one thing. It was closing in. Frankie picked up a rock and hurled it behind him. He saw the creature turn its head and started in that direction. Then Frankie took off, making the most of that brief head start. The screams from the devil tore at his retreat, urging him onward. His arms ached behind his back and his chest throbbed. But Frankie kept going until he tripped and ate it. Don't be too hard on him. There were no hiking paths that deep in the Pine Barrens. It was all tree roots and fallen branches and rocks. But it was still one time too many, because before he could struggle to his feet, he heard a ravenous whimper. The devil was looming over him. The beast seemed taller, like the pursuit had made it bigger, stronger, its claws sharper. Sure, it could have been Frankie's vantage from the ground, or maybe it was just because this was the end of the road. Remember, everything feels more heightened when you're about to meet your maker. Frankie took a moment, maybe the last one he had, and listened to the forest, felt his heart beating. And in that spirit, he forced himself to meet the gaze of the thing he knew was going to kill him. The devil's eyes were bloodshot, but they were peering at Frankie's in a way that he didn't expect. That skill he had of reading people, it kicked in. And he saw in those eyes a deep sadness, as though this atrocity was ashamed to be in these woods, hunting Frankie. Now, we don't have any idea how much humanity this devil had left in him, but as far as the unexplainable go, there's something to be said for a moment when two lonely souls meet one another. There's a recognition that takes place, and here were a pair of living things, cast aside and left in the woods to rot, who each had hoped to find some kind of connection to bring them back to the world. And I'd like to think there was a part of both Frankie and the devil that could recognize that, even in the lonesome pine barrens, even in the face of death. It was this feeling that made Frankie smile at the devil. He just felt compelled. As for the devil, he stared into Frankie's eyes for a moment, cocked his head, and sank his teeth into Frankie's neck. Frankie screamed and tried to pull away, but the devil tore into his flesh, gnawing up and down his shoulder like a corn cob. Blood and chunks of skin flew into the air. The monster feasted, and Frankie wailed. Finally, the devil's claw ripped into Frankie's chest and fished out a still-beating heart. And then, with that one last gulp, the devil suddenly didn't feel so bad. When Grandma told me this tale back in the day, I remember being struck by what she did next. She immediately left Atlantic City to get back home to Maryland. It wasn't out of fear of the devil or anything like that. It's just that story made her miss her family, because she didn't have to be there, sitting alone in a casino away from her friends and loved ones. Avoiding the Pine Barrens was a hell of a good idea, especially at night. But Grandma wanted to impart that the thing I really needed to watch out for was that special brand of loneliness. The kind that makes you withdraw from the world and turn inwards on yourself. It's not always preventable. It's not always deadly either. But in her mind, surrounding yourself with whatever love you got is as good a way as any to protect yourself against your own monstrous instincts. Run Fool is a production of Ballin Studios, Campside Media, and At Will Media. It is hosted and executive produced by me, Rodney Barnes. This episode was written by Kate Murdoch and produced by Abakar Adan. Editing by Matt Hickey. It was sound designed and mixed by Kevin Seaman. Creature vocalization by Terry Casburn and artwork by Jessica Clogston Kiner. Production support by Jeremy Bond and Cole Locasio. Special thanks to Lindsay Kilbride and our operations team, Doug Slaywin, Ashley Warren, Sabina Mara, and Destiny Dingle. Executive producers at Ballin Studios are Mr. Ballin, Nick Witters, and Zach Levitt. Executive producers at Will Media are Will Malnati and Rosie Guerin. Executive producers at Campside Media are Matt Scher, Josh Dean, Vanessa Gregoriadis, and Adam Hoff. Thanks for listening, and see you next week.
This episode is brought to you in part by Progressive. Most of you aren't just listening right now. You're driving, cleaning, and even exercising. But what if you could be saving money by switching to Progressive? Drivers who save by switching save nearly $750 on average, and auto customers qualify for an average of 7 discounts. Multitask right now. Quote today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. National average 12-month savings of $744 by new customers surveyed who save with Progressive between June 2022 and May 2023. Potential savings will vary. Discounts not available in all states and situations.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has helped over 35,000 families out of financial hardship by getting them out of bad timeshares. And they may be able to help you too. If your timeshare agreement goes on forever, if you were told timeshares are a great investment, or your maintenance fees will never go up, you need to get the facts about timeshare cancellation. For over 10 years, Wesley Financial Group has been dedicated to helping folks get out of a lifetime of debt by canceling their timeshares. So they created a free timeshare exit information kit that reveals how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation. To get your free timeshare exit information kit, simply go to icanceltimeshare.com. That's the letter I, canceltimeshare.com. icanceltimeshare.com.
A warning. This episode contains graphic content that may be difficult for some listeners. Please listen with care.
I had a bird, its name was Enza. I opened the window and influenza.
I have kids of my own, so I'm kind of an authority on the subject of nursery rhymes. And here's my real honest take. They're creepy. Especially that one you just heard. Because it's not some hand-clapping, jump-roping tune. It's about death. Children were taught that rhyme in 1918, the year the Spanish influenza ripped through the world, killing millions and reminding humanity that sickness is as ruthless and mysterious a predator as the monsters and demons I tell you about each week. Yeah. Get the end of that rhyme now? Influenza? It was a song to encourage kids to close their windows, lest the disease float on in and take up its fatal residency in their lungs. Just over 100 years later, this song was also brought to me in Huntsville, Alabama, at the height of another pandemic, COVID-19. See, while all you were busy developing drinking problems or becoming bakers, I spent my stop-the-spread time on another obsession, physically investigating some of my grandma's most troubling tales. Like I've said, her words sit heavy in the back of my mind, festering nightmares that come for me when I close my eyes at night. And in COVID's early days, when I had far too much time on my hands, I wanted to get to the bottom of whatever part of my psyche refused to let these stories go. First step, seek out my grandma's stories, instead of letting them find me. Huntsville was at the top of my list for a few reasons. One, that's where Grandma spent the 1918 pandemic as a little girl. Now here I was, living through a similar moment in history. Call me a sucker for symmetry. Back in 1918, Huntsville got hit hard, losing hundreds of residents, men, women, children. Lots of children. Which brings me to reason number 2. Grandma once told me those poor young souls were buried in a graveyard in town, and that plot of death was uncomfortably close to where a lot of life usually happened. A playground. And this playground. Actually, do I really need to explain? This episode is called Dead Children's Playground. You do the math. You're listening to Run, Fool. I'm Rodney Barnes, and this is...
Shopify's already taken the cash register online, helping millions sell billions around the world. But did you know that Shopify can do the same thing at your retail store? Give your point-of-sale system a serious upgrade with Shopify. Shopify is the commerce platform revolutionizing millions of businesses worldwide. With Shopify, you get a powerhouse selling partner that effortlessly unites your in-person and online sales into one source of truth. Track every sale across your business in one place and know exactly what's in stock. Do retail right with Shopify. Sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/Wondery, all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/Wondery to take your retail business to the next level today. Shopify.com/Wondery.
This episode is brought to you in part by Progressive Insurance. Whether you love true crime or comedy, celebrity interviews or news, you call the shots on what's in your podcast queue. And guess what? Now you can call them on your auto insurance too with the Name Your Price tool from Progressive. It works just the way it sounds. You tell Progressive how much you want to pay for your car insurance, and they'll show you coverage options that fit your budget. Get your quote today at Progressive.com to join the over 28 million drivers who trust Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
There are a few things in this world more unsettling than a knock at your door, late at night, alone in a quiet house, with only the shadows for company. You know the kind. That low, soft, knock, knock, knock. You can try to ignore it. Good luck with that. Or you can grab a baseball bat, double lock the door, and hide under your bed. Or, I suppose, you could just open it and see. In any case, whatever your course of action, it doesn't change what that knock means. That there's something outside. Something that wants to come in. Of course, there are times when it's just a roommate who forgot his keys. Or a rogue tree branch smacking against your window pane. A classic. But if it's anything like this particular story from my grandma, sometimes it's not. If night has fallen and you're driving down a certain road in suburban Detroit late at night, and you hear knocking, chances are that knocking is straight from the knuckles of a little dead girl. Knock, knock, knock. We have a lot of extended family in Detroit, so Grandma knew a few things about what goes bump in the night up there. And whenever I was on a rotten streak, sneaking cookies out of the jar before dinner and all that, she'd issue a warning. You do something bad, even if you get away with it. It isn't just forgotten. You still did that.
This is the surprise I've been waiting for? Doesn't look that
That's
special.
what counts. And then, to illustrate her point,
Oh my god, you
she
guys really
recount a tale
surprised
straight
me.
out of
You
Motor
got the
City.
money. Oh.
The tale
Oh
of
my
the little
god,
girl
I can't
on
believe
Knock
this.
Knock
Here's
Road.
my ice cream, my cold case ice cream. You guys really
As
know
the
how to
story goes,
surprise
a
somebody.
young girl, maybe 8 years old or so, was riding her bike home one night through the suburbs when a car came speeding out of nowhere. And well, the poor young thing didn't make it. Judging by her state, the driver sure must have known it was bad, but they didn't stop to see for themselves. Didn't get out to help. No. They took off like a bat out of hell. So a little girl was laid to rest.
Who wants to
leaving
be a
grieving
fashion
family
model?
behind, and her killer. They just got away with it.
Okay,
Right.
let's start.
Obviously,
Newbies,
that's
follow
not the
me.
end of the story. Not for the driver or for that little girl. Because folks say she still
Girls,
stalks the road
this is
she
gonna be
died on,
your first
stopping
task.
cars and
What is-
knocking on their windows. Searching for her killer. What'd she do if she found them? Who knows?
You
Guess
have only 1
not
minute
handing out
to
cards.
create your own look.
That's easy.
Now, as for me, I got
But
older,
the
stopped
light's gonna
stealing
be
cookies,
turned off.
and without my grandma's warnings, I all but forgot about Knock Knock Road.
Who is this?
Until I attended a family reunion up in Detroit, not long after Grandma died.
No.
It was a nice backyard barbecue at my aunt's.
It's not
Some
him.
cornhole, plenty of burgers, kids running around. Everyone was in a good mood. That is until I told my aunt where I was staying. There I was, saying my goodbyes, telling her about the adorable little
Girls,
Run-A-Ride
time is up.
when her face suddenly dropped. Careful getting back, she warned. That's mighty close to Knock Knock Road. I immediately took my
Now,
coat
girls,
off and
it's
sat
time
right
for a
back down.
photo shoot.
That was all the prompting my aunt needed. Because in my family, our love language is telling stories till our throats go dry. So she was already launching into the tale as my cousins and nieces and whatnot gathered around to listen. And for the most part, Auntie's story lined up with what my grandma had told me as a boy. Little girl killed by a road driver onto deserted slab of road in the Detroit suburbs. Terrifies anyone that sees her while she hunts for murder. But my aunt knew something that grandma didn't. Or rather,
Okay, girls,
someone.
you're all well done.
Someone
Let's
who'd
go to the
actually
next
seen
task.
that girl.
Okay.
Who'd heard
And now we're
her
gonna
knock.
do Zara challenge.
And what
So
you told
girls,
my aunt?
choose your items.
Well, it completely eclipsed any fear I'd felt listening to grandma's words. See, the girl's fate was horrible and tragic, yes. But her revenge proved that there are things far, far worse than death. You're listening
Girls,
to
it's a
Run,
freeze
Fool.
task. You have
I'm
to
Robbie
jump as
Barnes.
high as you can
This is
and freeze
episode
in your
6,
bed phone.
The Little Girl on Knock Knock Road. Let me start by saying that Detroit has had its fair share of woes. The city, once the belle of the ball, with its innovative auto boom and chart-topping Motown hits, has shrunk in population from millions to just thousands. There's a lot more to say about that story, of course, but for ours, it means that this particular metropolis has nooks and crannies that other big cities simply don't. It's been left with more than a few stretches of urban road, peppered with abandoned homes, places people used to live and thrive, now just ghostly reminders of a better time. It was in one of those dark pockets of the city that my aunt's friend Roger was driving one Friday night, and Roger had some things on his mind. First of all, he was concentrating on the road, Roger being a responsible driver and all. He was also regretting that pie he'd had at dinner, one dish too many, but he was also regretting the thing he didn't do at dinner, the thing he didn't say. which was why, despite his wife Sarah's protests, he was at that moment taking the long way home. Because he was gathering the courage to make the confession he'd been avoiding all night. He'd been fired that morning. Considering the less than scenic route he was taking, Sarah knew something was up, but she was blissfully unaware of how big a wrecking ball was about to hit her. Truth be told, Sarah never seemed to worry that anything bad would happen to her. She was confident that way, optimistic, always certain in her decisions. And why not? To Roger, it always seemed like she made the right decisions, which was why his confession was extra difficult. It was more than just the job loss, you see. Roger, well, killed a man, but it's not what you think. Raj was a nurse, and a few days earlier, he'd accidentally given the wrong dose of meds to a patient. The man went into cardiac arrest and died. The hospital had no idea Roger had shit to do with it, since this patient was a very sick man with a very weak heart. Maybe a heart attack was coming for him anyway. But not that day. It wasn't that man's day to die. Only Roger knew that, though, so he could have gotten away with it. And he did, in fact. For 2 days, he tried to tell himself it was an innocent mistake. He was tired and overworked, which was all true. Maybe it was even an excuse. But he didn't fully buy it. And eventually, stricken with guilt, he strode into work and came clean to his bosses. He was let go immediately, of course. He guessed the lawsuit was coming for him too, eventually. But all that he kept to himself throughout dinner, just shoveled pie into his face instead. Now, finally, it was time to tell Sarah. He felt the leather of the steering wheel slide under his palms, slick from sweat. He calmed himself by focusing on the road, watching the cracked asphalt fly by beneath the headlights. They were skirting through a chunk of the city that looked post-apocalyptic, empty. Disintegrating buildings crowded the blocks, with overgrown shrubbery picking at their every crack. The gaping holes in boarded-up windows seemed to watch them pass, like narrowed eyes. Those sad, broken homes reminded Roger of how he'd felt before he confessed his sin. Away. He still felt it then. He knew what he had to do to make it stop. And that thought, that he could end this inner turmoil right then, filled him with something like courage. So he cleared his throat and told Sarah about the worst thing he'd ever done. And Sarah went rigid. The car was silent, the tense kind of silent. His confession left just hanging there in the air. Then finally, Sarah responded. She said, "I wish you hadn't told me that." Before Roger could think of what the hell to say, a piercing death rattle of a scream tore through the night. He slammed on the brakes and the car jerked to a stop. The street was empty, the ramshackle houses around them barely visible, as though the world had ended at the gutter. There were no signs of life anywhere, no clues as to where that cry had come from. "Did you hear that?" Roger asked. Sarah just looked at him. "That scream," he said. "Someone could be in trouble." It was probably just an animal, Sarah shrugged, with her characteristic confidence, and told him to keep driving. So Roger lifted his foot off the brake and got the car moving, advancing just a few feet before it shuddered to a halt again. Because standing there now, directly in the glare of their headlights, beyond the steam coming off the hood, was a little girl. She couldn't have been older than 7 or 8. Up in a ponytail, some kind of pink sweatsuit, and she was looking straight at them with a curious frown, like she was stumped on a puzzle. The nurse in him switched on as Roger tried to get a read on the girl. Was she all right? Was she hurt? Seconds later, though, the headlights flickered. She was gone. Not gone like ran away gone. Gone like vanished, like she'd never existed at all. Roger was about to get out and look for her when Sarah put a hand on his arm. "Drive," she said. "Please, drive away now." The tone in her voice made it clear he should listen. Then a sound came from behind them, a soft, gentle knock, knock, knock. Roger and Sarah whipped around to look at the car's back windshield. It was dark, but standing there, backlit by the orange hue of an old street light above, hands cupped against the window trying to peer inside, was the young girl. Roger called out to ask if she was okay. This time he made it as far as unbuckling his belt before Sarah grabbed his arm. This time, her grip wasn't firm. He could feel her hand shaking. "Stay put," she begged. Roger obeyed and watched as the small figure dropped her hands to her sides and took a step back. Then another, and another, until she'd faded into the shadows beyond the red glow of the taillights. Which Roger couldn't abide. A young girl out here, alone. He shook Sarah off and got out of the car, jogged a few feet in the girl's direction, but all he found was inky blackness. He called out after her and was again met with nothing but the sound of his car idling. Even he had to admit that the best course of action wasn't to just blindly stumble around out here. So Roger got in and got back to driving. After shifting the car into gear, he reached over to grab Sarah's hand, more for his comfort than hers, but she snatched her arm away. Damn, he thought, she was pissed. He started apologizing for the detour, but Sarah interrupted him. "It's not that," she snapped. And then Roger remembered. Oh, right. She just found out her husband was a killer. It was the first time he'd used that word to describe himself. And it stung, understandably. But that's what he was, innocent mistake or not. Silently, he drove on. The minutes passing slowly as it sank in that Sarah might never see him the same way again, until finally she spoke, this time in a low, serious voice. She wasn't mad about his mistake at the hospital. She was mad, she said, because he turned himself in. Roger, confused. He should have pretended like everything was fine, she continued. That's what you do in situations like that. Everything is fine, and you keep pretending. And then one day, it just is. Roger could object to her logic. The car jerked to a sudden stop. This time, not because he'd stepped on the brake, no. The car had just stopped. The headlights flickered and the dash before shutting off completely. Roger tried the ignition a few times. The engine didn't even sputter. There, in a patch of darkness between streetlights. And now, as they looked out of the windows, it felt like the night was creeping in on them. The couple sat there in nervous, confused silence until Sarah did what she did best. She made a plan. She'd call a tow truck. What the hell happened to their car? He stepped out and found the night air to be noticeably cooler than it had been earlier. More like winter than fall. He shivered and crossed his arms as he walked the car's circumference to inspect it. Everything looked fine. He wasn't much of an engine guy, but he popped the hood anyway. Stood there, puzzling over the whole thing. He couldn't see Sarah over the raised hood, but her murmurs told him she'd reached a tow company. They couldn't come soon enough, he thought. He leaned his head back, watching his breath fog up the air. Then, something grabbed his ankle.
Here's a cool fact. A crocodile can't stick out its tongue. Another cool fact, you can get short-term health insurance for a month or just under a year in some states. United Healthcare short-term insurance plans are designed for people who are between jobs, coming off.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way families out of financial hardship by getting them out of bad? Timeshare.com. That's the letter I, canceltimeshare.com. iCanceltimeshare.com.
Then it tightened, hard. Roger yelped and staggered back, but the icy, now iron hold on his ankle didn't release. He lost balance and toppled onto his back, leaving him staring directly under his car. And it was a wretched sight. The little girl from the road was hanging there, upside down from the car's frame like some kind of rabid contortionist. A wide, toothy smile spread across her face, and one arm extended, her tiny hand still wrapped around Roger's ankle. That was it. The moment Roger realized this girl did not need saving from the night. That in fact, he was the one who needed saving. He went to scream, but the fall had knocked the wind out of him. And Sarah was oblivious to his troubles. All of this being hidden from view by the car's raised hood. Left on his own, Roger started kicking at the kid with his free leg, which only made her hold on tighter. The girl yanked him towards her so hard he thought his ankle was gonna snap. His nails chipped, and the tips of his fingers turned to bloody pulps against the cracked concrete. As he tried, and failed, to stop himself from being dragged under the car. Finally, he felt his lungs fill up with air again, and he was able to let out an almighty scream, a noise unlike any he'd ever made before. It worked. He heard the car door slam and footsteps run towards him. Sarah dropped her phone and instinctively started stomping on the thin, pale wrist that seemed to be improbably pulling her husband, a full-grown man, beneath the car with ease. After a few blows, the hand let go, and Roger staggered to his feet. He looked back, puffing, and what he saw made him shudder. The child, still upside down, but now half emerged from the car, with a tiny finger pointing right at him, as if to say, "You. I want you." The couple nearly toppled over one another, trying to run in the other direction. They made it a few strides down the road before Sarah pulled them towards the closest abandoned home on the block. The door was ajar, its hinges stiff and rusted, but they burst through and slammed it shut behind them. Their panting filled the quiet house as they took in their surroundings. It was about what you'd expect. Most of the furniture was gone, and what remained was full of holes or covered in mold. No one had been there for some time. Roger and Sarah crept into the living room. Sarah took up post at the window so she could look out on the street. "Is there a tow truck coming?" Roger asked her. Then Sarah told him she'd been trying to explain to the woman on the phone where to find them, when Roger had screamed. And when Sarah saw the girl dragging him under the car, she dropped her phone, which was still sitting out there on the road. "Hopefully they still come," Roger said, trying to be optimistic, like he thought Sarah would be. "Hopefully they find us." Moment. Sarah turned and started laying into him. She told him not to take the long way home. She told him just to ignore the scream. She told him so. She told him so. She kept saying it over and over. And maybe she had a point. Maybe she was right. But right then, Roger didn't want to hear it. Already a cocktail of shame and fear was brewing inside of him. Sarah returned her gaze to the street outside, and he wandered around the room. He was imagining the people who once lived here, trying to distract himself from the thoughts that were churning inside him. Thoughts about his career, his marriage, and the little girl who clearly wasn't really a little girl. He was still composing himself when he heard Sarah come up behind him. He should apologize, he thought. She'd been right. Sarah was always right. Roger knew that. So he turned around, ready to concede and fold his wife into his arms. Except when he turned around, it wasn't Sarah. It was nobody, just a deep shadow. Sarah was still sitting by the living room window. Roger must have imagined those steps. That's what he was trying to believe when a low knock, knock, knock got his attention. It came from that living room window. Sarah was craning her neck, trying to see around the edges of the window. Again, there was nothing, not even a tree branch or a loose shutter. Then it came again, this time from the front entrance. Knock, knock, knock. Sarah jolted upright and grabbed a lamp, muttering something about how enough was enough. She charged through the front door, ready to strike whoever was there. And the front steps were empty. Instantly, it started coming from the living room, from inside the walls themselves this time. Knock, knock, knock. Then it came from the ceiling, from the cabinets and the stairs. Soon it was an unrelenting, ever-growing cacophony surrounding them. Knock, 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 knock. The house shook with the force of it, like it was trying to push them out. And if that was its intention, it sure as hell worked. The couple fled, the knocks echoing in their bones as they spilled out of the booming structure into the silence of the street. From the sidewalk, the house behind them stood still and quiet, as though nothing had happened. It was just them, and a few yards away, their incapacitated car. None of their options at that point were great. Escaping meant walking along the dark road for who knows how long, presumably with the girl in pursuit. There were other houses to shelter in, but no reason to think they'd be any safer than the last, which left the car. Sure, it was dead and out in the open, exposed, but it was also familiar, the closest thing to sanctuary they had at that moment. And since, hopefully, a tow truck might be there soon, maybe they could just wait it out in there. So they took a breath and ran for it. Seconds later, they were inside, breathing heavily. Behind them, there was nothing but darkness. And thanks to the hood of the car, which was still propped up, they couldn't see if any headlights, any little beacons of hope were coming their way in front. Roger was about to get out and close the hood when his body stiffened. The hairs all over his body stood up on their end as a shiver traveled down his spine. That's when Roger told Sarah, as calmly as he could, "I think she's in the back seat." He and Sarah turned around, and sure enough, there she was, the girl, sitting quiet as can be, watching them. She cocked her head towards Roger first. Their eyes met, and it was like he was plunged into a pitch-black lake. At first he couldn't see, but he felt so much. Both the cold and somehow the weight of his entire life. A torrent of memories rushed at him. Every decision, every mistake, every bit of heartbreak he'd ever experienced smashed into him all at once. He was everywhere and nowhere. He was past and present. And then, suddenly, he was there again, in the car, dizzy and gasping for air, like he'd been held underwater for too long. Roger had no idea what had happened, but once he caught his breath, he noticed that whatever had just happened, whatever the girl had just done to him, she was now doing to Sarah. His wife's eyes were open wide, her mouth ajar in a silent, horrified scream, her body shaking like she was having a seizure. All the while, the girl just sat there, still, focused, staring at Sarah, eyes completely white and brow furrowed as though searching for something. And then swiftly, the girl sat upright. She glared at Sarah, not just with fury, but also with a look of recognition. Her lips curled as Sarah, still trembling, and held in the little girl's gaze, managed to croak out, "It wasn't my fault." Suddenly, a very different energy flooded the car. The headlights and dash started flashing again as they rocked from side to side. Roger looked on, his panic turning to confusion, then nausea. He could feel it somehow, what was happening between his wife and the girl, why it was happening. But he had to ask anyway. It was a question so ridiculous he couldn't believe it was leaving his lips. "Sarah, do you know this girl?" He steadied himself against the dash as the car began to shake more violently. And Sarah, God help her eyes still locked on the girl as though in a trance, tears rolling down her cheeks, slowly nodded. And then the car landed with a thud. Still, the girl had disappeared, leaving Roger to sit with his horrible realization about Sarah, and Sarah to sit with her horrible story, which now came pouring out of her. She was just a teenager, Sarah explained. She and some friends were driving home from a party. She wasn't driving, mind you. She was in the passenger seat as they tore through the neighborhood, that very neighborhood, where they came up alongside the girl. A girl riding a bike, alone, late at night. And Sarah thought, who rides a bike at night anyway? That was the last thought anyone had about that girl while she was still alive. Like the girl was somehow being irresponsible. Like it was maybe, in some way, the girl's fault when the driver of Sarah's car rounded the next corner too fast and didn't see that bicycle alongside them shoot out from the sidewalk. Sarah remembered the headlights hitting the girl's face, the scream cutting through the night, the bicycle disappearing beneath the car as she shouted, "Look out!" She remembered the tires screeching, the radio shutting off as though it had registered the collision, the silence hanging thick inside the car as it ground to a halt. And she remembered the voice, finally breaking that silence, coming from the back seat. "Drive," it said, and they did. Of course she felt guilty. She was human. She told Roger she'd barely slept for weeks after, her dreams haunted by that face in the headlights moments before impact. But they would have been in trouble for drinking. And she was just young and stupid. It was a horrible accident, yes, but it wasn't her fault. She'd just been sitting in the wrong car at the wrong time. Sarah was pleading her case to Roger, begging for absolution, but Roger couldn't give it to her. Everyone makes mistakes, sure, but he knew that the hardest thing to do is to own up to them, especially when you might otherwise get away with it. That takes strength. He'd always thought Sarah was strong, but now he saw it, the weakness she had been hiding inside all along. Even if he'd wanted to comfort Sarah in that moment, he didn't have the chance. Just as Sarah finished her tale, they heard it again. Knock, knock, knock. Rapping on the raised hood of the car, which then slammed shut. They turned to the front, expecting to see the girl standing out there glaring at them. But she wasn't. She was right there inside the car. Her face right up against Sarah's, her body clinging to the front windshield. Frozen, Roger watched as the child's hand reached up to gently tap on his wife's forehead 3 times. Knock, knock, knock. "Look out," Sarah screamed, as though they were about to crash into something. "Look out." And then the girl screamed, the same long, piercing scream Roger had heard earlier, and her steely arms shot up and wrapped themselves tight around Sarah's neck. The mood at the barbecue wasn't exactly light after my aunt finished her tale. We sat there, troubled beyond all measure, and upset. Upset at Sarah's unforgivable mistake and her justification of it, at the tragic plight and subsequent fury of the little girl, at all of it. My aunt continued, letting us know that Sarah didn't actually die that night. After that moment, the girl vanished again, this time for good. Another car eventually drove by and helped them. But that was the last time Roger ever saw his wife scream. The last time she ever had enough life in her to do so. Roger, by the way, lost his nursing license. Understandably. But he ended up becoming something of a nurse for Sarah in the end, because after that night, she became a shell of herself. See, Sarah thought that if she could just forget about her sin, then the world around her would too. But it doesn't work like that. Sins don't exist only when we get caught. A sin is a sin. And for refusing to take ownership of hers, Sarah was stuck living in it. In that very moment, day and night, the headlights, the girl's face, the scream, over and over. She was rotting away like those empty houses. And whenever it seemed like Sarah might be forgetting, whenever it seemed like she might be livening up, that's when Roger would see the hand rapping against her skull, reminding her. Now, I don't know if that little girl is still out there, whether Sarah's fate had satisfied her thirst for revenge, or if she's still searching for the other occupants of the car from that night, but I didn't especially want to find out for myself. So I had my aunt draw me a safe route back to my rental. As I drove there through the dark streets, far away from Knock Knock Road, I couldn't help but think about how feelings like shame and guilt, they always find a way out. They're always lurking somewhere. Maybe on a desolate road, waiting for you to stumble across them again. And when that happens, you can expect to pay what you owe. And I'm telling you, the interest is a bitch.
Shopify's already taken the cash register online, helping millions sell billions around the world. But did you know that Shopify can do the same thing at your retail store? Give your point of sale system a serious upgrade with Shopify. Shopify is the commerce platform today. Shopify. Think there's no way out? Chuck McDowell. You need to get the facts about timeshare to get your free timeshare exit.
We're so old that us modern folk, rushing around in our busy lives, constantly looking at our phones, we don't pay much attention to them. But something I've come to realize is that old doesn't mean gone. And the vicious, most vile beings from the bowels of folklore are still very capable of rising from whatever hell cave they've been waiting in and unleashing their mighty sadism on us all. Even though we have Wi-Fi now. One of those creatures in particular keeps me up at night. a feral beast called Rougarou. I learned about this particular monstrosity just last year. I was in New Orleans for the Mardi Gras Bacchanal, and I decided I needed some peace and quiet as the festivities were winding down. I spent my last evening in town at a smoky blues club, soaking up the sweet sounds of what my whiskey on the rocks had convinced me was the smoothest voice I'd ever heard. After the singer set, I approached and paid my compliments, even bought him a drink. His name was Frank, and he was grateful for the booze. Said he was giving it up for Lent the very next day and wanted to have his fill while he could. I'm sure I nodded along politely, but I was losing interest fast. Small talk about religious traditions doesn't really do it for me. I'm what my grandma would have called a skeptic, when what she really meant was a heathen, but she was much too polite for that. Sensing my skepticism, Frank assured me that Lent is much more than tradition and observance. It's all about sacrifice and learning how to do without in a world where so much temptation is right there at our fingertips. Frank hesitated then, like he wasn't sure if he should say what he was about to say. He decided in favor and uttered, "In my family, observing Lent keeps Rougarou from sniffing you out." What's the Rougarou, you might ask? I sure as hell did. Well, Frank told me there's a thing that roams the swamps of Louisiana. This abomination is part wolf, part human. Some might consider it a werewolf on account of that, but Frank assured me it was much worse. This monster doesn't just appear when the moon is in its full glory. Nah, you can't predict when Rougarou will creep out from its bayou lair. Some say it's when it catches the whiff of a sinful Catholic, because its sole mission, its entire reason for existence, is to consume every godless miscreant it comes across. That's why Frank's parents told him and his siblings to always be devout. Now, my parents would whoop me when I rebelled, and I thought that was pretty bad. But not nearly as bad as a bloodthirsty killer machine that might rip me to shreds. I told Frank I was going to have to try that one out on my kids. But Frank was too deep in thought to acknowledge my parenting breakthrough. He took a pull from his whiskey and told me that Rougarou used to be a person. Maybe someone the French settlers brought over when they came to this place. A man who got cursed by another beast of the same ilk. Or else transformed into a grisly, wretched fiend because of his own sinful ways. But to be honest, Frank wasn't interested in how it was created. If a half-wolf, half-man is staring at you with glowing eyes and breath that reeks of death, you're not really concerned with its origin story. Frank ordered another round, on my tab by the way, and said the best way to explain Rougarou wasn't by talking up its legend. Nah, to really understand this creature, Frank said he'd tell me about the time, not too long ago, when Rougarou stalked a trio of teens around the outskirts of New Orleans and left a trail of carnage in its wake. You're listening to Run, Fool. I'm Rodney Barnes, and this is episode 5, Rougarou. Frank made sure I understood that New Orleans is a big city, but its neighborhoods, those are small towns. And the small town he grew up in was a French Catholic enclave called Thibodaux. It's right on the edge of the city, up against the bayou. That's where these kids lived too, and where some of them died. But Frank was getting ahead of himself. The best place to start this story is where most things for God-fearing folks begin, in church. It was Ash Wednesday, and 3 teens were kneeling before Father Gaston to get their foreheads marked. They looked solemn enough. It was a solemn occasion, after all. But the smirks they traded as they stumbled back to their pews told a different story. They weren't taking this seriously. Why should they? They were the cool kids at Catholic school, the rebels, the ones who recited the Lord's Prayer with their fingers crossed and weren't afraid of using God's name in vain when the situation called for it. And of course, like all teenagers, they liked to push the envelope wherever they could. Like Helene, who made her skirt just short enough that she stood out, but not so short that it warranted a reprimand. Or Davy, who only spoke to teachers in the form of a question. It was a subtle torment because it was so unbelievably annoying, but didn't really break any rules. Or Leon, who... Actually, Leon didn't screw around like that. He was a nervous kid, but he loved being with his brave, don't-give-a-damn buddies. It made him tough by association. So here's the thing, this was a big year for the trio. They were all 14 now, which meant this Ash Wednesday wasn't just some event to tick off their holy season checklist. It was the start of Lent. And when you turn 14, you gotta step it up and participate, especially at Catholic school. Frank explained that Lent commemorates the time that Jesus was starving in the desert for 40 days. And listen, there are different variations in how Lent is observed. It depends on your church or your denomination. All that. But he said it usually involves giving up a vice of your choice. Things like chocolate, television, and shopping. And many also give up eating meat on Fridays, or some other form of fasting too. Basically, Lent is all about sacrifice, and that sacrifice is important because it's how you find God's love. But God's love was far from the minds of our trio, Helene, Davy, and Leon. And so after school that Ash Wednesday, they went over to Leon's house and celebrated Jesus' starvation in their own righteous manner. Helene went first. She stood on Leon's basement couch and announced to the others what she'd told Sister Greta, that she was giving up screens for Lent. Screens! For 40 days! Except then she immediately pulled out her phone and posted a video of herself sticking her tongue out on TikTok. Well, cheers to that. Davy was next. His proclamation, he was giving up swearing for Lent, so cheers to that too. Then Helene and Davy turned to Leon, who mumbled that he'd promised to abstain from sweets. Helene and Davy chanted at him, "Abstain, abstain, abstain!" Until Leon nervously pulled out a Snickers and took a big old bite. They all fell into a fit of laughter, which ended abruptly when they noticed someone was standing at the top of Leon's basement steps, watching them. It was Leon's mom, and Leon's mom was scary. Ms. Boudreau descended the stairs slowly. Each one of those kids was frozen, hoping she hadn't heard their theatrics. But they were, as Davy would say, shit out of luck. Mrs. Boudreau's eyes were blazing with warning. But it wasn't with anger, or not only anger. The scary, deeply religious Cajun woman was now, herself, scared. Lent is no joke, she bellowed, and implored the kids to pray. Ask God for forgiveness, she said, and ask that he does it quickly, before Rougarou detected the stench of their sin. Because if that vile killing machine caught a whiff of them in that moment, it wouldn't stop until it fed. The teens had all heard of Rougarou before, of course. Like Frank had said, most kids in his area of NOLA were threatened by its wrath if they acted out or otherwise strayed from the Lord's path. Hell, festivals were even held in its honor. New Orleans and Rougarou were entwined. And like any good rebels, this trio had written it off as complete bull. They were all doing their best not to roll their eyes as Mrs. Boudreau begged them to pray. They were even slightly relieved that Mrs. Boudreau was too overcome with fear to be angry. But they hadn't noticed what she had, that outside, it felt darker than usual. That perhaps it was already too late. Rougarou, you see, brings the dank blackness of its swampy home with it wherever it goes. So they reassured her. They said, "Yes, Miss Boudreau," and "Thanks, Miss Boudreau," until she finally left them alone. But of course, they didn't drop straight to their knees in prayer. Only Leon, who was a little embarrassed, was worried about what his mom had said. And he made the rookie mistake of telling the others about that worry. They took it as well as you might expect. Davy actually said, "Shut the fuck up and relax," because, well, you know. Helene pointed out that even if Rougarou was real, it was a swamp thing. It doesn't come in the cities. Her mom had said it needed darkness and mist and gators. And besides, there were too many sinners to choose from here. How would it pick them over all the Mardi Gras revelers that had just blasted through town? It was true, Mardi Gras had ended just the day before. That event is actually tied to Lent, a celebration meant to instill revelry in worshipers about to embark on 40 days of sacrifice, which not a lot of people know. And what a lot of people do know is that the New Orleans Mardi Gras tends to be full of debauchery and blasphemy and any other E you can think of. So quite the last hurrah. All that's to say, Helene's reasoning was sound enough for Davy to agree, which meant that Leon agreed too. And that was that. Until Helene and Davy left, and Leon's worry came right back. As he did his evening chores, he tried to talk himself out of the rising dread he was feeling. His mom had sounded so panicked. He had felt the fear coming off her in waves. It was enough to make his imagination run wild, and not in a good way. But as Leon went to take out the kitchen trash, he remembered what his friends had also instructed. Shut up and relax. And you know what? It actually did make him relax. See, Leon knew he was a follower, and Helene and Davy were worth following. Even thinking about what they would say made him feel better. He tied up the trash and opened the door. Leon lived on a tightly packed block, lots of shotgun houses, a park on the corner. Usually the evening held enough activity and light pollution to trick you into thinking it was daytime. But tonight, the street lamps felt muted, like the blackness was closing in on them. Leon shuffled the curb where the trash pails were waiting for pickup. He dropped his bag in when a low growl rumbled from the side of his house. Leon didn't see anything there. He couldn't. The shadows were as deep as an ink blot. Another growl followed, louder this time. Leon wondered what it was, wondered if it was his neighbor's dog, Pickles, although it sounded bigger than Pickles, angrier than Pickles. The thought wasn't a comforting one, and suddenly he had no desire to know what was in that murk. He moved to go back inside, but a single furious bark stopped him, turning his blood to ice. Trembling so hard he thought he'd fall over, he again looked towards the sound, towards the blackness, saw nothing, heard nothing. It was now as silent as it was dark. Only thing Leon could hear was the deafening thud of his own heart. Then, a massive fur-encased figure shot out from the shadows, with an ear-splitting howl, and tore into Leon's flesh before he could even scream.
Normally, being a little extra can be a bit much, but when it comes to healthcare, it pays to be extra.
Due in May 2023. Potential savings will vary. Discounts not available.
Davy and Helene didn't care much about being on time, but they did care about late. Leon was never late. Leon was late. Leon was never late. Helene and Davy kept glancing at their phone screens while they waited at the corner store. It was where the three friends always met up before school, so they could walk together. 7:30 a.m. came and went. So did 7:45, then 7:50. School was starting in 10 minutes and was a 20-minute walk. Davy and Helene didn't care much about being on time, but they did care about Leon, and Leon was never late. But Helene and Davy were too cool to show their worry, so they shrugged it off as sometimes things happen, and went on their way. When they arrived at school, Sister Greta was outside waiting. They figured they were about to get chewed out, again. But instead, she put her arms around their shoulders and said there was no school that day. And then she told them exactly what had happened. Leon was dead. Not just dead, mutilated. Mrs. Boudreau had found the tattered pieces of little Leon scattered around their lawn, like he'd been chewed up and spat out. Of course, Sister Greta didn't tell them this. They found out those details later through the social media grapevine, as their classmates exchanged rumors and theories about Leon's fate. One kid, whose dad was a cop, promised the inside scoop. She said Leon was so destroyed his mom thought his guts were leftover Mardi Gras glitter. Another kid said that wasn't true. He lived next door and knew firsthand that Leon's head had been left untouched, with his mouth still open in a scream. Some thought a lion got loose from the zoo. Others claimed an alien laser obliterated him. Still more said it must have been a wild man with a chainsaw or something. Davy and Helene curled up together on a bench just outside of school, eyes locked into their screens as they watched the rumor mill churn. Watching as their friend's death played out like some sort of urban legend over the internet. They hadn't even processed the fact that they'd never get to see Leon again. They were too busy wondering what everyone else was wondering. What kind of thing would do this, could do this, to a kid? Helene was the first to say it. The word croaked out of her bone-dry throat. Rougarou. Davy responded instinctively. No fucking way. Helene nodded, but both were quiet after that. They'd lost their usual swagger, because both of them secretly worried that they'd wind up as mincemeat too. And that worry kept on growing until the day of Leon's wake. The service was held at night in a small neighborhood church. Davy and Helene tried to blend in, cramming into a back pew with some of the other kids from school. But just a few minutes after the priest started talking, Helene felt the hair on the back of her neck raise. She got that certain feeling. You know the one. The kind where you're sure someone's watching you. Ms. Boudreau sat in the first row of the chapel, and instead of watching the priest pray over the casket that held what little remained of her son, she was twisted around, staring daggers at Helene and Davy. Helene elbowed Davy, and the two shifted their gaze to the floor, but Ms. Boudreau stood, right in the middle of the service, and stomped over. The entire chapel watched on as Mrs. Boudreau laid into those kids, blaming them for Leon's death, cursing them. He was a good boy, and they'd turned him rotten. So rotten that Rougarou had smelt Leon's sin all the way from the bayou. Then she leaned in so close they caught a whiff of the mint she must have popped before the service. She told Helene and Davy, her voice full of conviction, that Rougarou wasn't finished. It was biding his time, digesting her poor son. When it was hungry again, it'd hunt them down, one by one. Of course, Davy and Helene got out of there as fast as they could. They headed to Davy's house, neither one of them wanting to be alone at that moment. It wasn't too late, only about 10 or so, but the streets were unusually empty, almost like no one lived there at all. Helene noticed. Davy did not. He was handling his fear by cussing up a storm, rambling on about how there was no such thing as Rougarou. He'd bet his life on it. Helene, though, there was plenty in this world Helene could ignore or explain away. Even Leon's death, she'd been willing to write off as a tragic accident. But the way Mrs. Boudreau had looked down at them in that chapel, dripping with genuine, visceral fear, something about her stare had awoken a part of Helene that she'd been trying to bury. A part that knew all this talk about Rougarou wasn't just the rambling of some overly protective, paranoid mother. Before she knew what she was doing, she'd pulled out her phone, thrown it to the ground, and stomped on it. This shut Davy right up. He stared at his reflection in the cracked screen, shocked. Rougarou, Helene said. She knew she really truly believed it this time. She said as much to Davy, who rolled his eyes. Helene, he said, I mean this in the nicest way possible. Please. He was sharply cut off as a snarling figure launched itself out of the darkness and sank its teeth into his throat. Helene screamed. The thing that had her friend shook its head with all its might, nearly severing Davy's neck in the process. She couldn't see what the attacker looked like because Davy's warm, fresh blood splashed her face, getting in her eyes. But she heard Davy gurgling for help. He was still gurgling when Helene was already running, as fast as she could. She wiped her friend's insides from her eyes and reached for her phone. But right, she trashed it. God damn it, she screamed, then bit her tongue. This was not the time to take the Lord's name in vain. Maybe she just made things worse. A hoarse bark from behind told her, yes, she had. She picked up her pace, dashing through her neighborhood's empty streets, screaming for help, banging on doors, but no one came to her aid, so she kept running. Up ahead, rising above the darkness that had settled on the town, were the spires of a church. It was her school's church. She never thought she'd be so relieved to see it, but she just had an idea, maybe even a life-saving idea. If she could get into that church and repent, she thought, maybe Rougarou would stop its assault. Maybe she wouldn't stink of sin anymore, and she'd be freed. But when she reached the front door, it was locked. Helene screamed in panic frustration, banging on the wood. No one answered. No sign of Sister Greta. She looked into the night behind her. The streetlights were faint, the deep darkness constricting their glow. It was quiet, too, and the air thick and humid. Suddenly, it was so stifling it felt like she was standing in the middle of the bayou. There was nothing natural about this night she found herself in. A growl echoed from the darkness, and then a shape appeared. A person, maybe? Perhaps a man? It walked like one, with smooth strides. But soon as it passed under one of those feeble streetlights, Helene realized she was very mistaken. This man that wasn't a man was covered in wiry gray fur, with massive hands that hung at its side, dragged down by the weight of crimson-stained talons. And its head, it was a dog's head. A tongue flopped out the side of its panting mouth, the fur around its lips matted with fresh blood, Davy's blood. Big amber eyes stretched wide with deranged excitement. Rougarou, a horrific sight indeed. It stopped its approach, standing there, still, as its panting breath fogged up the air around its head like a deadly halo. Helene was still, too. She knew once one of them moved, it was the beginning of the end, and she kind of wanted to put that off a while longer. The beast moved first. It took a step forward, just one, so Helene took one back. It took another. So did Helene. But this time, she hit the door behind her and remembered. She was cornered. As the beast took its next step, she suddenly lunged to her left, dashing towards the side of the church. The click-clack of claws told her Rougarou was giving chase. Helene raced through the church's rear courtyard. She had no idea where she was going. She just knew she had to go somewhere, and she knew Rougarou was near, too near. She wasn't safe, not even close. Then, out of the night, her savior emerged, literally. It was a huge statue of Jesus Christ, his arms spread wide in the air, welcoming the glory of God. The darkness couldn't touch the statue, just as Helene couldn't outrun Rougarou. She could feel it at her back, its evil stain making the air thick. So she did what she considered her only choice. She flung herself at Jesus' feet and prayed like she'd never prayed in her life. She begged for forgiveness, promised she'd repent and change her ways, swore off her phone and anything else she needed to swear off. She'd even take up Davy and Leon's Lent give-ups. No swearing, no sweets. As she looked up into Jesus' face, waiting for the city to wake up around her, for the night to feel less suffocating, for any sign that Rougarou knew she was now devout. But all she felt was the hot breath of the beast she'd been running from, followed by the indescribable pain of its lethal talon slicing from her neck down to her tailbone. When Frank was finished, he polished off the last of his drink and looked at his watch. 2 minutes until midnight, he said. Made it just in time. I asked if he wanted one more, and he said it was better to do without. I nodded, thinking I got it. Sacrifice and God's love, right? But Frank just chuckled. Sacrifice, he said, is all well and good. But his motivation? don't give a Rougarou a reason to hunt you down. And with that, he took his leave. I sat there a while, knowing I'd heard a story that would keep me up for the next few nights. I ended up ordering another round and mulling over Frank's tale. Now remember, I'm a skeptic, as my grandma charitably put it, so take what I'm about to say with a grain of salt. But it seemed to me that folks around here had it all wrong. Giving something up just because you're scared of Rougarou isn't really a sacrifice, and it doesn't feel holy or devout. It just feels like common sense. So maybe Frank wasn't safe after all. And I haven't checked in on him to make sure he's still around. Because, well, I'd rather stay an ignorant skeptic than know that Rougarou is out there.
Shopify's already taken the cash register online, helping millions sell billions around the world. But did you know that Shopify can do the same thing at your retail store? Give your point of
Bolted. As if
to iCancelTimeshare.com.
we and a natural tone. Furious yet tender.
Let me back up a bit. In 2000,
we waited inside among the nighttime shadows. Door locked tight, bolted, as if that would save us from the gallows. It was then we heard an upstairs cry and a natural tone, furious yet tinny and far too high. But we dared not move, we dared not run, for we all wished dearly to live to see the sun.
that shit you just heard, I ain't write that. That, my friends, was penned by a stranger. Never met, though. I feel like I know him intimately. Let me back up a bit. In 2015 or so, I was on a bit of a lecture circuit, visiting colleges, talking about how great being a writer is, and why no sane person should ever do it. I still believe that, by the way. Nashville was my last stop, and after that, I decided to reward myself with a weekend of relaxation. A couple of internet searches led me to a quaint little B&B about an hour north, all the way over the border in Kentucky, near a little town called Hopkinsville. I can't tell you what drew me there. In hindsight, it was probably something like fate, or the whims of the internet. Anyway, I rolled up the driveway and beheld my storybook lodgings for the next 2 nights. It was a one-story farmhouse with thick green trees clustered all around it, kind of like nature itself was offering this place up to me. But as I got out of my car and approached the door, I noticed a few things. Things that, if I were one of those online busybodies, I might dock it a few stars. Cracks in the slate walkway, deep scratches in the paint, a few broken windows. Seemed like this storybook was in need of a rewrite. Inside was the same. Bits of furniture were torn up, a temporary piece of cardboard hung over what was clearly a hole in the wall. My critical eye was interrupted by the proprietor, who hustled out to check me in. Before I could ask about the damage, she apologized for the mess. She had an explanation, too. The last group of renters weren't as respectful as she was sure I would be. This lady didn't know me from Adam, but I wasn't about to tell her that, and I wasn't about to traipse all over Kentucky looking for another spot either. So I let my critiques die on my tongue and allowed Miss Proprietor to escort me to my room. Luckily, the room was perfect. Quaint, quiet, cozy. More like a treasured guest room than a rental. And I'd like to tell you that all I did in this little oasis was sit back and relax. But I think you know by now, that's not really why I'm telling you all this. Because when I put my suitcase away in the closet, I found something unexpected. A notebook. I flipped open a page, a random one. and I saw that it was some kind of journal. I was about to put it away, privacy and all that, when I glimpsed a sentence that I couldn't possibly look away from. They're coming. They're coming. They're coming. They're coming. And a little further down the page from that, they're here. As I stared at those words, my curiosity grew like an itch I needed to scratch. And I hope no one judges me for what I did next. I flipped to the first page of that notebook, and I began to read. You're listening to Run, Fool! I'm Rodney Barnes, and this is episode 4, Hopkinsville Goblins. It was obvious who this notebook belonged to. Said so on the first page. A 30-something aspiring poet named Ben, who clarified that this journal was to record his life experiences so he could always pull from his personal truth when writing. Good for Ben. Lucky for my curious mind, Ben's journal also contained a fair amount of gossip, mostly about the crew that brought him to this rental in Kentucky farm country. The crew, he explained, were all old friends from college, and they had planned this trip as a kind of mini reunion, the rental being not far from their shared alma mater, Murray State. And these friends, Ben had tea to share about all of them. There was Lester, a self-proclaimed pacifist and frequent vegetarian who'd married his college sweetheart, Shannon. As for Shannon, she was the very pregnant lady who didn't say much because her nose was always buried in her phone. Maybe because she was busy running her own real estate empire. That was all fine, though. Lester said enough for both of them. And then there was the trip's organizer, Jessie. She'd booked an entire farmhouse for the foursome. See, in college, they had been real tight-knit. So tight-knit, they'd given themselves a nickname to reflect their closeness. The Cluster. Except sometimes there's a friend who hangs on to those good old days, while everyone else moves on. Ben was living in New York and had a shoddy writing career going. Lester and Shannon were expecting a kid, and Shan worked full-time and then some. But Jessie, well, she was the hang-on. She never left Kentucky, still worked on campus at Murray State, and still regularly asked the foursome to get together, which they almost never could, busy lives and whatnot. This weekend, however, the group had caved and agreed to a cluster reunion, which Jessie was obviously thrilled by. When the cluster all got to the farmhouse she'd booked, Jessie proudly presented them with a weekend itinerary. Cocktail hour once they settled in, sorry Shan, you can drink Sprite. And then tomorrow, they could hit the Little Green Man Festival. Now that elicited more than a few groans. Apparently, the cluster used to go to this event regularly. It's some kind of kitschy fest to celebrate the area's claim to fame, an alien encounter. In the 1950s, a farmsteading family claimed they engaged in a shootout with a pack of extraterrestrials. It ripped through the headlines at the time and sent the country into a tailspin, wondering if aliens had indeed visited our precious Earth. Hordes of looky-loos descended on the area, hoping they'd find evidence of what had been dubbed the Hopkinsville Goblins. Thing was, no one could ever prove this family saw what they saw. Most thought it was a hoax, or they'd gotten drunk and seen a horde of owls. Stuff like that. In short, a lot of folks claimed the whole rigmarole was BS. Jessie was into it though, like really into it. She even told them the old farmstead where it happened was just down the road. But all she got were some polite murmurs of faux interest as the group filed inside their rental. By the way, in case you were wondering, judging by the way Ben described this place, there was no doubt. I was indeed staying in the same locale as the cluster. Same house, same location. But from what he described, there were a few differences. Like an ornate shotgun on the wall, that I hadn't seen. And Ben noted everything was neat and tidy. Nothing about the damage I'd noticed upon arrival. Something told me I was about to find out how that damage was inflicted. The group put their gear in their rooms and dutifully congregated in the living room for Jesse's first itinerary item, drinks. She put the music up loud and made a whole show about pouring shots of that same plastic bottle tequila she always drank in college, even though she could afford the better stuff by this point. But Shannon couldn't partake on account of the baby, and Lester and Ben just sipped on theirs with a wince here and there. Ben wasn't much of a drinker anymore, and Lester, he was distracted by the gun on the wall. Lester hated guns. And since no one was saying how inappropriate it was to use violence as decor, he figured he'd speak up. He shouted his anti-gun tirade over the music while the others nodded along. It just all felt a little tense, not like it used to be in the heyday of the cluster. It was starting to get to Jessie. Usually her friends gave her a hard time about hanging out. And once they were all together, it was magic. Like no time had passed. But right now, it kind of felt like they were all strangers. It was the kind of revelation that required her to get some air. So she headed outside for a smoke. Lester caught Ben's eye and mouthed some judgy about Jessie still smoking. Shannon didn't even look up from her phone. Not until Jessie barged back in, and her face was ashen, and her cigarette still unlit in her hand. She looked like she'd seen something outside, something that had scared the shit out of her. Jessie gestured wildly at the door and asked the group if they'd seen that. Some kind of thing, a machine in the sky, flying low. It disappeared in the trees not too far away. A plane, Lester asked? But Jessie shook her head. She didn't think so. It moved weirdly, like up and down, sideways, and all that. The rest of the cluster traded looks, eyebrows raised. Finally, Ben wondered, if it wasn't a plane, what was it? Jessie had no idea. All she knew is that all her friends were staring at her like she had 1,000 heads. Well, except Shannon, who was frantically sending emails on her phone. Jessie tried again to explain, but she knew she'd lost the room. Hell, she knew she'd never had the room. The cluster settled into an uneasy evening after that, a tense dinner, and early bedtime. Everyone except Shannon. She took advantage of the quiet evening to set up shop on one of the Adirondack chairs on the porch. After about an hour of hunching over her laptop screen, she leaned back and rubbed her eyes, wondering how she was going to get out of that deep chair with her 8-month belly and no one to pull her up. A loud rustle came from the darkness, near the edge of the porch. Some animal, maybe. She set her laptop down and shined her phone light on the spot. Nothing there. So she moved the beam along the edge of the porch and stopped on what looked like a pile of pale green wax. It reflected against the light, like it was slick with Vaseline. It moved. First, a small stir. Then, it shot out of the path of her flashlight into the darkness. Before she could see what the hell it was, a moment passed. Then another. The countryside was quiet. Shannon waved the flashlight around, hoping to catch a glimpse of it, or hoping to confirm it was gone, which it seemed to be. So she struggled out of the chair back towards the house, flashlight still scanning the porch. That's when she heard the sound of running footsteps and a big thud, like something had just launched itself into the air. She looked to her left, just in time for her light to catch a pair of humongous glowing amber eyes, flying towards her like a bat out of hell. Shannon gasped as this thing hurtled into her. Its arms wrapped around her face, and a pair of thin legs latched themselves around her torso. A cold breath panted against her cheek as a slimy hand grabbed her jaw and forced her mouth open. Its flesh tasted rancid on her tongue as webbed fingers creeped between her lips, trying to reach down her throat, maybe trying to reach down to her belly, towards the child that was growing there. But then something whizzed through the air, hitting the creature. It fell from her chest, leaving Shannon wheezing. Jessie stood at the door looking shell-shocked. She'd just hucked a box of cigarettes at that thing. Must have been heading out for a smoke break. The why of Jessie's presence left Shannon's mind when she heard a rhythmic clicking sound. But she didn't just hear it. She felt it. A frenetic vibration that ripped through her entire body, filling her with something like static. It was like nothing she'd ever experienced, but she knew exactly where it was coming from. That thing. Jessie grabbed her arm and pulled them both inside, slamming the door shut behind them. They waited there, panting, as a creak came from the porch, along with the rapid pattering of footsteps. Then the handle on the door turned, ever so slowly, and stopped. Nothing else happened. Behind them, a sleepy Ben and Lester plodded into the room, and Lester loudly wanted to know, what the hell was all that noise? At the sound of his voice, the door shook violently, like that thing outside was ramming itself against the wood, hoping it would splinter. But then, seconds later, it was quiet again. It stayed that way. The question started. Ben and Lester, of course, wanted to know what was going on. Jessie demanded Shannon tell her what that was. Shannon asked Jessie to explain what she'd seen when she came outside. It was absolute chaos. Shannon pulled out her phone and called animal control, who didn't pick up. Jessie called the police, but when she explained what was wrong, they laughed. And why wouldn't they laugh? It was the weekend of the Little Green Man Festival, the anniversary of the fateful night 60-some-odd years ago, when that family had claimed to be attacked by aliens. And every damn year around this time, the police got a lot of prank calls about strange critters running around. None of them were real, either hoaxes or imaginations running wild. All that's to say, Jessie got hung up on. Being hung up made them a little nervous, or more than a little nervous, really. It wasn't just that no one was coming to do anything about the attack. It was the newly introduced idea that that thing could be an alien. Ben and Lester, who hadn't seen shit at this point, was still game to explain it away. They wondered if the attack had been some kind of animal. Possums are really creepy, Ben said. He'd even written a horror poem about them. It was called The Perilous Possum, and a snippet was included in the journal. I'm not going to read it to you because I'm your friend. Just trust me, you don't need to hear it. A loud bang made them all look up. A pattering sound followed. Footsteps racing from side to side on the roof. Jessie sucked in her breath because she just realized what was happening. It was looking for a way in, she said.
Cool fact, a crocodile can't stick out its tongue. Also, you can get health insurance for a month or just under a year in some states. United Healthcare short-term insurance plans, underwritten by Golden Rule Insurance Company, offer flexible, budget-friendly coverage for you. Learn more at uh1.com.
This episode is brought to you in part by Progressive. Most of you aren't just listening right now. You're driving, cleaning, and even exercising. But what if you could be saving money by switching to Progressive? Drivers who save by switching save nearly $750 on average, and auto customers qualify for an average of 7 discounts. Multitask right now. Quote today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. National average 12-month savings of $744 by new customers surveyed who save with Progressive between June 2022 and May 2023. Potential savings will vary. Discounts not available in all states and situations.
Shannon and Jessie sprinted around the house, closing and locking all the doors, and ordered Lester and Ben to do the same. Ben headed to the bathroom on the first floor, right by the kitchen, and he didn't say this to anyone, but he was actually getting excited. He'd always wrote everything down, hoping it'd be fodder for inspiration, but he lived a decently uneventful life. So even if there wasn't some kind of extraterrestrial visitor outside, This chaotic night was gold. Inside the bathroom, the window was open. A slight breeze blew its lace curtains around. He reached over and slammed it shut, then turned to leave. A noise stopped him. It sounded like the window was opening again, because it was. A pair of long, lustrous fingers curled around the bottom of the frame. They pushed the paint up slowly, but firmly. Then a pale arm reached in, followed by a shoulder, then a round, bulbous head, which looked right at Ben. Its huge, glowing eyes took up almost its entire face. Its slack skin glistened in the moonlight. Then it dropped into the bathroom and unfurled itself. It was short. A muscular torso teetered on overly thin legs. It looked like a roided-up version of those cardboard cutouts they usually had at the Little Green Man Festival every year, which told him the impossible was actually happening. That there hadn't been a possum attack. That this was a Hopkinsville goblin. He felt the scream tear from his throat as this thing, this alien, stumbled forward with its webbed hands outstretched. A deep, ethereal clicking sound came from its throat, filling Ben with that horrible, horrible static that Shannon had experienced. He stumbled backwards, hands over his ears as he tore out of the bathroom. The cluster congregated around and waited for him to explain his screams. But when he caught his breath, he noticed all their faces had turned from curiosity to horror. They were looking at something behind him. He didn't even have time to turn around before a hand grabbed his shoulder, and then a cold arm wrapped around his neck. Then the weight of that thing climbed on his back. Ben panicked then. He sprinted around the room, racing into the kitchen, all while slapping at the creature. He grabbed a hold of his hair and pulled, making his head tilt back to meet its horrible, dilated, unnatural eyes, just like it had with Shannon. He grabbed Ben's chin and tried to force his mouth open. A cast iron pan slammed into the creature's face, knocking it from Ben's back. It was Lester. He raised the pan and brought it down again, hard. Then again, and again, and again. Globs of steaming, bile-looking pus flew from this thing's body, splashing Lester and the kitchen around him. Finally, he seemed to wake from his fit of fury and dropped the cast iron with a loud clang. He stepped back in horror, shaking his head. He didn't know what came over him, he said. He was a pacifist. He didn't hurt living things. The cluster took in the absolutely demolished thing on the floor. The relief was palpable. The monster, goblin, whatever it was dead. Then, the night outside filled with a deafening, vengeful chorus of what can only be described as scream clicking. The cluster froze as the sounds made their bodies vibrate and their hair stand on end. Those cries, they were more than physically unbearable. They meant that the farmhouse was surrounded. Some things were becoming clear. There was more than one alien. Its kin knew that it was dead, and they were pissed. And no one was coming to help them. Jesse turned to the cluster and said that they needed to hunker down or find a way out of there. The others nodded and agreed, hunker down. So they each grabbed whatever they could to find as a weapon. Jesse took the cast iron. Shannon decided on a knife in each hand. Ben found some kind of electric mixer. Lester looked around for inspiration, and his eyes fell on that gun on the wall, the one he hated. The representation of everything he abhorred. But seeing his friends armed to the gills, his pregnant wife steeling herself to fight, the sticky corpse of the extraterrestrial he killed on the ground, well, all that made him think, fuck it. He grabbed the gun and took a seat at the couch. His shaking hands aimed the barrel at the door. The screams from outside died down, and the group sat there in silence. Every now and then there'd be footsteps on the roof. A window groaned as something tried to pull it up. The front door handle turned, but nothing came inside. So they settled into an uneasy quiet. Ben set his mixer down to jot some things in his journal. Shannon and Lester held hands, and Jessie, she looked around at her friends, because even in the chaos, they somehow felt like the old cluster again. Every window in the kitchen suddenly shattered, the shards flying inwards as the lithe bodies of at least a dozen little creatures launched themselves through. The cluster was on their feet. Ben hucked every object he could find at the onslaught. Jessie swung her goblin blood-dripping cast iron around. Shannon's frantic knife swings whizzed through the air. Lester's rogue shots peppered the walls, shattered lamps. That is, until an alien jumped onto his shoulders and attempted to force a hand down his throat. Lester jammed the gun's butt over his shoulder, knocking the creature off with a shriek. Enough was enough. Their hunker down was over, so Lester took the initiative and barked out what he considered a life-saving order. Run! The cluster sprinted for the front door. Lester brought up the rear. He shot wildly as he ran and therefore tripped over himself as he tried to make it down the porch steps. He hit the ground and covered his face with his arms, anticipating 1,000 slimy hands grabbing him. There was only one, and it wasn't slimy. It was Jessie. As soon as Jessie helped him up, they heard Shannon's cry of warning. Jessie and Lester turned just in time to see 3 of those goblins launch themselves off the roof. Their webbed hands spread wide, and their thin legs trailed behind them like a wedding train as they floated through the air, a trio of angelic monsters. They clicked as they drifted, sending shockwaves through the foursome as they watched on in horror. Only Lester could react. He shot at them, but missed each time. Jessie pulled on his arm, dragging him towards the car which Shannon and Ben were already sitting in. Lester and Jessie piled into the back seat, and they slammed the doors. They all sat there a moment, panting, hearts pounding, until Lester wondered, why weren't they driving? Shannon and Ben turned around, faces somber. No one grabbed the keys. The cluster turned to look at the house they'd just run from. The moon shone above it like a spotlight, illuminating the hordes that were now coming over the roof. Their long arms pulled them across the shingles. Below on the porch, even more of their kind crept from the home or scurried out of the brush. All were headed to where the cluster sat. Our college buds braced themselves as the aliens descended on the car. Their mouths licked the windshield. Their unbalanced faces peered through the glass. Their muscular arms rocked the car. Jessie closed her eyes, thinking about something to take her mind off their rapidly approaching demise. Over the den, she asked her friends if they remembered the huge frat party that got broken up by the cops. The 4 of them hid together in the bushes outside, hoping they wouldn't get caught. This felt a lot like that. The memory elicited a few uneasy laughs. Ben mused that he'd give anything to go back to that night right about now. The rest of the cluster agreed. Jessie sort of teared up then, because just as her friends were remembering that they missed the good old days, she was realizing you can never go back. Not really. Then, from down the road, they heard something, a police siren, and this sound had an effect that no one expected. It made the creatures leave, and fast. They fled in one massive wave, toppling over one another to get into the woods. By the time the cops reached the farm, nothing was left but the traumatized cluster, still waiting in the car. The cops said some neighbors had heard gunshots and called it in. The cluster, in turn, explained a whole lot of fucking aliens had just tried to kill them. But when the police looked around, all they saw was the damage, the mess, no sign of an invasion. not even the dead asshole in the kitchen. As for the cluster, they spent a lot of time discussing what happened that night. They decided whatever those things had wanted, they'd realized it wasn't worth it. Or maybe they had gotten what they came for, and that the cluster would spend the rest of their lives wondering just what that was. At least they had each other to reminisce with. I stared at the last line of the journal, which was another of Ben's poem attempts. I will read you this one. No one believed that family back then, and so no one thought it could happen again. But as this foursome will tell you, that mindset's a problem, because Hopkinsville hasn't seen its last vicious goblin. I let the final line of Ben's crappy poem hang there for a moment before I closed the journal. Its spine cracked a bit, like it was relieved to be shut again. I could hear the birds chirp outside, could feel the softness of the sheets under me on the bed. It was a nice place to stay. But sadly, I was pretty sure I wasn't going to do much relaxing here. I'd have to inform Miss Proprietor I was checking out early. Run Fool is a production of Ballin Studios, Campside Media, and At Will Media. It is hosted and executive produced by me, Rodney Barnes. This episode was written by Kate Murdoch and produced by Abakar Adan. Edited by Matt Scher. It was sound designed and mixed by Kevin Seaman. Our team also includes Rosie Guerin, Will Malnati, and Matt Hickey. Creature vocalization by Terry Casburn, and artwork by Jessica Clogston Kiner. Production support by Jeremy Bond and Cole Locasio. Special thanks to Mark McAdam and Seth Richardson and our operations team, Doug Slaywin, Ashley Warren, Sabina Mara, and Destiny Dingle. Executive producers at Ballin Studios are Mr. Ballin, Nick Witters, and Zach Levitt. Executive producers at Will Media are Will Malnati and Rosie Garrett. Executive producers at Campside Media are Matt Scher, Josh Dean, Vanessa Gregoriadis, and Adam Hoff. Thanks for listening, and see you next week.
Shopify's already taken the cash register online, helping millions sell billions around the world. But did you know that Shopify can do the same thing at your retail store? Give your point-of-sale system a serious upgrade with Shopify. Shopify is the commerce platform revolutionizing millions of businesses worldwide. With Shopify, you get a powerhouse selling partner that effortlessly unites your in-person and online sales into one source of truth. Track every sale across your business in one place and know exactly what's in stock. Do retail right with Shopify. Sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/Wondery, all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/Wondery to take your retail business to the next level today. Shopify.com/Wondery. Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has helped over 35,000 families out of financial hardship by getting them out of bad timeshares. And they may be able to help you too. If your timeshare agreement goes on forever, if you were told timeshares are a great investment, or your maintenance fees will never go up, you need to get the facts about timeshare cancellation. For over 10 years, Wesley Financial Group has been dedicated to helping folks get out of a lifetime of debt by canceling their timeshares. So they created a free timeshare exit information kit that reveals how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation. To get your free timeshare exit information kit, simply go to icanceltimeshare.com. That's the letter I, canceltimeshare.com. icanceltimeshare.com.
I heard today's story when I was 22, still a college kid. I'd stopped at a gas station on the outskirts of Memphis, on my way from D.C. to Houston, to visit a friend for spring break. I'd somehow managed to take a kind of scenic route through the far end of Tennessee. Wasn't intentional, but Shit happens. Anyways, I went inside the station to pay for my tank, and while I was pulling out my wallet, I saw a yellowing flyer taped to the plexiglass divider by the register. And it was, I don't know, I guess haunting is about the best word I can think of. It had a photo of this smiling middle-aged bottle blonde in a polka dot blouse. She was holding up some kind of roast. In big lettering under her picture, it said, "Missing." But it was the words below that freaked me out, because someone had scribbled another message there, telling all who beheld this piece of paper that Ms. Polka Dot Roast had met some vicious, ungodly fate. And there was one place identified in all capital letters to blame: Voodoo Village. When I looked up, the cashier was watching me with a knowing smile, like he knew what I was dying to ask. And even though I sure as hell didn't want to give him the satisfaction, I went ahead and asked it, "What's Voodoo Village?" The cashier's smirk grew, and I noticed a few things about him. First of all, his name tag, Rick. He also had a falcon tattoo on his clavicle, and a lot of intensity in that stare of his. Probably stood behind his plexiglass all day, waiting to tell tales to anyone who would listen. Which was lucky for me, because I wanted to hear all about Voodoo Village. Rick told me it was this compound at the end of a marshy cul-de-sac, a few miles down the road from where we were standing. It'd been there since the 40s, when a God-fearing Mississippi man named Wash Harris and his family set up shop. Wash came to this place as an outsider, Rick said. He was a spiritual doctor who'd had a gift for healing since he was a boy. As an adult, he was deeply religious and drew divine inspiration from his African and Native American heritage, and a smattering of other religions to boot. He and his family turned that land into some kind of shrine, full of religious monuments, sculptures, crosses. They dubbed it the St. Paul Spiritual Holy Temple. Nice name, right? Fittingly grand. But soon, strange occurrences plagued these marshy outskirts of Memphis. Pets went missing and were found strung up dead on trees. Residents fell into unexplainable contorting fits. Stories about rag dolls coming to life and running around town became commonplace. Worst of all, in every church across town, any statue or totem depicting the man Jesus Christ himself began to leak blood. Around 1961, a local paper came out with a story that had a culprit for these horrors: Wash Harris and his Voodoo Village. They were not people of the Lord. They were witch doctors, and they were feeding off the souls in this town. After the article, a mob of locals rushed the cul-de-sac to literally raise hell. But with a cul-de-sac, there's only one exit. Soon as this mob was on Wash's doorstep, a school bus rolled out of the woods and blocked the road behind them. Let me be clear. No one knows what happened to the men that night. They were never seen again, alive or dead. But folks who have been to the village in years since and have lived to talk about it have spoken about houses and crosses made of bones. At that point, Rick leaned back and asked if I had time to hear more. Because if I did, he'd like to tell me about an unlucky local loner named Jacob Henderson and how this satanic village, Wash Harris's Voodoo Church, swallowed young Jacob whole. You're listening to Run, Fool. I'm Rodney Barnes, and this is episode 3, Voodoo Village. Look, Memphis is a big city, but some of its suburban outskirts feel like the damn boonies. So even though I'm telling you Rick's story takes place in Memphis, I want you to picture houses and a few shopping malls surrounded by woods and marshes. There's a school there too, of course. That's where 15-year-old Jacob Henderson almost drowned in a toilet bowl one Friday afternoon. He'd been underwater for almost a minute, his lungs constricted, his chest burned. He couldn't see anything, not even the skid mark at the bottom of the toilet he knew was there. and just as he started to lose consciousness, someone yanked him up. Jacob sputtered, coughed, gasped, did all the things you do when you're trying to get some damn air in your lungs. A group of 5 or so boys were crammed up against the stall door, watching him. All big, burly kids. The kind of jockey, smarmy fuckers that seemed like stereotypical top dogs at any high school. And they were laughing at Jacob, telling him it was all in good fun. And see, Jacob stood there, shirt soaked, lungs still throbbed. But he nodded along in agreement, because he was dying to impress these guys. This is a good place to stop, because as Rick the cashier made sure to tell me before going on, there were a few things you needed to know about Jacob. He was an only child, and his family lived far out, almost over the Tennessee border into Mississippi. Rick knew the area. He'd actually lived down the road from Jacob for a time. So Rick also knew firsthand that growing up, this kid had never had a neighborhood crew, a best friend, a sibling. Then he got to high school and realized he was about a foot shorter than everyone else, even the girls. Rick ventured to guess that Jacob had always felt like an outsider. It's probably why, shortly before that incident with the toilet bowl, Jacob took a leap of faith and joined the football team. He was hoping to feel included in something, even though he was, well, terrible at football. Too small, too slow, the guys didn't let him forget it. They told him just because he joined the team didn't mean he joined the team. He had to prove himself. It'd been weeks of hazing. You know, the kind of dumbass kid stuff like streaking across public places, eating the gnarliest concoctions of food you can imagine, washing his teammates' cars, and now, yes, getting his damn head shoved in a commode. Why did Jacob go along with it? Easy. Because he needed a tribe. And when he turned to this coveted crew, soaked in excrement water with his lungs on fire, he would have been game with just about whatever they told him to do next. The group leader, a jaunty quarterback with great hair named Colton, stepped forward and said there was only one more test. Jacob had to sneak out tonight, at midnight, and go with them to the cul-de-sac on Mary Angela Road. Yeah, of course Jacob agreed, just like he agreed to the toilet shit. No pun intended. He nodded so hard his neck hurt. When the other fellows filed out of the bathroom, Jacob hung back, his stomach in knots, because he knew exactly what was at the end of Mary Angela Road. Voodoo Village. Rick stopped his story once again to assure me that this was a common thing. Everyone who'd grown up in the area knew about Voodoo Village. You were told as a kid to stay away, or the villagers would snatch you up and sacrifice you to the devil. But every kid also knew it was probably a load of crap. Probably. But that didn't mean kids didn't take precautions. You see, the first half of Mary Angela Road, with its undulating, crumpled concrete, seemed to be a lover's lane. Smoking, drinking, hanging around cars, all under a canopy of untrimmed oaks. But no one ever ventured to the road's end, to the cul-de-sac. The youth of the Memphis marshes had just enough teenage machismo to party near danger, just not enough to actually put themselves in harm's way. But Jacob's new friends had said, cul-de-sac, the actual end of the street. That's where no one was supposed to go. And as Jacob considered what lay ahead of him that night, a violent shiver ran down his spine. A shiver that had nothing to do with the toilet water-soaked shirt. After school, Jacob went home feeling ill, but he still smiled at his dad, kissed his grandma goodnight, and got into bed. He obviously didn't tell them he was sneaking out, and he definitely didn't mention he was headed down the road to Voodoo Village. The secret weighed heavy on his chest. Now he felt like an outsider in his own home, too. He set his alarm clock for 11:55. Jacob was punctual, and lay back on his pillow, certain as sin he wouldn't be able to fall asleep. He started to drift off anyway, that is, till he heard this distant tinny laughter. It was coming from the window beside his bed. He leaned over to peer into the darkness below. The hair on his back raised up when he saw that something was moving in the shrubs down by the front door, shifting the branches frenetically. And then a tiny, delicate arm reached out of the bushes, followed by a shoulder, and then a face. It was covered in pins and bore a wicked smile. It took Jacob a minute to take in its ripped-up, pilly flesh and realize a horrible truth about this thing. It wasn't a person. It was a rag doll. As soon as this was established, the demon toy launched itself towards the side of the house and crawled up the worn paneling as fast as it could. A loud blaring cut through the night, and Jacob shot up in bed, thinking, "What the fuck?" His alarm clock said it was 11:55. He must have drifted off. Should have been a relief, right? But then he remembered reality was pretty bad, too. He was going to Voodoo Village. Less than 5 minutes later, Jacob was crammed in the back seat of an old Toyota, filled with cigarette smoke and the stench of cheap beer. He was sandwiched between Frank Gideon and Tony Roy. Colton and the team's linebacker Kyle were up front. No one said much. They just blasted Metallica and headbanged with the windows down. Kyle lit a cigarette. Jacob tried not to cough. That definitely wouldn't have been cool. They got to Mary Angela Road way too soon for Jacob, who would have sat in that smoke-clogged car for days if it meant avoiding Voodoo Village. Up ahead, the headlights revealed a slight bend in the lane before it filled out into a wider space where the dead ended. The car stopped before the bottleneck, but kept its headlights trained on the cul-de-sac. Jacob got out with the others. Car doors slammed, and then he was handed a beer. The others cracked theirs open. Some grabbed cigarettes. And then they all leaned against the car and started talking about bullshit. Like their teachers, girls, coach, the works. A typical teenage hang. Jacob started to relax. He even sipped his beer. Maybe they were just going to chill here. Maybe this was all a ruse to really mess with Jacob's head. His mood improved quite a bit at that point. He laughed with his new buddies, took gulps of his Miller Lite. Life was good. But then Colton threw his can to the ground and smashed it with his foot. He nodded to the end of the road and said the words Jacob had been dreading. "Time for your final test, kid."
Normally, being a little extra can be a bit much. But when it comes to healthcare, it pays to be extra. And United Healthcare makes it easy with Health Protector Guard fixed indemnity insurance plans. Underwritten by Golden Rule Insurance Company, they supplement your primary plan, helping you manage out-of-pocket costs without the usual requirements and restrictions like deductibles and enrollment periods. So when it comes to covering your medical bills, you can feel good about being a little extra. Visit uh1.com to find the Health Protector Guard plan for you.
If you love that chicken from Popeyes, you'll also love that flounder fish sandwich and shrimp tackle box from Popeyes. Made with Alaskan flounder, the flounder fish sandwich is seasoned with Louisiana herbs and spices, dusted in a southern crispy coating, and fried to a golden crisp. And as for the shrimp tackle box, you'll get 8 crispy pieces of butterfly shrimp, a regular side, hot buttery biscuit, and your choice of sauce. Does it make sense for a chicken place to have seafood this good? Not really. But it's so delicious, Popeyes might just have to take another look at that famous jingle. Love that flounder. Never mind. Popeyes. We don't make sense. We make chicken. And also seafood. But only for a limited time, so sail over to your Popeyes and try the flounder fish sandwich or shrimp tackle box for just $5.99.
Jacob clutched his beer so tight the metal sides bent in. He barely heard Colton talking about Jesus. Not the Jesus some of us might know. This one's a statue, and he lived inside one of the homes in Voodoo Village. Wash Harris's house. After the village residents make a sacrifice, they do that a lot, said Colton. That's how they stay so young. Jesus' eyes glow, and the dagger rammed through his palm drips blood. Colton's instructions to Jacob were clear. Steal that dagger. Now Jacob was eager to please, but he wasn't deluded. He knew he should have run the other way. Still, he somehow found his feet moving straight towards that nest of horrors. He walked all the way to the end of the road, right up to where the concrete met grass, and peered into the woods. With the moonlight, he could see the outline of a few buildings, surrounded by other unfamiliar shapes. No sign of life. He looked behind him, too. He'd heard the old tale. The school bus that had crossed the road to trap in the mob of residents before the villagers had slaughtered them. But the only sign of a vehicle was the Toyota headlights. He could hear Kyle laugh. Jacob closed his eyes and asked whatever divine power was out there to give him the strength to do this. And with that, he stepped off the road and onto the property. A few strides later, he'd reached a colorful ramshackle fence that wrapped around a cluster of buildings. A huge red arch loomed over the other side, presumably marking the main entrance. Jacob's clammy hands pushed a broken slab aside, and he crept in. The night was deathly quiet. Jacob could only hear the sound of his own feet, pattering down the dirt path that led between the homes, most of which were stark white, glowing in the night. Then there were piles of wood and metal materials, lying between a series of dilapidated sculptures and towering crosses, each enclosed by their own colorful fences. Sort of this mix between an artist's exhibit and a junkyard. Jacob squinted in the darkness, taking stock of things. That's when he stopped, because right in front of him was a living nightmare. His living nightmare. It was a rag doll, sitting in a glass case atop a rickety wooden stand. This one didn't have pins in it, though. It was wearing a robe, like a priest. It wasn't moving either. Still, Jacob wasn't going to mess with it. He backed away, hurrying down a twisting path that led through a network of metal statues and signs painted with star symbols and some other freaky drawings he didn't recognize. None of them, however, were Jesus. He was sure of that. Of course not. Colton said the statue was inside Wash Harris's house, which meant he was fucked, because Jacob was realizing that in order to succeed in this mission, he was going to have to break and enter. Reluctant as all hell, he gravitated towards the nearest building, a one-story white structure with dirt and moss creeping up its sides. Could be Wash's, but he had to check. He crept over to a window and stood on his tippy toes to peer inside. A pair of eyes stared right back at him with a searing fury, into his very soul. Jacob had been on edge from the moment he set foot in Voodoo Village, but still, he hadn't been ready to stare straight into the eyes of hell when he looked in that window. His shock forced him back a step, tripping over his own feet and sending him to the ground with a thud. The force of it knocked his wind out, which meant our little old Jacob was back to wheezing and gasping for air, kinda like when we met him. When he looked back at the window, the eyes were still there. They were set in the face of a very thin, middle-aged woman. Her lips moved silently, mouthing something he couldn't hear. Another face appeared beside her, an older man. That's when Jacob knew he was in deep shit. These people were cursing him. He scrambled to his feet and took off, headed the way he came in, but it was pretty dark out there in the boondocks of Memphis. And all of the crosses and brightly painted sculptures were so chaotically arranged, Jacob had no idea where he was. He ran blindly for a moment before he heard the footsteps. A look over his shoulder revealed a sight he did not welcome in the slightest. At least 5 figures streamed out of that house, stalking through the night toward him. A few held candles. The flickering light danced across their faces, causing a fresh surge of panic to rip through Jacob. They didn't look mad. They looked desperate. He should be running for his life at this point, but all he could do was stand there, frozen, thinking about how Colton got it wrong. He was saying the villagers' sacrifices to the devil kept them young, but these folks, they looked old and worn, tired. Maybe it had been a while since they'd gotten their hands on someone to sacrifice. Now, this is where Jacob got a bit lucky, because as he turned, ready to run, he saw a pile of scrap metal nearby. And this pile had a crowbar sticking out of it. Kid needed a weapon in case anyone tried to cut out his heart or turn him into a voodoo doll. Jacob grabbed it and ran, but he got tired pretty fast. Remember, Jacob was a terrible athlete. Small, slow, easily exhausted. So when he passed a towering 6-foot cross with a stalk big enough for him to hide behind, he curled up at its base and scrunched his eyes shut in terror. It was just in time, too. Sticks snapped around him. Villagers' cries filled the night air. He couldn't hear what they said. They all blended together like voices of the damned were calling to him, ready to grab his flesh and tear it from his bones. And then he felt a hand on his shoulder. Jacob screamed and swung the crowbar through the air. Its metal connected with the head of the person behind him. He could hear the sharp end of his weapon rip through flesh. Could feel the warm splash of blood hit his cheek. His pursuer screamed and dropped the candle he was holding to grab his eye. Bright crimson seeped through his fingers. Jacob didn't wait around. He rushed into a narrow alley between some mammoth machine-looking sculpture and another house, and almost fell to his death. There was a massive gaping hole in front of him. Its sides were lined with boards jutting into the opening so they looked like teeth. Religious items, crosses, rosaries, wood carvings, dolls hung from them. It took up the length of the alley. Jacob would have to go back the way he came, but when he turned around, he realized that wasn't an option. That cross he'd hid behind was on fire, blocking his exit. Before he could decide what to do, shadows emerged from the flames. They'd moved towards him, their gait slow and cautious, but ever approaching. Arms reached out, voices called. They'd be on him in moments. Jacob looked at the hole. Even though his fear was absolutely searing, he felt a whole lot of shame, too. He was dead wrong to think he had the goods to join the football team, or be friends with the players. He was going to be ripped apart by Hellions, and none of his supposed friends cared enough to back him up. Born an outsider, die an outsider. But as the villagers closed in on him, Jacob suddenly had a change of heart. Maybe going through all that self-pity left him some room for gumption. Or now that he had accepted his lot, he was a lot more willing to risk it all. Because at that point, Jacob took a literal leap of faith. He stepped back a few paces, then rushed the hole. The voices behind him grew panicked. A villager screamed at him to stop, stop! But Jacob was already running. And when he hit the edge of the hole, every ounce of his strength went into the leg that was going to launch him over to the other side. But that's not what happened, though. The other side of the hole came and went, and Jacob plunged down into darkness, into the very depths of hell. When Jacob next awoke, there were only a few things he could deduce. He knew he was lying down, that his body ached beyond all recognition, that there was a warm washcloth over his eyes. But as for where he was, his guess was as good as anyone's. The cloth soon slipped off and a woman peered down at him. It was the same lady he'd seen in the window. She held a mortar and pestle and worked on pressing some grinded herbs beneath a bandage that stretched across his chest. Jacob's pulse picked up a notch then, and it ticked up even more when he strained his eyes to look past her. There were other people in the room, holding candles, a big old cross on the wall, and in the corner was that Jesus statue. He stared at Christ's face in horror, wondering if his placid expression would transform into an unholy smolder the moment these villagers killed Jacob. Our kid whimpered, waiting for someone to whip out a knife and slice him up. But then he heard a tisking sound, the kind his grandma made when he said something foul. The thin woman was shaking her head at him like she was disappointed. "You're one of those," she said, "a horror tourist, coming to looky-loo at us because you think we're bad news. This is a place of healing, you know. Our family doesn't have time for those who think otherwise." She dipped the washcloth in a bucket of water and wrung it out. Her voice turned gentle as she told him they'd called an ambulance. It'd be there soon. This is about when Jacob felt a fresh wave of horror wash over him, because he just realized something truly destabilizing. This woman meant him no harm. Jacob strained to look at the others in the room, the older man he'd seen in the window and a few middle-aged folks. Their faces were filled with concern, including the man in the room's corner. He clutched his eye, a gaping wound where Jacob had hit him. The soft glow from the fire outside shone through the window, lighting up the room. "The crosses are burning," said the woman. She looked immensely sad about that. Jacob felt sick. He swallowed down the bile that rose in his throat. The only horror there was what he'd wrought. You see, Voodoo Village wasn't what he thought it was. It wasn't evil. But you know what was? The reckless fear he'd brought with him. When Rick stopped talking, he looked real proud of himself. He'd taken me through this whole tale only to slap me with a lesson at the very end of it. That the real story of Voodoo Village wasn't about witchcraft. It was about prejudice. No one was trying to steal anyone's soul. It was just a family that others didn't understand or feared because they were different. A lot of suffering came about because of that. I paid Rick for the gas and hurried to my car. As I drove away, I made sure to head straight to the highway. I wasn't going to linger. It wasn't the villagers that scared me. It was everyone else. Run Fool is a production of Ballin Studios, Campside Media, and At Will Media. It is hosted and executive produced by me, Rodney Barnes. This episode was written by Kate Murdoch and produced by Abakar Adan. Edited by Matt Scher. It was sound designed and mixed by Kevin Seaman. Our team also includes Rosie Guerin, Will Malnati, and Matt Hickey. Creature vocalization by Terry Casburn and artwork by Jessica Clogston Kiner. Production support by Jeremy Bond and Cole Locasio. Special thanks to Mark McAdam and Seth Richardson and our operations team, Doug Slavin, Ashley Warren, Sabina Mara, and Destiny Dingle. Executive producers at Ballin Studios are Mr. Ballin, Nick Witters, and Zach Levitt. Executive producers at Will Media are Will Malnati and Rosie Guerin. Executive producers at Campside Media are Matt Scher, Josh Dean, Vanessa Gregoriadis, and Adam Hoff. Thanks for listening, and see you next week.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has helped over 35,000 families out of financial hardship by getting them out of bad timeshares. And they may be able to help you too. If your timeshare agreement goes on forever, if you were told timeshares are a great investment, or your maintenance fees will never go up, you need to get the facts about timeshare cancellation. For over 10 years, Wesley Financial Group has been dedicated to helping folks get out of a lifetime of debt by canceling their timeshares. So they created a free timeshare exit information kit that reveals how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation. To get your free timeshare exit information kit, simply go to icanceltimeshare.com. That's the letter I, canceltimeshare.com. icanceltimeshare.com.
A lot can happen in the next 3 years. Like a chatbot may be your new best friend. But what won't change? Needing health insurance. United Healthcare Tri-Term Medical Plans are available for these changing times. Underwritten by Golden Rule Insurance Company, they offer budget-friendly, flexible coverage for people who are in between jobs or missed open enrollment. The plans last nearly 3 years in some states, with access to a nationwide network of doctors and hospitals. So for whatever tomorrow brings, United Healthcare Tri-Term Medical Plans may be for you. Learn more at uh1.com.
There's an old saying that I live by, a saying that has survived generation after generation in my family and provided me with a kind of guiding light, even in the darkest of times. That saying is, always say yes to a wedding. I took this advice to heart about a decade back when I was invited to a cousin's nuptials in Augusta, Georgia. We weren't too close, me and this cousin, but a wedding is a wedding. So when I got the invite, I did what I always do. I said, hell yeah. The reception was at Augusta's old medical college. But don't go thinking this was some sterile, chemical-smelling outpost. No, this was a cool, old stucco building with ornate pillars that guarded shiny wood double doors. Drop-dead stunning, like something out of an old history book. Later in the night, after I'd had my fill of sirloin cutting up on the dance floor, I am quite the dancer, I went to take a break with the spectators. You know the ones I mean. The group that got seated at the faraway table. The group of folks who either can't dance or won't dance. I sat next to a won't. My Uncle Tommy. He had his ill-fitting tux unbuttoned and his arms crossed all tight. When I asked him what was up, he said, "Your cousin and her husband are dancing on a grave." The hair on the back of my neck rose up at that. It kept on rising as Uncle Tommy, over the sounds of "You Make Me Want to Shout," told me that thousands of innocents had been shown injustice in this place. And it was all thanks to a man no one in these parts could bear to speak of. Still, Uncle Tommy assured me that he wasn't afraid of shit, so he'd be happy to name names. He was talking about the Resurrection Man. I hadn't been planning on hearing a story like this tonight, but my legs were tired and I had some digesting to do. So I leaned back and let Uncle Tommy do the talking. He prefaced his whole speech by telling me he hadn't known any of this until the late 1980s, when he was hired on the construction crew that was restoring this fine building. During the reno, they found, Uncle Tommy paused and shuddered. He'd get to what they found later. What I needed to know first was the history of this place, and it was a morbid one, so I'd better buckle up. About 200 years ago, when the venue had still been a medical school, its students were in sore need of cadavers to practice on. And well, there weren't enough of those to go around. Only so many people die every year in this neck of the woods, so the school's powers that be had to look elsewhere. And by elsewhere, I mean the cemetery near the medical school grounds, Cedar Grove. Yeah, that's right. They decided the only way to get the bodies they needed was to rob graves. Except pulling corpses from the soil was gory, lurid work. It was illegal, too. And none of the lofty medical faculty wanted to get their hands dirty. So they went and bought themselves a fall man, a slave by the name of Grandison Harris. Grandison apparently stole thousands of corpses from Cedar Grove Cemetery. Unbeknownst to their living loved ones, those poor souls were dragged from their final resting spot and cut up in the name of science, And by the way, Cedar Grove was where the city's black community tended to be buried. No accident there, Uncle Tommy guessed. If white folks had to choose someone's grave to desecrate, it wouldn't be one of their own now, would it? My uncle grabbed my arm then, earnest as all hell. He said the whole thing was worse than moral repugnancy, because disrupting the dead is dangerous. When a body is moved, defiled, their spirit gets corrupted, broken. It gets so shattered that they can't rest. That's why Uncle Tommy believed the legend of the Resurrection Man went deeper than what most people thought. It's why no one should be dancing in this place, because Grandison wasn't just moving bodies, he was raising the dead. You're listening to Run, Fool! I'm Rodney Barnes, and this is episode 2, The Resurrection Man. Uncle Tommy leaned back in his chair. History lesson first, he said. The old medical college, the building we were sitting in, was an esteemed medical school back in the 1830s, all the way up until 1900-something or other. That's when the medical school moved to a fancy new campus across town. This place was kind of forgotten about. It changed hands a few times, fell into disrepair. You know how it goes with old buildings. But in the late 1980s, the college realized, oh crap, we've got too many best and brightest, and we're running out of space. Not coincidentally, this was about the time when Uncle Tommy got hired on for construction detail, because the college decided to restore the old medical building to its 19th century glory, to use as a kind of annex. It was outside this annex on the first day of classes in 1989 that a medical hopeful named Gregory was staring at a dead body. Its sinewy muscles were exposed, revealing thighs full of colorful strips of flesh. Its face stared vacantly towards the sky. Luckily for the passerby of Augusta, this corpse was just a photograph, nestled in the pages of the absolutely massive textbook that Greg was focused on. That is, until a sudden scream ripped him away from his studies. A look-up revealed a gaggle of students ascending the steps of the old medical building. One of them let out another shriek of laughter as they disappeared between the entrance's massive pillars. Greg checked his watch. Just about 6 p.m. Class was starting soon, and he wasn't the kind of guy who was late. Not ever, and definitely not on the first day of the rest of his life. This edge of anxiety came from a good place. It really did, because Greg was kind of in a tough spot. He'd been born and raised in Augusta, a local kid if there ever was one. Hell, he even had family members buried in Cedar Grove back in the day, the cemetery just down the street from where he sat. But the thing was, his family had been struggling financially for generations, and Greg was about to step in as the ringer. He'd gotten a scholarship to study medicine, which meant he was going to be the first doctor in the family and break whatever cycle of generational poverty they had been caught up in. No matter what it took, he wasn't going to fuck it up. But during his first anatomy class in the old med building, boy, he kind of fucked it up. First of all, the large class was jammed into an inexplicably tiny room, so he was elbow to elbow with his classmates. He could barely even take notes. His sweaty hand couldn't really grip his damn pen, and his arm kept hitting the person next to him. It was during his frantic attempt to write down something that he heard 2 words that made his stomach flip. His name, Gregory Moore. The professor was looking at him, attendance list in hand, waiting. But Greg hadn't heard the question. He could only stare back at the professor, mouth slack, heart hammering, till another student cut in to answer with confidence. The professor liked that. Glad some of you are with us, he said. Ouch. The class went on like that, with students raising their hands left and right before Greg could come up with anything that might help recover his dignity. Then it was over. He sat there as students filed out, and man, oh man, it had to have been hard for that guy not to wallow in self-pity. The first day of the rest of his life had been a mess. That's why Greg couldn't fathom going back to his dorm room just to sit in the disappointment of it all. Instead, after everyone left, He took a walk through the old medical building to clear his head. It was dusty and dark. It kind of smelled like a mix between debris and cleaning solution. The construction was clearly still in earnest progress. Old disintegrating walls had holes in them. Some others were covered in plastic. He eventually came upon a huge room with shiny wood floors and dusty tarps covering old pillars. A dome cut into the ceiling at the center, revealing the floor right above. Greg thought about all the students and doctors that must have walked through here back in the building's glory days. And let's be honest, there's something transformative about being in a space you revere. It compels you to do things you wouldn't normally. And that might be why Greg found himself on his knees, praying. Not to any god or saint that we might know. No, he was praying to the gods of medical science. Hands clasped, Greg asked for guidance, assuring whoever could hear his call that he would do anything to succeed here, to make his family proud of him. But he just got a whole lot of silence in return. That is, until an echo came from the hallway outside. Footsteps. Greg whipped around to see a tall figure wearing scrubs rush by the room's open door. He got a little nervous then, because he couldn't be in there. Classes were over. No one was around. It'd really be the cherry on top of a shit Sunday if he got arrested for trespassing or something. In the midst of these worried thoughts, Greg realized he wasn't alone. That tall figure was back, standing in the doorway, watching from the darkness. A moment passed, then another. And because Greg had been raised to be polite, even when he was unbearably nervous, he said the only thing he could think of. "Hello?" The figure spoke. In a gravely tenor, he asked if Greg was done learning for the night. Or would he like an after-hours lesson? And then he vanished down the hallway. And well, Greg followed this guy, and I'll tell you why. He had just been humiliated his first day of med school. He was thinking all kinds of self-deprecating bullshit. Things like, if the year keeps going like this, maybe he'd never be a renowned doctor. Maybe he wasn't cut out for any of this. Maybe he'd lose his scholarship. A little after-hours lesson was, forgive me, just what the doctor ordered. So Greg hurried after the scrubs man. The moonlight streaming through the building's windows lit his way until he turned a corner and stepped into utter darkness, the kind that makes you wonder what's lurking inside it, the kind you don't want to mess with. Greg started to go back the way he came, but out of the corner of his eye, he saw a light come on way down the corridor. From beneath a closed door, he approached and gave it a knock. No answer. Another. Nothing. So he slowly pushed it open. The room he stepped into was small. A dim, flickering bulb lit the space, revealing a table with a white cloth pushed against the far wall, over which a series of medical tools were spread. In the center of the room, the scrubs man was bending over a metal slab. Greg could see him a little better now. He was immensely tall, maybe middle age. And when this guy turned to Greg, it also became clear what lay on the slab, a dead man. The skin on his chest was flayed open with metal clamps. The taut edges were punctured and raw from where the clamps dug in. But this body's bloated husk was so full of preservatives that it didn't bleed one bit. A loud, visceral squishing sound echoed through the room as the tall man plopped his hand full of intestines on the steel surface beside the corpse. Greg's own stomach lurched, because studying about dead bodies in a book is one thing. Facing some poor soul whose organs were on display is another beast altogether. All that's to say, Greg needed a goddamn minute to get a hold of himself. He closed his eyes, listening to the nauseating sounds of hands raking through organs. While taking his goddamn minute, Greg asked the scrubs guy if he was faculty. The reply? Teaching assistant, some of the time. Greg opened his eyes to watch this TA grab a scalpel and dive into the cadaver's guts. The man's hands moved nimbly, despite their large size. As they went, he muttered to himself, instructions, or rather an explanation of what he was doing as he was doing it. Now, I'm not a science guy, neither was my Uncle Tommy. So I can't really tell you what Greg learned about this valve going into that artery or anything like that. Just know that this guy was spitting out some real gems of knowledge. So Greg listened to the TA's lesson and watched his hands move across the shining cavities of this dead man's interiors until the wee hours of the morning.
This episode is brought to you in part by Progressive Insurance. What if comparing car insurance rates was as easy as putting on your favorite podcast? With Progressive, it is. Just visit the Progressive website to quote with all the coverages you want. You'll see Progressive's direct rate. Then their tool will provide options from other companies so you can compare. All you need to do is choose the rate and coverage you like. Quote today at Progressive.com to join the over 28 million drivers who trust Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Greg barely remembered getting back to his dorm after that. He knew it was late. He knew he was exhausted, but his brain was churning through all that good stuff he had just learned in that dark room over that dead body. And the next evening in class, he absolutely nailed it. Question after question. Greg's hand shot into the air. No other student stood a chance because Greg had gone from being behind the curve to way, way ahead of it. After class, the professor grabbed his arm and asked him to stay a moment. He noticed a change of course and wondered if Greg had gotten over his first day jitters. Greg explained he had done some after hours with the teacher's assistant last night, who was very helpful. The professor's reply was quick and worried. We don't have a teaching assistant. Confusion hit Greg first, but before he could start to wonder who the hell that guy had been, the professor said, I think you met Grandison Harris. Now, Uncle Tommy had already gone over some Grandison bullet points, but according to Greg's professor, there was a lot more to it than that. The teacher explained that Grandison was an enslaved grave robber, yes. He was owned by the faculty here, but after the Civil War and emancipation, Grandison kept working at the college as a free man. Time went on, he became a wealthy, esteemed member of Augusta's black community, until they discovered how he earned his money. The citizens of Augusta were livid, especially Grandison's own community, the folks who had generations of family buried in the very cemetery that he'd pillaged. They grew to fear this man who attacked the dead and lived with the horrific uncertainty of not knowing if their loved ones were still in the ground, or if Grandison had just managed to put the grave back exactly how he found it. He was good at that, you see. They saw him as a ghost, floating through the night, disturbing places that were never meant to be disturbed and raising the dead. They thought he worked hand in hand with the devil, and for that, they called him the Resurrection Man. The professor wanted to make sure Greg understood things. Grandison, well, let's not forget he was forced into this role, tasked with an unholy job he had no way to refuse. But the thing that's hard to abide by is that the Resurrection Man took to his work a little too well. Even as a free man, he carried out this ghoulish task for the rest of his life, and some say, in his death. See, the professor was sure Grandison's spirit still served this college, tending to the cadavers he found, making sure that they stayed put. Greg should avoid him at all costs, no matter what knowledge he offered. Because Greg hadn't met a teacher's assistant. He'd met the Grim Reaper. Our little Med hopeful didn't take all this news so well. For one thing, he had family buried in that cemetery, like his great-grandmother, a grave that his dad still visited. Now he was wondering if that plot was empty, if the Resurrection Man had desecrated her the way he had done so many others. But Greg was also trying to wrap his head around the idea that he had spent the night with a ghost. This made the room spin and caused him to stumble out of class, straight to the bathroom a few doors down. After splashing some water on his face, he felt his head clear somewhat. But when he went back to the classroom, it was different from the place he'd just left. He'd somehow, in some way, returned to the room from last night. The dim light, the medical tool-filled table, the metal slab with a dead body splayed on top of it, and of course, the Resurrection Man himself, at its side with a welcoming smile. His arms were deep in the cadaver's chest, blood and guts up to his elbows. This time he asked, "You want to scrub in?" Greg shook his head, but couldn't seem to tear his attention away from the cadaver because he was horrified. He knew very well he was standing in the presence of an entity he shouldn't be messing with, that had done terrible things. But his last night with Grandison had given him an edge. It nudged him closer to being a doctor. And here he was, faced with that opportunity again. So just as a part of him wanted to flee this godforsaken place and never return, the other part wondered if Grandison and these nightly operations could be his secret weapon. That's why, ignoring logic and all the horrifying tales his professor had just told him, Greg turned his attention to the cadaver and said, "Teach me." Grandison dug his scalpel into the body's interior, cutting neatly through a chunk of lung and pulling the wet organ to the side like a curtain. But as the heart came into view, Greg realized something wasn't right. It took a minute to land on what that was. When he did, the shock of it almost made him fall over, because now that he could see the heart nestle in the corpse's chest, he could also see that it was beating. The cadaver's eyes suddenly shot open, and his frigid, clammy hand snatched Greg's wrist. A scream tore from Greg's throat, and the corpse wheezed. Spit and flecks of rot flew from its mouth, hitting Greg in the face as he wrenched his arm free and ran. His rapid, pattering footsteps echoed through the gaping halls as they carried Greg from the building. But the place was very dark, and he really didn't know his way around. So by just a few minutes in, Greg was totally lost. But he knew that the horror he just endured was at his back, so he kept moving forward. He turned corner after corner until he realized he'd somehow made his way back to that room with the dome. Greg really would have said another prayer, this time for his life, but he was distracted by movement in the dark corners of the space. It was a pair of eyes, glassy and reflective, even in the darkness. Another pair appeared beside the first, then another. He whipped around every which way. He could see the furious stares waiting in the shadows. He had no idea who they were, why they were watching him, but he didn't care to find out either. Greg raced out the door, charging down a corridor he was sure led to an exit, except it didn't. He'd somehow gone deeper into the bowels of the old medical building. And now he was standing at the top of a staircase. Shadow-ridden hallways stretched on all sides, and the stairs led him into some kind of bottomless abyss. He was sure going down there was what we'd call a bad fucking idea. Maybe it was better to brave a hallway. But that option went out the window when, from one of those corridors, he heard whistling. The Resurrection Man. But the echo made it hard to tell which hall he was coming from. So the only safe bet now was down. Greg made it about halfway when he heard the whistling again, this time right above him. There at the top of the stairs was Grandison Harris. The two locked eyes, Greg's probably wild and bloodshot, Grandison's containing something that looked like sympathy. Then the Resurrection Man said, "We put them downstairs." Just as Greg was wondering what he meant by that, a glistening, bloated hand reached through the stairwell bars and grabbed Greg's ankle.
Greg tried like hell to shake off the hand that locked onto his ankle.
But within seconds, a horde of formaldehyde-infused limbs were snatching at his legs from the darkness below. Greg, for his part, twisted and turned, wailing himself hoarse, until incredibly, he wriggled free. But a step later, his shoelace caught, and he tumbled down the stairs. He hit the ground immediately, covered his head with his arms, expecting an army of corpses to descend on him. Nothing happened. He braved to look around and saw he'd fallen into a construction zone. A few utility lights lit up piles of dust, tools, the works. Then the moans began, a shrill chorus of tortured, agonizing screams coming from beneath Greg's very feet. He stared in horror at the cement as the floor cracked with a series of deafening bangs. Seconds later, fingers worked their way through the fresh crevices, followed by arms and heads and torsos, all creeping towards Greg in jerky, labored movements, all screaming at the top of their lungs. Greg raced to a pile of construction tools and picked up a hammer, then started swinging it around with everything he had in him. He hit bodies, heard thuds, squelches, but it was no use. If one corpse fell, another took its place. He wondered how long they'd been lying here in wait, hoping for another chance to claw at the living. Greg kept swinging, even though his arms felt like lead and his head was pounding. He kept going, his movements getting slower, until he saw a face that made him stop mid-swing. An older woman, with gray hair and a mole on her chin, a birthmark. The hammer fell from his hands. This was his great-grandmother, the one who'd been buried in Cedar Grove. He knew it, from old photos he'd seen, yeah. But also sometimes, you just know. She looked at him sadly, then touched an icy, rubbery hand to his cheek. And with that touch, Greg finally got it. That progress and advancement in this place had come at a devastating cost, and that he'd been willing to look the other way for his own sake. That was hard to swallow. The thought left him so confused, so forlorn, that he barely even felt the multitude of hands grab his shoulders, his legs, his neck, and pin him to the ground. He lay there, back scraping against the concrete as the hands tore at his skin, pushed against his organs, and whispered pleas into his ear. The pain was overwhelming, but he couldn't move, not even if he wanted to. When morning came, the tormented cadavers of the old medical building finally sank back into the cement with a whimper. But even then, Greg didn't budge until the construction crews arrived for the day and found him, bruised and torn up and in shock. First thing he told them, look in the floor and free the poor souls buried there. Uncle Tommy shook his head as he recalled seeing Greg ashen and confused, pointing like mad at the cement around him. Once Tommy and his team started digging, they finally understood what this kid was rambling on about. Almost 4,000 corpses had been entombed in the medical building's basement, all put there by the Resurrection Man and the faculty of the college. This wasn't the kind of place where you dance, Uncle Tommy said. No way. Those bodies had gone back to Cedar Grove, and hopefully given peace. But what happened here? The memory of their pain. This wasn't the kind of place where you dance. I felt a little numb from this tale, so instead of heading back to the dance floor, I walked out the door and on over to Cedar Grove. There was a big old monument there, marking the cadaver's burial site. A simple phrase was etched in its side, known to God. I paid my respects. It wasn't enough, but it was something. Run Fool is a production of Ballin Studios, Campside Media, and At Will Media. It is hosted and executive produced by me, Rodney Barnes. This episode was written by Kate Murdoch and produced by Abakar Adan. Edited by Matt Scher. It was sound designed and mixed by Kevin Seaman. Our team also includes Rosie Guerin, Will Malnati, and Matt Hickey. Creature vocalization by Terry Casburn, and artwork by Jessica Clogston Kiner. Production support by Jeremy Bond and Cole Locasio. Special thanks to Mark McAdam and Seth Richardson and our operations team, Doug Slaywin, Ashley Warren, Sabina Mara, and Destiny Dingle. Executive producers at Ballin Studios are Mr. Ballin, Nick Witters, and Zach Levitt. Executive producers at Will Media are Will Malnati and Rosie Guerin. Executive producers at Campside Media are Matt Scher, Josh Dean, Vanessa Gregoriadis, and Adam Hoff. Thanks for listening, and see you next week.
You hear that? Your dog knows. Spring is coming sooner than you think. But the warmer weather also means that fleas and ticks are coming back. Fleas are an itchy nuisance and can easily get into your home, furniture, and beds, which can be terrible. Ticks are even worse. They're hard to spot but can carry disease and get your dog really sick. PetMeds pharmacists connect directly with your vet to save you time and deliver the best flea and tick products for your pet. PetMeds offers low prices on all flea and tick meds, including NexGard, Simparica, and more. Visit petmeds.com and use promo code PODCAST to save 40% on your first AutoShip order. That's petmeds.com, promo code PODCAST for 40% off your first AutoShip order.
A lot can happen in the next 3 years. Like a chatbot may be your new best friend. But what won't change? Needing health insurance. United Healthcare Tri-Term Medical Plans are available for these changing times. Underwritten by Golden Rule Insurance Company, they offer budget-friendly, flexible coverage for people who are in between jobs or missed open enrollment. The plans last nearly 3 years in some states, with access to a nationwide network of doctors and hospitals. So for whatever tomorrow brings, United Healthcare Tri-Term Medical Plans may be for you. Learn more at uh1.com.
I heard about the Wendigo by happenstance. About 2 years ago, I was on an ice fishing trip in the uppers of Minnesota with a couple of old buddies from grade school. Don't ask, it was their idea. Apparently, some folks like to freeze their asses off for fun and minimal returns, at least in my case. Anyway, after about an hour of sitting on a frozen lake, I tossed my lines and told my friends they could find me at the diner by the lake, sipping something very, very hot.
So I made my way there, miffed as hell that I had gone along with this plan in the first place. Ice fishing? Really? I had been convinced fishing in the dead of winter was going to be anything other than wretched. But once I was eating some warm stew with a piping mug of coffee in hand, I started feeling a little better and a little more generous towards my friends and their favorite pastime.
The diner was cozy, the music was good, vintage Motown, and there were just a few patrons, one of whom was a young lady at the end of the counter, eating a burger so fast I was sure someone was coming to steal it. I puzzled over her for a moment. She seemed like one of those people who was both utterly lost and comfortably at home in the world. And after my moment of assessment was through, I couldn't help but head over and ask what brought her into this winter wasteland. Surely she wasn't an ice fisher too. She wasn't, it turned out. Her name was Shania. She was Ojibwe. She grew up on the nearby reservation. And who's to say how we got on the topic? Probably from my comments on the weather. But at some point, she made this remark that had my ears perking up. She said, "The temperature isn't the worst thing about winters up here." Listeners, this woman positively reeked of an untold story. And one thing you should know about me is that I love an untold story, especially if they have an air of something otherworldly to them. So I asked, pleasant and charming as can be, what she meant by that. She replied in the deep, desolate guts of winter, "If the freeze doesn't get you, the Wendigo will." She told me that in Ojibwe, the word Wendigo means winter cannibal monster, literally. And that right there should tell you most of what you need to know. It's the most bloodthirsty beast in existence. Picture an impossibly tall, hairy Goliath with teeth as big as a forearm. But its worst quality isn't how it looks. Nope. The worst thing about the Wendigo is its character. It's cursed with an insatiable hunger. No matter how much it eats, it's never full. That's why it's perpetually thin and aching for meat. It always wants more.
Shania admitted no one really knew exactly how Wendigos came into existence. Some say it was an ancient evil spirit that possesses a person and compels them to feast upon its kin.
Others think the first Wendigo was born centuries ago, when the Europeans began descending on the native island. Some say a band of those colonizing assholes got lost in the woods in the dead of winter and had to eat one another to stay alive.
The taste of human flesh. Well, at least one individual took a liking to it. Let me rephrase. He craved it, badly enough that it drove him nuts. And as he prowled the woods, searching for more of the unnatural sustenance, he eventually became more beast than man. So the Wendigo wasn't just some monster of the frigid ether. He used to be a person with a life, a soul. Side note here. If that's true, and I've come to believe it is, more on that soon, it means we're all capable of becoming this thing.
All it takes is a nibble of a friend's toe in the depths of the icy wilderness. The Ojibwe say one thing, the Cree have other thoughts. Generations of lore is like playing a 1,000-year-old game of telephone, which should have been comforting. But then, Shania leaned in to whisper, that's why I should listen to her. Because unlike the others, she'd met a Wendigo.
And was probably the only person alive who could tell me how horrific a creature it really was. Worse than I could imagine.
You're listening to Run, Fool! I'm Rodney Barnes, and this is episode 1, The Wendigo. Before Shania got into it, she ordered a slice of pie and confided that her encounter with the Wendigo had happened just 2 months back, right after the first snowstorm of the season. So it was fresh. She apologized if it came out a little fast and jumbled. It still freaked her out a little, talking about it. Up until the start of winter, she'd been living in Minneapolis, working some corporate jobs she didn't feel was worth telling me about. And around lunchtime one day, she got a call from a number she hadn't heard from in some time. Her parents. Shania explained she wasn't exactly chummy with her folks. See, she'd grown up on the reservation that sits on the other side of Leech Lake, the same place I'd been trying to ice fish on. But Shania left 4 years back to engage in what her parents considered capitalist white person bullshit. But listen, how she moved on and made her own way in the world isn't the point of the story. Shania was adamant about that. It's not where she went. It's what she left back on Leech Lake.
Because what she left behind was her brother, Ozin.
Let's hold up one more minute. I don't want to prolong getting into the guts of this story, any more than I already have. But there are a few things about Shania and Ozin that are important to know up front. The Sibs were only 1 year apart, basically twins, and they were fiercely competitive with one another. One of them did something, the other one had to do it better. You know the types. The goal was always faster, stronger, and smarter. They even had this silver medal their uncle got made for them, which they laid claim over any time one of them would do something noteworthy. It was kind of endearing when they were kids and all, but as they got older, it caused some epic fights. One in particular was Shania's decision to ditch lake life. Ozin felt abandoned by that, but more importantly, they both knew she'd basically gotten the edge in their tit-for-tat. What's more of a competition killer on the reservation than someone moving off of it and finding a new life, a better life? They hadn't talked since. And Shania be the first one to admit her pride got in the way of picking up the phone and mending fences, even if she was the winner. Instead, she sat with her guilt, day in and day out, making note of how each week, month, year that passed was one more she'd wasted not having Ozin in her life. Anyway, Shania steered me back to that phone call, the one from her parents, because by now, I was in the know enough to understand why their message made her jump in the car and start the 3+ hour trek to Leech Lake. Come home. they'd said. It's Ozzy. I'd venture a guess that if you're from Minnesota, you've heard of Leech Lake. It's the third largest in the state, after all, and it sits within the Leech Lake Reservation, home to the Ojibwe Band. And that reservation sits in the middle of a whole lot of wilderness. Wilderness that looks and feels bleaker the colder it gets. It was dark by the time Shania pulled into her parents' drive, despite it only being about 4:30 in the afternoon. Towering, snow-clawed branches hung heavy over her childhood home, a one-story brown shingled place, well cared for, but pretty old. They were lucky to have it, though. The reservation had plenty of Ojibwe regularly looking for shelter. She could see there was a fire roaring inside as she approached the door, which gave her a hit of warm nostalgia, thinking of all the times she and Ozzy fell asleep in front of the hearth. That warm feeling didn't last. Her parents barely looked up when she came in. They were rigid with worry as they told her all about her missing brother. About a year ago, Ozzy cut a deal with some men that the community pegged as, well, for lack of a better description, greedy motherfuckers. They were in real estate, trying to nab some reservation lakefront for vacation rentals. Their bids were all rejected, which was good for the Ojibwe, but bad for Ozzy, who'd intended on making some cash. So he took them in to look for another spot to erect their tourist oasis, up around the Slipknot. Shania stopped her story briefly to clarify. The Slipknot was this gorgeous mountain with incredible views of the lake. But it was an odd choice for real estate moguls. Getting there wasn't for the faint of heart. It was at least a half-day's walk through confusing terrain and a whole lot of thick pines. Anyway, her parents told her the day after he'd left there'd been a storm, a bad one, the first snowy spew of winter, and now he'd been gone for almost a month. They had to look for him once the snow calmed down, but their bodies don't move as quickly as they used to, or for as long. They had to turn back. Neighborhood search parties hadn't found him either. Shania could, they said. She always had a sixth sense when it came to her brother, one they didn't have. That's why they called. What they didn't say was, otherwise they never would have. But Shania felt the implication hang there anyway. She made some excuse to her parents, bathroom or air or something. She couldn't remember, then dipped out to take a breath. Seconds later, she found herself standing in the room she used to share with her brother. Not that she recognized it. Gone were the posters, knickknacks, decor. The walls were bare. Twin beds were gone, with one larger, neatly made one in its place. It was like Ozzy had scrubbed the place of anything that felt like them. Shania sat on the mattress, feeling the old springs creak under her. She felt something else, too, under the quilt. It was a palm-sized silver medallion with ragged spikes around its edges. Their medal, the one they used to fight over. Half Throwing Star, half Achievement Award. It said the best on it. A little on the nose, but their uncle hadn't been the most creative. And just, damn. Staring at that medal made Shania feel a whole lot of things she couldn't begin to process. So instead, she rose to open the window and let the harsh freeze wake her up like a slap across the face. Then something else made her wake up even more, because she swore that underneath that whooshing, frigid breeze, she could hear something that didn't make a whole lot of sense. It was her brother's pleading, desperate voice, screaming her name. Shania doesn't remember jamming the medal into her pocket, pulling on the family furs and packing a backpack, but she does remember flying out of the door, and straight into the immense looming wilderness. All she gave to her parents was a brief explanation that she was going to look for that asshole. She didn't want to tell them about the voice. They wouldn't believe her. Hell, she didn't even know if she believed it. Logic was telling her some nice stories, you see. Stories like, could have been the wind, or it was all in her head. And she was just sensitive from being in that room with all those memories. But another part of her, the louder part, said, screw it. Because if that was Ozin, then it sounded like he needed her help. About 10 minutes into her journey, she was pissed at that louder part. It was dark. She only had her old flashlight beam to guide her. She didn't know where to look. And she never had to say this to Ozin, but she wasn't as sure-footed in the woods as he was. And well, it was fucking cold. The wind whipped at her face, finding any tiny inch of skin that she'd left exposed. She reached in her pack and yanked out some hand warmers. Wasn't intending on using them this early, but Shania was a city girl now. Soon as those were snug in her gloves, she felt better and let herself take a beat and make some kind of plan. But before she could, the wind picked up then, a gust so heavy it made her take a step back. And with that wind, once again, was the echoing sound of Ozin, calling her name. And this time, his cries didn't die. He kept on wailing. So, she followed his voice into the bowels of the forest. Trailing after her brother reminded her of when they would race around the lake. He'd always be in front, calling back to her to hurry up. Just like in those days, Shania could hear him up ahead, but the voice quickly grew distant, like he was picking up his pace. So she picked up hers to match, called after him, telling him she was coming and to wait for her. But he didn't. Soon she was sprinting, leaping over logs and skirting trees. Her flashlight beam wobbled with her jerking movement, making her dizzy. Then it was quiet. When Shania stopped, a look around told her she was in some kind of makeshift camp, an absolutely obliterated one. Snow log tents stuck out of drifts. Bags and supplies were scattered around. No sign of people. It was almost completely silent. Not even an owl's hoot. It was like all of the living had decided this was a place they'd rather avoid. Shania tried to work out what this meant, whether this site was Ozin's. So she toured the area, kicking up snow to uncover a bag of frozen food, a parka, and then a cell phone. It was shattered with a smiley sticker smirking on the back. Her brother's. His phone, his campsite. Maybe he'd gone into one of those tents. She chose the nearest one, then went over and slowly pulled a flap aside, looked in, and immediately wished she hadn't.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has helped over 35,000 families out of financial hardship by getting them out of bad timeshares. And they may be able to help you too. If your timeshare agreement goes on forever, if you were told timeshares are a great investment, or your maintenance fees will never go up, you need to get the facts about timeshare cancellation. For over 10 years, Wesley Financial Group has been dedicated to helping folks get out of a lifetime of debt by canceling their timeshares. So they created a free timeshare exit information kit that reveals how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation. To get your free timeshare exit information kit, simply go to icanceltimeshare.com. That's the letter I, canceltimeshare.com. icanceltimeshare.com.
Inside that tent was a thick, vicious pool of blood, and in its center, a human leg. It still had its pants on, the fabric color unrecognizable because it was sodden with crimson. Shania backed away fast and tripped on something buried in the snow. She smashed her knee into the ground, but was on her feet quickly, eyes on whatever the hell she fell over. The owner of the leg, most likely. or what was left of him. It was a torso, with its head hanging at a tilt, attached to the neck by a lone frayed tendon. And as Shania waved her flashlight from this sight from hell, for the first time she could venture a guess at what had happened, this man was attacked. He had bite marks all over. His skin gnawed to the quick. Half of his torso was totally eaten away. Shania's only solace was that this poor soul was definitely not her brother. The tattoo, for one, an intricate Gothic cross. Fat chance her brother would have ever put that on his body. But that thought was fleeting, because a surge of bile rose in her throat, and she was suddenly puking her guts out in a snowdrift. Except, she should have picked a different drift. Because when she wiped her mouth and looked up, she caught a glimpse of what lay on the other side. A literal massacre. A graveyard of body parts was spread across the snow. Some eaten to the bone, others with the flesh half torn away, blowing lightly in the wind. The white snowscape was soaked in red, making the whole thing resemble some kind of gory stained glass. Shania booked it the other way, stopping to catch her breath in the center of camp. A barrage of questions made her head ache. What the fuck did this? A wolf? A bear? And did any of those body parts belong to her brother? Maybe his voice wasn't calling her for help. It was his spirit, guiding her to his grave. But then her flashlight caught something at the far end of the camp. A piece of yellow fabric caught on a bush. Shania hurried over. It was a bracelet with a phrase in Ojibwe. The top of the mountain isn't high enough. Ozins. She was sure of that. She waved her flashlight at the ground. Footprints. They were almost completely covered by fresh snow, but she could see indents, along with a faint trail of blood. Whatever horrors had happened here, Ozin might have made it out. Time passed slowly as Shania trudged through the ever-deepening snowdrifts. The wind fought her every inch of the way, till she ventured a guess that she'd never been more tired in her life. But she was locked in on Azin's bloody trail. Her shaky flashlight beam was dimmer now, the battery dying. But the trail grew thicker as she went, leading her through the snow, snaking between trees until it disappeared inside a cave. That's exactly the moment her flashlight chose to die. Classic, right? I mean, of course. This is when the fucking thing breaks. She smacked it against her palm a few times, but it was as dead as those men back there. Shania hated how her voice shook when she called her brother's name. But she was terrified, okay? Because just to recap, she was deep in the woods. Some animal had ripped through a camp and eaten people. And now she was standing in front of a cave, which either held her brother or the beast that had done the deed. And to top it all off, the freeze was getting worse. Way worse. Shania was colder than she'd ever remembered feeling before. Like something had crawled inside her furs and turned her veins to ice. Darkness surrounded her like a weighted blanket, compressing her chest along with the unnatural chill. Shania was just considering why she was still standing there when she heard it. Azin's voice, now coming from the cave. He said, "Is that you?" But before she could reply, a guttural growl echoed from inside the rock walls. It should have terrified her. It did terrify her. But in hindsight, it actually seemed kind of harmless compared to what came next. Manic, high-pitched laughter. As soon as that unnatural chuckle emanated from that cave, Shania saw something emerge from the mouth. A massive shape. Nothing but shadows and murk. Too big to be a bear or a wolf or anything that was supposed to exist in this world. She couldn't see what it was, but she also didn't stand there waiting to get a better look. Shania's cumbersome boots slid in the snow as she took off, her heart pounding faster than her feet would thud. Her mind was going a mile a minute. she'd heard Ozin, which meant he was in that cave, suffering, waiting for her. The thought made her slow a moment before she picked up her pace again. Because if Ozin was there, that thing was guarding it. Something inhuman, the stuff of old Ojibwe legends, like the Rolling Heads or the Ghost Witch or the Wendigo. The Wendigo. Her parents warned her and Ozin about that thing when they were kids. One of those tales that people thought stopped their children from going too deep in the woods, but really just fucked them up. Those stories kept Shania up at night. Dreams of a monster who was driven by a never-ending hunger, who refused to die unless you shit. She was sure they told her it had some kind of weakness, but hell, it'd been years. Like it mattered. If this was really a Wendigo, she was completely fucked. All of a sudden, her foot slid out from under her as she pitched forward. Her body shot downwards, hitting a rocky sloping incline as she hurtled towards the depths of who knows where. When she finally came to a hard stop, she took stock of things. She'd walked right off a ledge into a damn gully, and a rock had her leg pinned. She shoved at it with everything she had, but it wouldn't budge. She spent a while lying there, pushing, crying, and swearing, with all the rotten vocab she had in her repertoire. But at some point, her arms ached, and her chest burned so badly, all she could do was throw her head in her hands for a good old-fashioned sob. Then she caught the stench of rancid meat and felt a hot, vapid breath wash against the top of her forehead. It was tall, almost absurdly so, and thin to the point where she could see its entire rib cage beneath patchy, matted fur and rotting gray skin. But when it leaned closer to her, she could see its lips were gnawed and bloody, hanging loose around its mouth like macabre curtains. A long, flopping tongue lashed out to lick its massive fangs. Another waft of putrid breath hit her face as this thing spoke. That voice which had once called to her now made her feel sick enough to collapse in the snow right then and there. That was Ozin's voice. Like the gods themselves had heard her thoughts, the cloud shifted, sending a beam of moonlight straight into the behemoth's face. Above the gnarly mouth and torn up lips, above the slitted nostrils, were a pair of human eyes. Not just any eyes, her brother's. Ozin hadn't been eaten by the Wendigo. He was the Wendigo. Shania's throat felt thick with fear, but she managed to croak out the only thing she could think to ask. How? Then, with a wicked, taunting lift, Ozin hissed out his story. How a storm had trapped them in the woods, how one of the men had died quickly, and how Ozin, well, the longer Ozin resisted feeding on the corpse, the more tempting it seemed. Until finally, he had a little taste. And then he had more. And then more. But even after he'd finished, even after he consumed the others in his party, it wasn't enough. It was never enough. Now, there were a few things Shania knew at this moment. First of all, she was probably moments away from being slaughtered. Second, it was her own brother who'd do the slaughtering. Third, and she wasn't proud of this, that also meant he was finally going to win whatever bullshit sibling rivalry they'd had. But the last thing she knew was that those were Ozin's eyes. That was his voice. And no matter how unreasonable a thought it was, Shania was wondering if there was still some of her brother in this deranged creature. So she found herself telling Ozin all the things she'd held close to her chest since she'd left the lake. that she was sorry, that she missed him, that she loved him. Then, trembling, she fished the medal out of her pocket. She wanted to know if he remembered how they fought over it relentlessly. Well, here it was. He could have it. He deserved it. Jaws snapping, Ozan lunged forward, straight for Shania's throat. On instinct, she held her hand up, a feeble attempt to defend herself, except maybe not so feeble, because she had that damn medal in her hand, and its jagged ridges caught Ozan's throat, ripping through his skin like butter. All he could do was emit a gurgle as he fell, pouring entrails onto Shania's lap as he went. He lay there, twitching, staring up at Shania. Before the light went out in his eyes, she was sure they'd held a glimmer of recognition. Then, he went still. Covered in blood, she lay there, not in the least bit sure what had just happened. A glint from the now gut-soaked metal in her hand made it click. Silver. That was what her parents had said. Silver was just about the only material that could fill a Wendigo. With that, she started laughing, her own manic laugh, delirious, horrified, which soon turned to great big heaving sobs, because she'd finally, really and truly, bested Ozan. And as she sat there, staring at his monstrous face, she'd wish more than anything that she hadn't. When Shania finished her story, her shoulders slumped, like telling it had taken something from her she couldn't get back. Neither of us said boo for at least a minute. It was Shania who broke the silence. She said she finally got the rock off her foot, then dragged her brother the whole way home. She nearly froze, nearly starved. She said that was a part of the story I wouldn't want to hear, and one she didn't care to relive. And then she ordered another burger, telling the waiter to be quick about it. There was an edge to her voice as she did it. All it took was that, and a quick fiddle with her shirt sleeve for me to realize it was time I got out of there. I paid for my meal, thanked Shania for the story, and was on my way. I didn't want her to know what I'd seen. The matted fur on her arm, the hungry gleam in her eyes. It made me guess at what she'd undergone in that journey home, what she'd done to survive. Because by now, I knew a Wendigo when I saw one.
Run Fool is a production of Ballin Studios, Campside Media, and At Will Media. It is hosted and executive produced by me, Rodney Barnes. This episode was written by Kate Murdoch and produced by Abakar Adan. Edited by Matt Scher. It was sound designed and mixed by Kevin Seaman. Our team also includes Rosie Guerin, Will Malnati, and Matt Hickey. Creature vocalization by Terry Casburn, and artwork by Jessica Clogston Kiner. Production support by Jeremy Bond and Cole Locasio. Special thanks to Mark McAdam and Seth Richardson and our operations team, Doug Slaywin, Ashley Warren, Sabina Mara, and Destiny Dingle. Executive producers at Ballin Studios are Mr. Ballin, Nick Witters, and Zach Levitt. Executive producers at Will Media are Will Malnati and Rosie Guerin. Executive producers at Campside Media are Matt Scher, Josh Dean, Vanessa Gregoriadis, and Adam Hoff. Thanks for listening, and see you next week. I'd rather stay an ignorant skeptic than know that Rougarou is out there. Run Fool is a production of Ballin Studios, Campside Media, and At Will Media. It is hosted and executive produced by me, Rodney Barnes. This episode was written by Kate Murdoch and produced by Abakar Adan. Editing by Matt Hickey. It was sound designed and mixed by Kevin Seaman. Creature vocalization by Terry Casburn and artwork by Jessica Clogston Kiner. Production support by Jeremy Bond and Cole Locasio. Special thanks to Lindsay Kilbride and our operations team, Doug Slaywin, Ashley Warren, Sabina Mara, and Destiny Dingle. Executive producers at Ballin Studios are Mr. Ballin, Nick Witters, and Zach Levitt. Executive producers at Will Media are Will Malnati and Rosie Guerin. Executive producers at Campside Media are Matt Scher, Josh Dean, Vanessa Gregoriadis, and Adam Hoff. Thanks for listening, and see you next week. And I'm telling you, the interest is a bitch. Run Fool is a production of Ballin Studios, Campside Media, and At Will Media. It is hosted and executive produced by me, Rodney Barnes. This episode was written by Kate Murdoch and produced by Abakar Adan. Editing by Matt Hickey. It was sound designed and mixed by Kevin Seaman. Creature vocalization by Terry Casburn and artwork by Jessica Clogston Kiner. Production support by Jeremy Bond and Cole Locasio. Special thanks to Lindsay Kilbride and our operations team, Doug Slaywin, Ashley Warren, Sabina Mara, and Destiny Dingle. Executive producers at Ballin Studios are Mr. Ballin, Nick Witters, and Zach Levitt. Executive producers at Will Media are Will Malnati and Rosie Guerin. Executive producers at Campside Media are Matt Scher, Josh Dean, Vanessa Gregoriadis, and Adam Hoff. Thanks for listening, and see you next week.
This episode is brought to you in part by Progressive Insurance. What if comparing car insurance rates was as easy as putting on your favorite podcast? With Progressive, it is. Just visit the Progressive website to quote with all the coverages you want. You'll see Progressive's direct rate. Then their tool will provide options from other companies so you can compare. All you need to do is choose the rate and coverage you like. Quote today at Progressive.com to join the over 28 million drivers who trust Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
I like the odd game of poker, but I'm not much of a gambler. I put in as much as I can stand to lose, no more. And I make sure to stop when I'm ahead. That kind of play won't necessarily make you popular with other players, but it's a sensible approach I learned from an unlikely source. Good old Grandma. She was a hell of a maven with the cards and used to take a yearly trip to Atlantic City with her girlfriends. They'd flock into the same hotel room each time, order the same welcome drinks at the same bar, then head to the same poker table. I know it probably seems like all my grandma did was try to scare the hell out of me, but I actually grew up hearing just as many stories about her raucous AC weekends as I did her disquieting tales. And then there was this one time, when those two interests of hers intersected, when horror encroached on her revelry and reminded her that demons are everywhere, even in your favorite casino. Because it was there, nestled under the neon lights, surrounded by whizzing slots, bouncing roulette balls, and excited patrons, that she first learned about the Jersey Devil. Grandma's knowledge of this behemoth was all thanks to one particular trip in the late 90s, when the reliable sameness she'd always counted on from her casino excursions caught a bad streak. First sign things weren't going Grandma's way, her friends had to cancel. The excuses ran the gamut. Grandkids, doctor's appointments, all that jazz. Nothing malicious, just life running its course. It left Grandma with a choice, though. She could stay home and pout, or she could take the trip solo. Not being much of the pouty type, you can probably guess which option Grandma chose. She went and checked into the same room, got her same drink at the same bar. But it was all feeling a little lonely, so she was antsy to get to her poker table, where she could at least talk up her favorite dealer, Frankie. He was a middle-aged charmer, and over the years she'd enjoyed their conversations as much as the cards he was laying down. Grandma was always drawn to people with an edge, and Frankie seemed to have it. He was a little different, forlorn, a loner, even though he was always surrounded by people. But when Grandma got to that poker table after finishing her solo welcome drink, she was faced with yet another change in her routine. Frankie wasn't there. He wasn't there the next day either, or the next. She was asking some of the staff about him when a smarmy-looking casino regular in dark shades sitting across from her piped up. Don't ask too many questions about Frankie. Grandma didn't like his tone, or being told what to do. She said she'd ask as many questions as she wanted. The guy leaned in and told her. Frankie wasn't just a dealer, he was a player. But not at the casino. He was too good for here. Frankie played at other tables, the unregulated kind, shall we say, run by some not-so-nice people. This guy played those same tables from time to time and had seen Frankie there. Frankie had even cleaned him out once, none of which explained why Frankie wasn't there, dealing my grandma cards like he always did. So the guy leaned in further, lowered his glasses and his voice, and told her. Frankie had a bad run that went on too long, meaning, again, don't go asking too many questions about Frankie. But Grandma was persistent. She kept pressing the guy, who shifted uncomfortably in his seat until finally he gave in. You really want to find Frankie, he said? I'd try the Pine Barrens. Poor Frankie. Because if you know anything about Jersey beyond the shore, pork rolls, and full-service gas stations, then you'll know this. What lurks in the woods of the Pine Barrens is far more terrifying than a gangster with a gun. You're listening to Run, Fool! I'm Rodney Barnes, and this is Episode 7, The Jersey Devil. Heading out of Atlantic City, the urban clutter fades away faster than you'd think. Go north on any decently trafficked two-lane highway for about half an hour and take a hard left. Suddenly, you're on one of those nothing-in-sight roads, heading into the dark heart of the Pine Barrens. I'm not trying to give out directions or anything. I just want you to understand that the Pine Barrens are both a vast wilderness and extremely close to civilization. I could also spout off a whole lot of interesting facts about its ecosystem and how it takes up more than a fifth of the state, but you can look that up yourself. All you really need to know now is that this massive tract of wilderness within spitting distance of AC provides a very specific function to those who need it. It's the perfect place to hide a body. Frankie knew all about the Pine Barrens, so when the Mercedes he was in the back seat of made a hard left off of Route 9, he started doing some quick mafia math. 1, he was in the back seat. Plus 2, he hadn't been told where they were going. Plus 3, the guys in the front, Ronnie and Vince, weren't saying a goddamn thing. That didn't add up to anything good. And now, multiply all that by the fact that they were heading into the Pineys. Yeah. Most people in that situation would be terrified, which Frankie was, don't get me wrong. But more than that, he was hurt. See, Frankie had been a loner his whole life. His parents had given him up when he was small, leaving him to bounce between foster homes till he was old enough to bounce around the country, always trying to find a place where he fit in. And when he got to Atlantic City, he finally found that place, the poker table. He'd been reading people all his life, studying faces, initially looking for any sign of compassion or tenderness. Over time, he learned to see other things as well. Disappointment, doubt, deceit, which, it turns out, is a real handy skill for a game of 5-card stud. It at least made him feel like all those years of rejection and desperation weren't for nothing. Anyway, Frankie was so good at poker that eventually he was banned from all the other casinos, which is how he ended up working there. He still wanted to be around the people, the game. So that's how he spent his days, dealing cards to people like my grandma. It was in his off hours that he played at the other tables. The kind of tables presided over by the likes of Ronnie and Vince. That's a small community, one where it's easy to mistake business associates for friends. I mean, they were together 3 or 4 nights a week. They played, they drank, they ate. They even lent him money when he got in a tight spot. which was exactly an item he needed to add to his mafia math equation. Because Frankie had missed a repayment twice. And he was realizing too late that he'd misread these guys. He thought they'd care enough about him to cut him some slack, or care about him at all. Frankie didn't have the time to sit there feeling foolish. He needed to think through his options, fast. He guessed that bargaining was already off the table by this point. He could try to fight them. Had basically no chance of winning, of course, but it was worth a shot if it came to that. Or he could make a run for it, disappear into the woods. Frankie looked to the dense forest surrounding the road and thought if it could hide corpses, maybe it could also hide the living. Maybe he could just retreat from the world and live in the Pine Barrens. Maybe that's where he belonged after all. With that, he reached for the door handle and thrust himself out, hitting the embankment and rolling down to the tree line. Above him, the car screeched to a halt. He stood up as fast as he could manage, about to make a run for it, but it was too late. Vince was on him before Frankie could find his bearings. "Throw me the tape," Vince called up to Ronnie, who was still standing by the car. "This ain't the place," Ronnie replied. "It'll do," said Vince. Frankie started to protest, till Vince pulled out the gun, put a finger to his lips and pointed down. Frankie, quiet, got on his knees, and held his arms out behind him to be bound. After that, he felt the cold metal of Ronnie's gun press against the base of his skull. His dreams of fleeing, of survival, were over. Frankie closed his eyes. They say everything feels more heightened when you're about to die, and that certainly seemed to be true. Frankie could smell the mobster's salami-tainted breath. He could hear sounds of the forest around him, bird calls, rustling leaves. Most of all, he could feel his heart pounding in his chest, faster than he thought possible. Then he heard the gun cock, the trigger tip back, the bang as it went off. Frankie screamed, expecting a surge of lethal pain and his consciousness to cease. But then he realized his heart was still beating. He was alive. And the bang? It was actually more of a fizz. He looked over his shoulder. Vince was standing there, gun pointed in the air, releasing a trail of red smoke. Frankie realized it was a flare gun, and he just started laughing. The guy laughed so hard he could barely breathe. Wouldn't you? He'd just been spared. Vince and Ronnie were only teaching him a lesson. A rustle came from the darkness, from somewhere deep in the trees. But Frankie wasn't paying attention, too flushed with relief to clock the distant noise. "Message received," he said. He promised to stay away from the tables until he paid down his debts and began to stand up, when Vince's heavy hand clamped down on his shoulder. "Stay," he said, before walking away. "But you're letting me live," Frankie asked. And Vince just laughed. Frankie was scared, but he didn't know exactly why. There was something about that laugh, though. He tried pleading with them. Maybe it wasn't too late for bargaining after all. He reminded Vince and Ronnie of the nights they'd spent together, about the times he'd slipped Ronnie a chip or two at the big casino, risking his job. "I thought we were friends," he shouted. At that, Vince stopped. "Kid," he said over his shoulder, even though Frankie was far from a kid, "you ain't nothing to nobody." And then he kept on marching towards the car. And maybe the fact that Vince was so much larger than Frankie, so much stronger, was the reason he'd never so much as glanced back. Because if he had, he would have seen Frankie barreling at him, head first. The two collided hard and fell to the ground. Frankie didn't have a plan after that. He just wanted to inflict some of the pain he was feeling. Vince climbed on him and laid a fist straight into his face. "Come on, we gotta go," Ronnie shouted. Vince ignored him. He pulled back his arm and gave Frankie another one, right in the nose. He was winding up for another when a horrific shriek pierced the air around them. "Now," Ronnie shouted, sounding panicked. "We gotta go right now." But Vince was in a blind rage. Frankie's vision was blurry. He no longer felt the punches as much as he did the weight of Vince on his chest, pinning him down, crushing him. His ribs felt like they were about to cave in, when through a concussive daze, he heard it again. The shriek, this time followed by the rustling of bushes. Closer this time. And then, suddenly, he didn't feel the weight on him anymore. "Jesus Christ," he heard Ronnie yell, confused Frankie sat up and wiped the blood from his eyes. He saw Ronnie jump in the car and speed off. But Vince, he'd vanished. Frankie was seemingly alone in the Pine Barrens, as the mobsters had always intended. The flare Vince shot in the air had landed not far away, burning away and casting a smoky light over the area. And that's when Frankie saw it, lying next to him. A hand. A big, meaty hand with rings on the fingers. A hand that had, just moments earlier, been a fist colliding with his skull. Yeah, it was Vince's hand, all right, but no Vince attached to it. Then it finally sunk in. The Pine Barrens wasn't a place where the mob dumped their corpses. It was where they let something else do the dirty work for them. You're probably anxious to know more about that thing in the woods, and I'll get to that, I promise. First, I gotta take you back a few years. Back to, well, I don't know when. Let's just say it was a long time ago. But not so far back that the Pine Barrens were any less vast or lonesome than they are now. Even back then, only a certain rare type of person would choose to live in a place like that. And only if they had a real good reason. The man this part of the story concerns itself with, he was that type of person. And he had a damn good reason. Because in this man's hometown, a small village on the outskirts of the Pine Barrens, each and every one of its inhabitants believed he was cursed. It was all his mother's fault. As the story goes, when she gave birth to her 13th child, she said something along the lines of, "This child will be a monster, a plague on our land." Nowadays, we probably consider that declaration a little premature. But in the strict Quaker settlements of the time, it didn't take much for people to get all riled up, to get scared. The kid was dumped at the local orphanage. He didn't have a name, but he already had a reputation, an evil one. And so No Name, as the town folks took to calling him, grew up enduring a constant barrage of terrified looks and fearful slander, all while living just a few houses down from his mom and 12 siblings. That's enough to make anyone want to peace out on humanity. And when you get to that point, where better to go than the Pine Barrens? Of course, you want to be damn sure of your decision beforehand, because pretty quickly, those woods become impossible to escape. The impenetrable bleakness sucks you in, deeper and deeper. Gradually, you become part of the forest. No Name didn't know that when he walked into the thickets, although he probably would have done exactly the same even if he did. That's how desperate he was to get away from everyone. He built a cabin with his bare hands, foraged for food, tended to his garden, and listened to the roar of the natural world around him. Frankly, it was kind of idyllic, being removed from the human world that had made him feel like nothing his whole life. For a while, anyway. But over time, No Name's joy in being alone faded. Turns out that even the dejected and despised need some connection to others. And once that first whiff of loneliness caught on, well, it was like a cancer. It got harder for No Name to sleep. He'd stay up at night, staring into the woods, fantasizing that someone would emerge from the tree line, a visitor who'd want to sit and talk with him. But no one ever came. Night after night passed this way, which meant No Name really wasn't sleeping a whole lot. Instead, all of his time was spent thinking, yearning, and eventually that yearning got so bad it started to make him sick. An ache settled in his stomach, making it growl so hard that no amount of food could quell it. So now, when No Name lay awake at night, those voices he heard in the woods were joined by the low rumble of his belly. On one especially unbearable evening, he found himself on his feet, walking further through the trees than he had in years. And what would you know? The voices got louder. No Name followed them, skirting fallen trunks and hopping over streams, until he reached a campsite. It belonged to a family of 3. The parents were getting a fire going while their toddler waddled around the clearing. No Name went to call out to them, but after so long, he'd lost the ability to speak. What emerged from him wasn't a warm greeting, but instead, a wild shriek. He clamped his hands over his mouth and ducked behind a tree, embarrassed. He peeked out and saw the family gazing in his direction, and he could see the fear on their faces as they scanned the darkness for danger. For him. He recognized the same fear he'd seen on the faces of everyone in his hometown. The same face, presumably, of his mother after he was born. That feeling in his belly, that ache, surged so violently that he gasped in pain. Then he saw the father kiss his wife and child on their heads as he held them close, protecting them. The pang hit again. He heard another loud shriek. Was that him? Before he could figure it out, he was doubled over. And then, everything went black. The next thing he knew, No Name was waking up, confused as all hell but feeling great. His stomach no longer ached. He was well rested, which meant he'd actually slept, which meant it was all probably a dream. That happy family in his dream and this burst of energy in the morning, it was all a sign that he should abandon the woods, head back to his village. It was a decision he'd been wrestling with for a long time, but after just a few waking minutes, he finally felt certain. Then he rolled out of bed, and that's when he saw something really, really troubling. His sheets were soaked and bright red. His clothes were too, and his hands were sticky. A thick metallic smell hung in the air. He knew right away. It was blood, and he was absolutely drenched in it. No Name panicked, checking his body for wounds. Nothing. He had no idea where it came from, but it wasn't from his veins. His mind flashed to those last moments of his dream before he woke up. The happy family, the happiness turning to fear, the aching pain in his gut. And look, we're all thinking it. No Name was certainly thinking it. He'd brutally murdered them. It wasn't no dream. Of course, he had no one to check this with, no way to know for sure what went down that night. But if there was any doubt about that chilling conclusion, it would soon become appallingly clear. See, the fullness in No Name's stomach lasted just a few days, and when it came back, it was even stronger. So strong that No Name couldn't just sit still. He took to seeking out those voices, traveling as far as the edge of the forest to find them, if needed. On one of these walks, the flurry of voices faded away to just one sound, a loud, wretched sobbing. No Name followed these cries and came upon two young girls crouched in the crook of a fallen, rotting tree. They were covered in mud, their dresses torn. It was clear they were lost. One was crying so intensely, it seemed hard for her to catch a breath. The other stroked her friend's back, shushing her with comforting tones. No Name kept out of sight, listening to the girls' gut-wrenching wails, noticing the tender love they seemed to have for one another. That's when the pain in his gut flared up again. All of a sudden, No Name's body was not his own. He felt a shrill scream tear from his throat and found himself sprinting towards the girls, faster than he'd ever run. They barely had time to look up before he bit into one's arm, tearing the limb clean off. Her screams fed No Name's sadistic fury as he latched onto the other. Warm blood filled his mouth, tendons and bones snapping beneath his teeth. After their screams had been silenced, after he'd had his fill, No Name regained control of his body. He stepped back and stared at the ravaged corpses before him, tears filling his eyes then, because for the second time, the ache was gone. And he finally understood something about himself. The only way he could take part in humanity was to consume it. His mother was right. He was a monster. I'd like to say No Name fought against this realization, this instinct, but unfortunately for us all, he accepted it. And ever since that day, No Name has stalked the desolate grounds of the Pine Barrens at night, feasting on anyone he comes across. Over time, his body changed, adapting physically to match his surroundings and the animals he shared the forest with. And even though decades went by, a century even, he did not die. Well, I guess No Name had died, but in his place lived the Jersey Devil. And all this brings us back to that night in the late 90s when poor Frankie was dropped in the woods and left there. Because now, we know the source of that shriek he'd heard amongst the trees. It was the devil himself. And that cry, it meant it was feeding time. So you've met the Jersey Devil. You've met Frankie. Know this, one of them will die. Frankie was sure it would be him, because as much as he wanted to pretend the noises he'd heard were just from some animal, he couldn't, especially not when he was staring at Vince's severed hand. Behind it, he saw something move between the trees. It was fast, dashing between trunks and disappearing. That flare was still going off on the ground nearby, making it hard to see. Then the shriek cut through the night again. It made Frankie shake so hard he couldn't even run when he saw a silhouette form in the red-tinted smoke before him. It was an impossibly tall person, maybe. Then he noticed the silhouette had bat-like wings spread wide from its back and dirty, twisted claws that hung at its sides. But the worst part was its head. The deformed snout was the first part of the creature to emerge from the smoke, followed by the horns, which protruded from a warty brow. It looked almost horse-like, if not for the row of gnarled, sharp teeth jutting from dry, cracked lips. But then eyes. The eyes seemed very human. Now, Huntsville is about the most populated city in Alabama. But when I touched down after driving 14 hours straight from New York, it seemed deserted. Most cities I'd passed through were the same. Lots of folks keeping inside if they could, away from any neighbors who might infect them with just a breath. First thing I did on arrival was check out that playground. Now this place, according to Grandma, was downright sinister. Haunted by innocent young souls that passed their eternal time by rising up from their graves for a late-night romp on the jungle gym. But when I got to the location in question, what I found was a playground. You know, a slide, some swings. Sure, it was eerie. It was on the same property as a damn cemetery, Maple Hill. But the area itself was nestled within a limestone quarry, like those stones were shielding the grounds from the death that lay beyond it. I sat on a bench as the sun set, surveying the place, all the while not sure what I was looking for. Was I hoping to confirm my nightmares were justified, or prove they weren't real? After about an hour, I decided I was too tired and hungry to come to any kind of personal revelation that night. I'd try again tomorrow. As I was leaving, I passed the only other living person I'd seen in this place since I'd arrived, a woman in scrubs and a white coat. She knelt by a gravestone. I didn't know it at the time, but her name was Helen, and she had just finished a 3-day shift in the local hospital. I'm not exaggerating when I say that shift was a nightmare. COVID patients were streaming through the ER doors in droves. More people than beds. More dying patients in a month-long period than Helen had seen in her entire career. And she was in pediatrics, so those patients were kids. All that's to say, when she was sent home to get some rest, she instead headed to the place that usually gave her clarity and peace, her sister's grave. See, her sister Laura was just 6 when she died from cancer. Helen was just a year older. And, well, if I was a therapist, I'd say every patient Helen tended to, that kiddo was a stand-in for Laura. Which may be why deaths on Helen's watch were usually rare. Except now. Hell, she'd lost patient after patient to COVID over the last month. The longest month of her life. It wasn't just tragic. To Helen, it was utterly destabilizing. It's why she was there. She was hoping this little moment of communion with her dearly departed sister would lead her to some sort of revelation. Something that might help her make sense of this new world. A world with so much death. So she closed her eyes, feeling the headstone's engraving under her fingertips as she... Helen dropped to the ground as a crow flew low over her head to take perch on Laura's headstone. Its penetrating black eyes stared at Helen with what seemed like unrelenting judgment. Seconds later, it took off into the night, destination unknown. Helen took a breath and told herself all the right things. It was just a bird, no reason to be jumpy. Although a look around told her she'd stayed a little too late. Night had firmly settled in, and Laura's plot was in an area that the cemetery's sporadic lighting didn't quite reach. The shadows around her were deep and getting deeper. But before Helen could take her leave, a new sound drifted through the air. Children's laughter. It was close, through the trees, where the playground was. It occurred to Helen that she was more tired than she thought. That place had been deserted since the onset of the pandemic. Lots of touch points, and kids don't always keep 6-foot distance. You know the deal. She was probably hearing things. The laughter came again, along with faint singing, a schoolyard chant. Now you might think that's reason enough to get out of there. And remember my stance. Nursery rhymes are creepy as hell. But for Helen, this was a hopeful moment. Kids playing together was a welcome change from the wheezing and tears she was used to these days. That's why she moved towards the sound, following a winding path that took her past the edge of the cemetery and into a dark wooded area. Up ahead, lights illuminated the small clearing that I'd visited earlier that evening. The limestone quarry and the playground it encircled. Except, unlike earlier, this spot was now teeming with kids. There were about a dozen of them, different ages, some on the swings, some laughing as they chased their comrades around. A few jumped rope, singing. I had a bird. Its name was Enza. I opened the window, and in flew Enza. Helen couldn't hear what they were singing about, and she didn't care. It just sounded nice. She took a seat on a bench at the end of the path, right where I'd plopped down. There were no parents around, which told her the kids must be locals. They were all in their pajamas, so maybe they snuck out to get some social interaction. Helen took in the scene for a while before noticing one kid in particular, a little girl, no older than 10. She stood at the edge of the revelry, half concealed by shadows. She wasn't partaking. Instead, she was staring directly ahead at Helen. She sort of reminded Helen of Laura. They had that same quiet, unassuming vibe that she remembered. Except the longer this kid stared, the more uneasy Helen became. The child wasn't really doing anything, but at the same time, Helen's body was starting to realize something her mind hadn't caught on to yet. This girl was wrong. There was a certainty that made her mouth dry and goosebumps explode all over her skin. That crow again. Helen tried to duck, but she was a little too slow. A sharp set of talons brushed against the top of her head as the bird swooped close, then flew off. Helen put a hand on her chest, trying to calm down. But even as her pulse settled, she knew something had changed. It wasn't until she turned back to the playground that she saw the most unnerving thing she'd encountered that day. All the children were gone. Helen blinked at the spot where the children once were. She hadn't heard them leave. There hadn't been enough time for them to leave. Unless she was exhausted. Maybe she drifted off or spaced out. I mean, hell, she was in the middle of a graveyard after a 72-hour shift. She wasn't exactly thinking clearly. The abandoned swings gently rotated back and forth, an echo of the action they'd just seen. The jump rope lay on the ground, forgotten. The lights were still on, but without the children there, the place was just an extension of the graveyard, desolate and cold. Helen shivered and stood. It was time to go. As she headed off into the inky black ether of the grounds, she hoped her communion with Laura had done enough to settle her mind and allow her to get some sleep that night. She was shit out of luck. The moment her head hit her pillow, images of her patient's last breaths of air, her sister's dying face, and even that lurking girl from the playground swirled around in her head. She tossed and turned, assaulted by these thoughts, until a familiar scream made her shoot up in bed. No way. But it was true. That crow sat on her bureau, beside her window. She could have sworn she shut the thing, but it was wide open, the screen nowhere to be seen. Her curtains blew around the bird, like a silent horn announcing its arrival. Once again it stared at her intently, too intently for Helen to handle, and within seconds she was out of the bed, using a pillow to usher this freaky bird out of the window. Its wings flapped loudly as it took off, and Helen slammed the pane shut behind it. Then she heard something that made her heart stop. A very soft, very human sigh. There was someone in her bedroom.
This episode is brought to you in part by Progressive. Most of you aren't just listening right now. You're driving, cleaning, and even exercising. But what if you could be saving money by switching to Progressive? Drivers who save by switching save nearly $750 on average, and auto customers qualify for an average of 7 discounts. Multitask right now. Quote today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. National average 12-month savings of $744 by new customers surveyed who save with Progressive between June 2022 and May 2023. Potential savings will vary. Discounts not available in all states and situations.
Helen turned around slowly and saw a little face peering over the side of her bed. It was the girl from the playground. Her chin was propped up on her tiny hands, head tilted to the side. She nodded towards the window and said, "I know that bird. Its name is Enza." Helen's body went rigid, well, except for her heart, which had somehow moved into her throat, and her stomach that twisted so hard she was sure she was going to puke. There was no explicable reason this child should be in her room, and she was too spooked to come up with an explanation that made sense. Her fear meter ticked up a notch when the kid ducked behind the bed and out of sight. She could hear a flurry of movement, a scuttle, if you will, as the girl quickly crawled along the floor, but Helen couldn't see where she was. Let me tell you, not being able to see a weird little child who inexplicably appears in your bedroom is way, way worse than being able to see it. Helen backed away from the bed until her back was touching the bureau by her window, a strategic position where this kid couldn't sneak up on her, where she could see what was happening. After a moment, the crawling stopped and the room went quiet. The only sounds were the faint hum of Helen's fridge in the other room, then a rush of water through her pipes as someone flushed a toilet in the apartment above her. And then an icy cold hand touched her shoulder. Helen screamed and whipped around, expecting to see that little girl perched atop the bureau she was backed up against. But she wasn't there. Neither was the bureau, because somehow Helen was now standing in the middle of that playground. There was a certain amount of shock that prevented Helen from doing much at this moment, and she was caught up in all the feelings you'd expect: confusion, denial, certainty that she was still sleeping. Except a breeze kicked up then, blowing the hair on the back of her neck. It tickled, which told her no. Sorry, Helen. This was not a dream. Then a very cold, very clammy hand grabbed hers. That girl. She smiled up at Helen, and just beyond that stretched, eerie grin were the others. The kids from before, who had been playing so joyfully, played no longer. Now they stood around the playground, all very still, all doing the worst damn thing you could imagine, staring right at Helen, unblinking, unmoving. And Helen, well, she had that awful feeling. The kind where your brain tells you to get out of there, but your body can't react. So she looked right back at them, some kind of bizarre after-hour stare down, until the girl holding Helen's hand laughed and ran to the others. It was like a switch got flicked on. The kids all just started playing. The swings groaned from little legs pumping themselves higher and higher. Footsteps pattered around as a game of tag got underway, and the thwack, thwack of the jump rope filled the air, along with that nursery rhyme. I had a bird, its name was Enza. I opened the window, and in flew Enza. The song really bothered Helen this time. Maybe it was because the name, Enza, it made her think of that crow, but it also scratched a memory at the back of her head. The sound of violent coughing ripped through the night. The girl from Helen's room was on her knees, shaking as loud wheezing racked her body. This kid was sick. Here's the thing. Helen was scared, but she was also a medical professional who had dedicated her life to saving children. And watching this girl in pain, she might as well have been watching her sister fade away all those years ago. So what she did next wasn't a choice, but a deeply ingrained instinct. She rushed over to the girl's side. But the child was gone by the time Helen got there. I don't mean dead. I mean gone. Vanished. Nothing there but the dirt she'd fallen on. Helen's brain didn't have time to catch up to this sight before she'd heard that song again behind her. I had a bird. Its name was Enza. I opened the window, and in flew Enza. There, skipping with zeal and singing at the top of her lungs, was the girl, the one that had just collapsed in a coughing fit. And whereas she looked ill and shaky before, she was now rosy and plump, full of energy and life, like she'd started over. Then a chorus of coughing filled the air. Around the grounds, other kids were collapsing, a wave of illness taking them out like fallen soldiers, one by one. The sounds that filled the night were awful, too awful to describe here. It took Helen back to the pediatric ward she worked in, to the COVID patients who gasped for breath as the virus raged through their helpless bodies. But the thing with these kids was, once they fell to the ground, it was only a matter of seconds before they appeared on their feet again, back to their games, like some kind of fiendish loop they kept playing over and over, along with that God-forsaken rhyme. I had a bird. Its name was Enza. I opened the window, and in flew Enza. In flew Enza. In flew Enza. Influenza. I broke this down for you already, but for Helen, this was the moment it all clicked into place. She slowly turned to look out at the cemetery, where she could see the outlines of the gravestones in the darkness. She knew that a lot of those who died in the Spanish influenza epidemic had been buried in this place. Many of them were children. And before the other part of her brain could tell her this was impossible, a small voice spoke at her side. That's where we sleep during the day. It was the girl. She pointed at the graveyard. That's what it finally took for Helen to accept the totally unbelievable reality she found herself in. These children were dead. I had a bird. Its name was Enza. I opened the window, and in flew Enza. Helen moved to run, but the girl grabbed her hand tightly and whispered, "Don't leave. I went and got you. We never find anyone who cares." She hesitated before adding, "I don't think they'll let you go anyway." Helen wrenched her hand away and took a step back, then another. Her head was on a swivel as she watched the kids stop playing, watched them take notice of her impending flight, and then she turned and ran. She raced down the cemetery path, past looming gravestones. It was dark, far too dark, as if the night had swallowed up whatever sparse lamplights usually lit this parcel. Which is why poor Helen didn't see the stone that jutted out of the path, which is why she was wholly unprepared as she went flying through the air. She skidded on a patch of grass, ripping up dirt and debris before coming to a stop by a headstone. Her hands gripped the earth as she hauled herself to her feet, sucking in deep breaths of air to regain the wind that was knocked out of her. She'd landed in front of a headstone that read, Penny Lawrence, 1910 to 1918. The one beside it, Ben Horace, 1905 to 1918. The one beside that, you get the idea. These were graves of the fallen children from the flu epidemic 100 years ago. The night seemed to go quiet around her. Despite the fear she felt, despite the desire to flee, something about these stones held her in place. Maybe it was the tragedy of it all, and knowing that below her feet were the bodies of so many innocent souls. A hand suddenly shot out of the earth underneath her, wrapping her ankle in an icy vice. Helen screamed, trying to pull herself free, and she did. But the moment she staggered forward, another hand reached out of the dirt right in front of her. Helen yelped and lunged towards the path, frantically trying to get away from the dead. The crow's scream cut through the night. Helen didn't even see Enza appear. All she felt were its wings flapping against her face, its talons cutting at her cheeks. It was driving her back towards the graves, back towards the dead children's clutches. When Enza finally released her, she once again stood in front of the tombs, but this time she couldn't see a single engraving, because countless ghostly hands had reached around the sides of the headstones. Little faces followed, and the children from the playground peered out at her from all directions, their eyes pleading. Then their voices filled the air, a chorus of wails. "Don't leave, help us, save us." The voices got so loud, so deafening that Helen sank to the ground. Her hands covered her ears and she screamed, I can't save everyone." Now, you might be expecting this to be the magic bullet, the big revelation that Helen had been searching for when she knelt before her sister's grave, and that this epiphany would also somehow send those children back into the ground from whence they came. If you were expecting that, you'd be half right. See, this exclamation unclenched a feeling buried deep within Helen's heart: guilt. Because, of course, this insidious virus wasn't her fault, nor was the toll it took on humanity. She could only do her best, save who she could. The rest was up to God, if you believe in that kind of thing. This epiphany didn't have any sort of impact on those kids, though. They surged forward then, in a wave of tears and pleas, their arms wrapped around Helen, embracing her in a lethal, frigid hug that she could not free herself from. It got harder to move, harder to breathe. The night around her spun, and everything blurred together as her gasp for air became wheezes, became nothing. And then everything went black. The first thing Helen was aware of when she came to was how cold she was. That's because she was outside lying in the grass, in nothing but her sleep t-shirt and shorts. Her chest throbbed and her ribs ached as she sat up. She was still in the cemetery, in a very familiar part of the cemetery, on her sister Laura's plot. Helen's eyes swam as she gently touched the engraving on the headstone. Then she kissed it and stood on shaky, unsteady legs. She had gone to the literal depths of hell, but she had gotten the clarity she came for. I was strolling through the cemetery entrance as Helen shuffled her way out. Even without her doctor's garb, I recognized her as the woman I'd seen the night before, only this time. I could tell by her somber face and trembling limbs that between then and now, she'd seen some things she might care to forget. It only took me offering my coat and asking if she needed assistance for her story to spill out of her. Yeah, I got an earful about the plight of the children who lurked in this cemetery, as well as the plight of the living during these trying times. I listened intently, soaking in every damn word she said till she was through talking, and then long after. Once she went away, I headed to the playground and took up my post on that bench to think some more. On one hand, Helen's tale meant the spirits of the dead my grandma told me about were just steps away. Maybe they were watching me right now. On the other, knowing this still didn't make me feel whole. Maybe it wasn't the proof I came for. Maybe I was just searching for something I wouldn't find. See, some things can't be reasoned with. Like the pandemics, the affliction that hit humanity in 1918 and then tore through our lives again in 2020. None of that made sense. Does it have to? Sometimes bad shit happens. Just like sometimes you get thoughts running through your head you'd rather not be in there. And that realization, well, that got me a little closer to feeling like I got what I came for. So I peeled myself off that bench and went on my way. But a sound stopped me, one that echoed through the playground, children's laughter, and a very faint song. I had a bird. Its name was Enza. I opened the window, and in flew Enza. Maybe I wanted some proof after all, because that night, even though I'd walked upon the hallowed grounds of the dead and confirmed some of the horrors that lurk among us, I slept like a baby. Run Fool is a production of Ballin Studios, Campside Media, and At Will Media. It is hosted and executive produced by me, Rodney Barnes. This episode was written by Kate Murdoch and produced by Abakar Adan and Lee Mengistu. Editing by Matt Scher. It was sound designed and mixed by Kevin Seaman, with engineering support by Zach Crapone. Creature vocalization by Terry Casburn, and artwork by Jessica Clogston Kiner. Production support by Jeremy Bond and Cole Locasio. Special thanks to Lindsay Kilbride and our operations team, Doug Slaywin, Ashley Warren, Sabina Mara, and Destiny Dingle. Executive producers at Ballin Studios are Mr. Ballin, Nick Witters, and Zach Levitt. Executive producers at Will Media are Will Malnati and Rosie Guerin. Executive producers at Campside Media are Matt Scher, Josh Dean, Vanessa Gregoriadis, and Adam Hoff. Thanks for listening, and see you next week.
A lot can happen in 3 years, like a chatbot may be your new best friend. But what won't change? Needing health insurance. United Healthcare Tri-Term Medical Plans, underwritten by Golden Rule Insurance Company, offer flexible, budget-friendly coverage that lasts nearly 3 years in some states. Learn more at uh1.com.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has helped over 35,000 families out of financial hardship by getting them out of bad timeshares. And they may be able to help you too. If your timeshare agreement goes on forever, if you were told timeshares are a great investment, or your maintenance fees will never go up, you need to get the facts about timeshare cancellation. For over 10 years, Wesley Financial Group has been dedicated to helping folks get out of a lifetime of debt by canceling their timeshares. So they created a free timeshare exit information kit that reveals how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation. To get your free timeshare exit information kit, simply go to icanceltimeshare.com. That's the letter I, canceltimeshare.com. icanceltimeshare.com.
As you've probably gathered by now, my grandma's told me a lot of stories over the years about all sorts of creatures from all over the country. But only one of them took place in the small town where I grew up. In fact, I sort of even overlap with this story. When I was much younger and still lived in that small town in Prince George's County, Maryland, where our story takes place. In telling it to you, it's sort of a homecoming for me. I've been ruminating on it for the last 40-some-odd years, because this one really scared me. And the things that scare you as a kid, well, they kind of stick with you, even when you escape out to Hollywood. At the heart of this tale is a creature who, over the years, has been known by many different names, but most famously by 2 simple syllables: Goatman. Here's how I first heard it. As a younger woman, Grandma used to buy milk and cheese from a gentleman down the way called Mr. Wilson. He was a goat farmer and apparently one of the kindest, gentlest men she'd ever met. Mr. Wilson had a smile for everyone who visited his farm and kept the happiest, best-fed animals she'd ever seen. He also happened to be the only black man in town. Grandma said Mr. Wilson mostly kept to himself. He had no wife or children and spent most of his time at the farm, save for Sunday afternoons when he'd walk down the winding country roads into town with milk, cheese, and whatever else he had to sell that week. People would come out to buy produce as he walked by, but otherwise they mostly left him alone. But gradually that changed. Mr. Wilson started showing up on Sundays with less and less produce to sell, looking tired and without a trace of the big smile he usually wore. It was only after what came next that Grandma figured out what was really going on. See, some of the folks in town had begun to turn on Wilson. They thought he was stuck up and resented the idea of a black man making money off of them. That resentment led to bitterness, which led to hate, which led to a massacre. Not of people, at least not yet. It began with Mr. Wilson's goats. Week after week, one by one, the paddocks of Wilson's farm turned from lush green to red, as his precious animals, the only thing he had in his life, were slaughtered in the night. And then, when there were no more goats left to slaughter, they came from Mr. Wilson himself. A mob of boys from the local high school and their fathers dragged Mr. Wilson out of his bed one night, threw him in the back of a pickup, and drove him to the Kootenai County Bridge. They stripped him down and hanged him off the side and left him there to die. Horrifying stuff, and yet there's still more to it. More than my grandma had told me. That I only found out later when I was in high school, because this is when I happened to kind of intersect with everything. 2 of my classmates happened to brush up against this story firsthand, and from that incident, I discovered the part my grandma had left out of her telling. The part about how, although that night decades earlier was the end of the goat farmer's life, it was also the beginning of something else. Something that was still with us. Something inexplicably horrific. and very, very deadly. You're listening to Run Fool. I'm Rodney Barnes, and this is episode 9, Goat Man. Kootenai County Bridge is a relatively short bridge, about 100 feet of concrete and steel linking the east side of my hometown, where most of the houses are, to the schools and stores on the west. It's changed a lot over the years, from the rickety wooden thing in Mr. Wilson's time, through to the most recent upgrade when the town installed huge sodium lamps overhead to keep the bridge bathed in bright light around the clock. That was a smart move, one that had been implemented earlier could have saved at least 3 lives that I know of. But then, we wouldn't have our story now, would we? Anyway, don't go trying to guess my age or nothing, but this was about 40 years ago, in the muggy heat of high summer, and it started with some poor deceased canine lying rotting in the middle of the bridge. Now, a dead dog on the road is nothing new, but this was no ordinary hit and run. It was notable for 2 reasons. 1, this dog had been mauled. Maimed. It was in fact missing its head. And 2, the head had been seemingly removed in a single snap, the gaping wound at the end of the neck almost guillotine-like in its clean precision. The motorist who stumbled upon this wretched sight was Mr. Whitman, while driving his twin sons, Skip and Jack, home from football practice one evening. As Whitman turned onto Old Kootenai County, the mauled corpse in the middle lit up suddenly in his high beams. Even from inside a car, it was clear that this was something extra messed up. Whitman got out to inspect it. Skip and Jack did too. I grew up with those twins, and it's fair to say they were a little strange. But they were also tall and athletic, and in that town, at that time, that was enough to make you cool and popular, regardless of any inclination to stare at roadkill for fun. I'll admit, I even admired them. They were free spirits, they were funny, and they knew exactly how great they were, which was about the only thing I didn't like about them. But back to the dead dog, back to the bridge, where Skip, Jack, and their daddy were staring at the carcass in silence, until Jack asked the only logical question: what the hell did this? The twins turned to their dad expecting a straightforward answer. Even an "I don't know" would have sufficed. But unlike his boys, Mr. Whitman hadn't gotten out of his car for fun. This was about more than a gander at a dog's innards. He was studying it nervously, and there was an unmistakable tremor in his voice when he replied. Well, not so much replied as muttered to himself, "He's back." Skip and Jack waited for their dad to continue, but he just wandered back to the idling truck and sat there till the twins got in. Of course, they peppered him with more questions about what he'd meant. I mean, who wouldn't? A comment practically screams for a follow-up. But Mr. Whitman wouldn't talk no matter how much they pressed, save for ordering the twins to take the long route to and from school from now on, by which he meant no more Kootenai County Bridge. Skip and Jack eventually let it lie, and again, carefree spirits that they were, they soon dropped any sense of horror and turned their attention toward more practical matters, namely, how they could put that gnarly dog carcass to good use. Look, it was a different time. We didn't have all your fancy... forget it. Anyway, that same week, Skip and Jack were confronting something that they found much more horrific than a decapitated dog. A threat to their status as proverbial kings of the school, and that threat went by the name of Petey Howell. Petey had just moved to the area, and everyone loved him. Kids, teachers, the coach. The Whitmans brushed it off the first couple of weeks. Easy enough since they were starting lineup and Petey was just a sub after all. Till one day, they strode out into the parking lot, heading for the spot where most of our class gathered after the final bell, where the twins usually held court. And standing there, leaning against a nifty old clunker of a BMW, was Petey, making everyone around him shit their pants with laughter. No one even looked up as the Whitmans approached, Petey included, and that was too much for Skip and Jack. They were pissed that this guy dared stand in this parking lot and entertain their classmates was one thing, but that he wouldn't even acknowledge them. Skip's anger in that moment, plus the dead dog, combined into a sort of light bulb moment. And when he told his brother about it on the ride home, Jack confirmed it was genius. So the next day at school, Skip and Jack switched tactics. They started buttering up Petey, palling around and all that, complimenting his car, always the way to a teenage boy's heart. Then told Petey they wanted to hang out that night and that they'd pick him up around 9. Look, Petey had moved towns a few times, so he knew that when you're the new guy and people like the Whitmans want you to hang, you say yes, even if you don't want to. The other kids seemed to like him, but the Whitman twins were the key to true acceptance. So he said yes, and later that night, Skip and Jack picked him up in their daddy's truck, borrowed without permission, of course. But the thing their dad would have especially been mad about wasn't the truck. It was the fact that after the boys collected their classmate, they made straight for the Kootenai County Bridge against his direct orders. Petey already wasn't feeling great about the situation, and that feeling obviously got worse when the boys turned their headlights off upon approach to the bridge. Skip could see Petey stiffening up and tried to put him at ease by explaining that this was a pre-game tradition, that this bridge was like a wishing fountain. You close your eyes and think about winning as you walk across to the other side. Skip said he swore by it, and considering the boys were undefeated this season, he seemingly had a compelling argument. "You want to try?" Skip asked. Petey did not want to try, because frankly, he smelled a rat. But Petey also wanted Skip and Jack to like him, or at least to not hate him, which is how he came to be on the bridge, walking blindfolded towards the darkness on the other side, dutifully wishing for a win in that weekend's game, but also wishing he'd pass whatever test he was being put through, and that after this, they'd all be buddies. Skip Whitman was calling out directions, supposedly keeping Petey in a straight line, a little to the left, a little more. Step by step, Petey was angling his body per Skip's instructions, until suddenly he was hit with a smell like rancid raw meat. He took another step, and then he heard the flies, dozens of them buzzing away in front of him. Well, that was it for Petey. And just as he was clearing his throat to tell them that, just as his hand started up to release the blindfold, he felt 2 hands push against his back, hard, and Petey fell. He readied himself for a collision with the hard concrete of the bridge, but instead, his hands plunged into something cold, rotten, and slimy. It was, of course, the massacred dog guts. His blindfold had fallen off in the tumble, and he saw it inches from his face and all over him. And he knew instantly why the twins had shut off their lights, so that he wouldn't see this grotesque corpse he'd fallen inside of and get wise to their prank. Bile shot up in his throat, and he frantically crawled away from the thing to puke his guts out. He could hear footsteps run back to the truck, laughter, and the devastating screech of the tires as the Whitmans peeled out and vanished down the road. Petey sat there feeling, well, hurt. He should have known better, but right then he needed a shower, more than he needed anything in his entire life. So he blinked away the tears and told himself to get moving. He started heading back across the bridge when he heard a sound, like something else walking too, behind him maybe. He turned around to check, but there was no one there. He kept walking, and there it was again. In fact, with every step he took, he heard another step almost immediately after, almost copying it, or more like a clump than a step. And then he realized it wasn't coming from behind. It was coming from under the bridge, reverberating off the rocks below. And it was as though his movements were being mirrored by something walking upside down on the underside of the bridge. Petey stopped again, peering into the long shadows. Only this time, when he started up again, he tiptoed over to the railing, and this time there was no clomping. Once at the railing, he leaned over the edge trying to get a glimpse of whatever was down there, but all he saw were the rocks below. Probably just his own echo, he thought. He started breathing a sigh of relief, but his lungs weren't even empty when a quick burst of clumps rang out, much faster and louder than before. And the last thing Petey saw was the glint of horns emerging from the darkness beneath the bridge and plunging straight into his throat.
This episode is brought to you in part by Progressive Insurance. Whether you love true crime or comedy, celebrity interviews or news, you call the shots on what's in your podcast queue. And guess what? Now you can call them on your auto insurance too with the Name Your Price tool from Progressive. It works just the way it sounds. You tell Progressive how much you want to pay for your car insurance, and they'll show you coverage options that fit your budget. Get your quote today at Progressive.com to join the over 28 million drivers who trust Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Skip and Jack laughed the whole ride home. Their joy, however, was short-lived. They'd assumed Petey would turn up at school, pissed as hell, but put in his place. But he wasn't in first period, or second. And when an announcement came over the PA asking for any information about Petey's whereabouts the previous night, they knew they were in a world of trouble. Petey was probably lost in the damn woods near the bridge, too green to know his way home. And when he finally got home, he was surely going to bring down the hammer of justice on the Whitmans. There was still no sign of Petey at practice after school, so that night the twins took their dad's truck again, without permission, again, and made their way back to the scene of the, not crime exactly, prank. Yeah, that's all this was. When you put it that way, it seemed plausible that they could maybe do some damage control if they found Petey. You know, pilfer some beers from their dad's fridge and pass it all off as a hazing ritual. They knew, of course, that he still wouldn't be at the bridge after so long, but it was the obvious place to start their search. It was also where their search that night would end, because pulling up next to the dead dog, Jack noticed something off to the side by the railing. Their headlights were reflecting in it. It was a dark puddle, a deep, red puddle, and leading away from it, toward the opposite railing and then disappearing, were a set of crimson footprints. No, not footprints, hoofprints. The Whitman twins shared a look, neither of them wanting to voice the unbidden thought that had just popped into their heads. Those two syllables that their father had uttered while standing over that torn-apart pup. He's back. And considering the dog, a missing classmate, blood on the road, and those hoofprints, they needed some answers, and they sure weren't going to get those from their dad. So the next morning, they skipped school and headed to the local library. When you wanted to know something about this town, you asked Mr. Evers, the town's librarian. His dedication to this fine slice of Maryland bordered on obsession, but those kinder than me would call it passion. Thing was, he was a hard hang, a grumpy, surly kind of guy who didn't want to be bothered during his shift at the library. So it wasn't surprising that when Skip and Jack wandered in asking about the Kootenai County Bridge, Mr. Evers' first reaction was telling them to get lost. What was surprising, though, was his second reaction. He looked up from his book, stared at the boys, and uttered, "You don't want to go sniffing out the goat man." "The goat man?" Jack asked. "Sure," said Mr. Evers. "You don't know about that? Old goat farmer. Killed on that bridge decades ago." Skip couldn't believe it. He was even chuckling. This thing that their dad and the librarian were seemingly scared of was a goat farmer. This caused Mr. Evers to snap. He was a goat farmer, Evers said, slamming his book shut. Now he's something else. And if you don't drop it, your last moments on this earth are liable to be amongst the worst, most depraved, most violent you could ever imagine. That's how the goat man will be sure you meet your maker. When you get a warning like that, there's not a whole lot you can do with it other than let it sink in. Which the twins did. They stood there in stunned silence for all of a minute, but unfortunately for Mr. Evers, his warning didn't make them scurry out of the library and back to school. No, it only raised more questions from the boys, and after some more prodding and pleading, and using their famous Whitman charm to the height of its powers, the librarian cracked. In short, Evers told them a version of the story like my grandma had told me. How Mr. Wilson, the local farmer, was taken in the night many, many years ago and hanged off the Kootenai County Bridge by some kids and their angry daddies. But Evers added one missing detail about the moments after they hanged the old goat farmer, which I'd never heard before. Evers told the twins that when those boys turned around to see Mr. Wilson's body hanging there, all they saw was an empty slack of rope, which was strange, unsettling, enough to make at least some of that mob wish they hadn't let their vicious, bigoted dispositions get the best of them. Some of them even swore they heard the loud bleating of a goat as they hightailed it out of there, but dismissed it from their minds. In the days that followed, though, the town realized something was very wrong. Livestock started going missing, only to turn up butchered beyond recognition. Same thing started happening to the town's pets, dogs especially. Missing, then found maimed. Pretty soon, the townsfolk were theorizing that when Mr. Wilson vanished from the rope that night, he'd somehow become some monstrous combination of his own furious soul and the goats he dedicated his life to. That he'd become, well, you can guess. And before too long, people started going missing. Some of whom were the bastards who had attacked Mr. Wilson that night, but some weren't. Only thing they all had in common, they were last seen at night near the Kootenai County Bridge, Mr. Wilson's unmarked grave, where the boys had left Petey all alone. The twins biked away from the library in silence, mulling over Mr. Evers' tale. It scared them. If the Goat Man was real, they had the answer to Petey's fate. So instead of heading to school like they certainly should have done, Skip and Jack took a different route, to the bridge. It was still light. Maybe they could figure out what happened. And to that end, the trip was a success. As they pulled onto the bridge, they heard something, a dripping sound. It was coming from under their feet, under the bridge. Skip and Jack dismounted and went to Petey.
That's just weird. Where the fuck were you hiding? You were under the bed? Get up. Get up.
I just want to.
You don't. Okay, I sit down then. Move. Move.
I don't want to eat.
Stop. No scream.
I live alone. Oh, Mommy, Daddy, hello.
Move. 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 Get up. Come on. Come on. Up. Up. Come on. Worry. Come on. I'm safe now. Yeah. I don't know. You hear me? Go get mommy. Go tip on mommy's foot. What's the matter? What? You want to go what? You almost got it. What? No. What? Who won again? Who won anything? This is what MJ said on LeBron passing his 40,000 career points. He said, "I don't need points. I have rings, 3 more than him." Okay. No. Oh. Up. Okay. If you call some, bro, if you mistakenly identify somebody, they will. Hell, there's somebody on fucking Twitter you can message who can get your shadow ban taken off. I'm a hardstyle fish. I'm a hardstyle fish.
Use this time
I'm
for
a
some target
motherfucking
practice.
hardstyle fish.
Real thing's coming soon.
Come on. 25 subs?
Enemy soldier
100?
incoming.
Aw, man.
Right is right! Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Prep time's over. Now you deploy to the war zone.
Prep for dust off. We're up in 3 mics. Let's move. Here we are. Head shed gave the green light. We're deploying you to the front lines. You're up. Grab your shoots.
Later.
Rules of engagement are simple. Weapons free on all threats.
I'll see you on the other side.
For sure.
Resurgence. Stay alive to keep your squad in the fight.
If there was a hacker, I'd be dead already. Oh, that's your teammate.
Mosquitoid online.
Lock the door, me.
What, baby?
Lock the door.
I didn't lock the door. I shut the door.
No,
Because I'm being loud. You can keep it open. I'm a hostile fish. I'm a hostile fish. What? Oh. You know how hard it is to play with you?
Yeah.
See, I'm already getting shot at. Boring.
Enemies dropping.
Damn it, Rory! Why'd you have to do that? No, that's not funny.
You're getting another chance. Make it count. Your squad mates redeploying. Well done.
I'm a hardstyle fish. I'm a hardstyle fish. I'm a motherfucking hardstyle fish.
You got reinforcements inbound.
Hostiles deploy the mosquito.
Gas is moving.
Hostile guardian has been deployed.
Enemy soldier incoming.
I thought that was you. What the fuck?
Enemy marked.
There's two guys. You got one more on you.
Get ready. You're redeploying.
Oh no, this lobby is a little sus. This lobby is a little sus, not gonna lie. I don't know, I just got shot out the sky as I was falling. Not as I was in the air. As I was falling without my parachute up, I got knocked out.
Loadout
Out
drop
the sky.
headed your way.
Moving! Enemy mark!
Squadmates back on station. Good work. Hostile
Enemy here!
mosquito is online. Your squad mates redeploying. Well done. Rogue signal broadcast detected. Encrypted signal confirmed. Returning you to the front. Earn this. Your mission is to decrypt the signal by causing the most damage to enemy squads. Your squad mates back on station.
I'm hit!
Good work.
Took two of you to get me.
We're outside the top squad. Let's push harder to break in.
Yeah.
Hostiles deploy the mosquito. Time for vengeance. You're redeploying. You got reinforcements inbound. Enemy marked. We've got 10 squads active in the field. Gas is inbound. Squad mates redeploying. Well done. Enemies dropping into the AO. Your squad made it to the safe zone. Hostile Guardian is active. Fucking hostiles. Moving to my mark.
Armor here!
Marking the rest of that squad on your tac map. Go get hunting. the good work.
Yeah. Well, what? Green or nicotine?
Resurgence window is ending. Watch your six.
Oh yeah, all the time.
You're losing ground. Move it.
Friendly mortar strike on the way.
He's chasing you. He's chasing
Enemy
you.
soldier
He's
incoming.
on your cheeks.
Your squad mate's back on station. Good work. Located the rest of them. Fire sales over. Adjusting prices.
Friendly precision airstrike inbound.
You got reinforcements inbound.
Here.
5 squads still operational in the AO.
There's more than one person. Aurora.
Resurgence.
What? Come on. Go. See?
Supply crates are restocked. Advise you load up now. 3 squads left in the war zone. Stay alert. The enemy took that one, but we'll get them back.
What?
What you do? You locked her out?
She was stuck under there.
Bully. She came and told me, so now, stop how. That's like, you proud daddy. Stop being a bully.
Right now.
Don't break character.
stream for certain things. They just not hearing. But you know, say for your messages. There are some tests that are but I can say frequency, it's off the table. God ruins your plans, so your plans don't ruin you.
Gear up fast, we're about to get evil. Enemies dropping into the AO. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
I love you.
into the AO.
She's still alive.
Check your gear and weapons. We'll be deploying shortly. Playtime's over. Stand by for deployment to the war zone.
Prep for dust off. We're up in 3 mics. Let's move. There you are. We got the green light. You're going to the war zone. Grab your gear and shoot. You're up in 3. Rules of engagement are simple. Weapons free on all threats.
Let's get this done.
France has made abortion a constitutional right.
Resurgence.
You hear me?
Survive to redeploy fallen teammates. Kill to bring them back faster.
Listen. It's not.
Supply boxes marked. Secure those locations.
I ain't heard that since 1894.
Hostile counter UAV overhead. Friendly mortar strike inbound.
That old skitty
Hostile
fat.
mosquito is online.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Yeah, I think we played. I think I met him a couple days ago. Get in. There's a dude on me. Oh, there was two.
You're back on station. Go get after it.
Hostile deploy a mosquito. Hostile mosquito is online.
Supply box secure. 2 to go. Hurry down. Marking the red zone.
Oh, I got shot behind. From behind.
Friendly mosquito deployed.
Stand by for redeployment. Gas is closing in.
Hostiles deploy the mosquito. Hostile airstrike near your location. Hostile mosquito is online.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Lead is yours. Keep the pressure on. All right, your squad's in the safe zone. You have a buy station inbound. Deployable buy stations ready. Remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down. Moving here. Friendly loadout drops on the way.
Requesting Find cover.
Armor box over here. Right here. Resurging. Go get your revenge. Your squad mates redeploying. Well done. Rogue signal broadcast detected. Encrypted signal confirmed. Decrypt the enemy signal by leading in enemy kills.
Yeah, right there.
We have a loadout drop here.
Yeah, I'm right here. I'm right here with you. Alright. Coming with you. Over. No, he's right here! Alright. That's not me.
Your squad mate's back on station. Good work. We're outside the top squads. Let's push harder to break in.
That you are, Giggity. Over.
You got reinforcements inbound. Contract failed. Objective lost. Supply cache locations are resecured. We lost that contract.
Friendly mortar strike on the way. Target marked.
Right here, right here. Right here.
Got gas moving in.
He's one shot right here. Damn. How though? I don't understand this.
Hostile mosquito is online.
We are returning you to the front. Earn this.
Don't call me a puto.
Your squad mates redeploying. Well done.
Friendly mortar strike inbound.
Mamma verga.
Friendly mortar strike on the way. Friendly mosquito deployed.
Your squad mate's back on station. Good work. Enemy soldier incoming. Well done. 25 remained. Failure ain't fatal. It's just an opportunity to do better. Enemy KIA.
What? Hey. Baby? What's wrong with you?
I'm a ducky.
Yeah, there's a duck.
He had something. He had it.
Yeah?
He had it.
Yeah.
He had it. He had it. He had it. He had it somewhere. He had somewhere. Ducky dog. Oh, told
What, baby? No, okay. Alright. You don't have any muffins, baby. Bobby, come. You gotta either pick up or down, baby. There's nothing to open.
Daddy.
What, baby girl? Open my... Baby, there's nothing in there. Nothing in there.
Gear up fast, we're about to get evil. positions. We are green to go. Stand by for deployment. Enemy soldiers.
I put my daughter in the tub. She went to fever. She has seizures. So
Resurgence. Stay alive to keep your squad in the fight.
Fever-induced seizures. Thank you everybody for stopping in. Playing with Ken Dog, Mr. Butter Brown, and E-Rock. We all on Kick. The Kick Squad coming at you. We got a guy on the roof. He's coming through right now. He's coming through right here. Yeah, that dude's cheating. That dude was cheating.
Squad mates redeploying. Well done. Occupation scan. The enemy's surveilling the AO.
You took the...
Stay low or use the water for concealment.
I just need a plate. That's all I
Enemy
need.
scans active. Stay low. Enemy surveillance is offline. They've lost track of you.
Well,
enemies detected. Locations marked.
yeah, Butter, we're coming, buddy. Come here, bud. Come here, Butter. Butter, come here. You like taking plates? Come on. Come on, bud. Come on, buddy.
Enemy surveillance is down. Reload.
Gotta be quicker than that. I got one down. He jumped down. Another one. They're everywhere.
Gas is inbound.
They were everywhere. Staying alive. Staying alive. I'm not staying alive.
You got
I'm not staying
reinforcements
alive.
inbound. You're back on station. Go get after it. Head to the safe zone.
It's like playing Madden and the other team already knows what I play I'm running.
Your squad mate's back on station. Good
That's
work.
what it feels like when I play a hacker. They should put the shadow banners and the hackers in different lobbies though.
Your squad mate's redeploying. Well done.
Did y'all know McDonald's actually used to sell a hot dog called a
Got
McWiener
reinforcements inbound.
in the 1980s for 3 years? No, because I was looking up discontinued foods. They also used to have pasta salad. Well, they also had a pizza too. They tried making pizza, but they said it cost too
Your
much.
squad mate's back on station. Good work. Gas is moving. Friendly Guardian is active. Your squad made it to the safe zone. Enemy soldier incoming. Your squad mates redeploying. Well done. You got reinforcements inbound.
Hey, Madden 24 is free on Game Pass. Oh, you got PC. Never mind. Oh yeah. I'm not either. I'm trying to take the trash ass Panthers. I done traded away every fucking pick to get somebody good.
Lost power. Enemies dropping into the AO.
I really think the Bengals are going to be making the playoffs or the Super Bowl next year. Cause look where the Super Bowl is at. The NFL. I think the Bengals, because the Super Bowls. Yeah, just listen. Hear me out. Hear me out. Look where the Super Bowl is going to be at. It's going to be in New Orleans, right? Correct? Look. It's in New Orleans, right? Hey, ain't no one talking to you. Never mind.
Fire sale.
I lost my train of thought. When I think about it later, I'll tell you. I'll message you on Facebook. Or on Twitter. I'll message you on Twitter. I do that a lot. I blame the VA. They don't fuck my
Resurgence
brain
window
up.
is ending. Watch your six. Time for vengeance. You're redeploying.
I'll be talking about something and halfway through it, I'll be like, what the fuck was I talking about, bro?
Fire sale's over. Adjusting prices. Got gas moving in. Get to the safe zone.
Tossing tactical.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
I killed them both. I killed them both. Are we playing?
Taking fire.
Are we playing? Right? Play.
You got reinforcements inbound. Resurgence
Oh, I'm
has
dead.
closed. No more second chances. Enemies dropping into the AO. All stations, jailbreak is active.
before I call it a night.
Gas is closing in.
Dropping some armor!
Move to the silver zone. Supply boxes marked. Secure those locations.
There's only 5 people left.
We've lost
Well,
eyes
4
on the
of them,
objective.
Boski. There's
Contract
5.
failed.
There. It's a 4v2v2. Over here.
Moving!
And over here.
Enemy visual!
That dude's cracked behind that. He's behind the bush.
Moving here!
He's behind the bush.
You're losing ground. Move it.
He's behind the bush. He's down.
Get
2
to the
dudes
safe
left.
zone.
Need mid-cal rounds!
Oh, this dude's, yeah, this dude's something special. He's reviving him, he's reviving. Nah, he got me, bro. That's crazy.
Gas is closing in. The safe zone is far from your location. Get moving. Pronto.
There's no shot, he just 1v4'd us, right? It's the last guy.
Oh boy, only 5 remain. You were close. Valiant effort. Keep
Oh yeah, this dude's 100% cheating. This dude's 100% cheating. Yeah, dude, this dude's cheating. I have proof. What was his name? Oh, you look. Miss Queen. It's Miss Queen. Miss Queen. Miss Queen. Miss Queen. And then I'm leaving. I gotta find it. What? Yes, baby. Want to get out? Okay. Sure you pull the plug.
Baby.
Baby. What? That's your ear.
Yeah, I found my booty. My answer.
and destroy. Defend our objective, soldier. Enemy planted at Alpha.
One's watching the cut by a white van.
We lost that round. Prepare for the next one. Switching sides. Search and destroy. Place a charge on your target and level it.
There's two down by stairs.
The round is lost. Focus on the next one. Switching sides. Search and destroy. Secure our objectives. They've planted at Bravo. Won that round. Get ready for the next one. Switching sides. Search and destroy. Plant the charge and detonate the objective.
Oh, there's one in us. One escalators. He wrapped all the way around.
Final minute. Seconds remain. We're blasting at Alpha. Device in place. Countdown started. Defend our objective, soldier. Bomb at Alpha. The round is lost. Focus on the next one.
The new optic that just came out with.
Search and destroy. Place a charge on your target and level it. Final minute. We're planting at Bravo. Setting device on Bravo. Bomb planted. Set containment. Round secure. On to the next. Switching sides. Search and destroy. Secure our objectives. Enemy planted at Bravo. We lost that round. Prepare for the next one. Switching sides. Search and destroy. Plant the charge and detonate the objective. Remaining. It's down to you. Finish the mission failed. Return to base.
GG. Imagine being in Bronze 5 talking shit. Yeah, he's here. Yeah. Well, All right, everyone. Wifey just got home. So that's probably gonna be it for me. We'll spend a little bit of time with her before we go to bed tonight. And I'll be back on tomorrow around lunchtime. Hope y'all have a wonderful night. Thank y'all for stopping in. And I love you guys.